The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist, 1990, Boston still unsolved. Chapter 1. The Final Visitor, March 17, 1990. St. Patrick's Day, Eve. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, Boston, 4:45 p.m. 15 minutes before closing, the last light of a winter afternoon slanted through the courtyard windows, catching dust motes in the air like tiny suspended stars. Inside the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, the temperature was a careful 68 degrees, cool enough to preserve centuries-old pigments, warm enough that the guards loosened their uniform jackets as the day wore on. Rick Abbott stood at the security desk near the palace entrance, his weight shifting from one sneakered foot to the other. 23 years old, 6 months on the job. He still hadn't learned to love the silence of the place after 4 o'clock, when the last clusters of tourists shuffled out and left behind only the faint hum of the HVAC system and the occasional creak of old wood. He checked his watch. 4:46. "A bath. You're on side door duty in 10, said Randy Hastand, the other evening guard coming up from the break room with a coffee cup already stained brown inside. Randy was older, early 30s, ex-military, the kind of man who tied his boots so tight they squeaked. He didn't trust Rick yet. Rick knew this. He tried not to care. "I know my post," Rick said, softer than he meant. Randy shrugged. "Just saying. St. Patrick's tomorrow. Place empties out early. You get the weird ones this time of day." "Weird ones?" "You know, people who don't want to leave, people who stare at one painting for 45 minutes and breathe on the glass, people who ask where the bathroom is at 4:55. Rick almost smiled. Almost. The museum had a rhythm. Morning was school groups and older women with sensible shoes. Afternoon was the serious art lovers, the ones who carried guidebooks and moved slowly from frame to frame, nodding as if each painting had spoken to them personally. But the last hour, the hour between 4 and 5, that belonged to the stragglers, the lonely, the lost. At 4:52, Rick did his final walk-through of the Dutch room. He always saved it for last, the Rembrandts, the Vermeer, the flink that everyone mistook for Rembrandt, the self-portrait of the old man with the ruined face, Rembrandt at 53, bankrupt and broken, still painting like a god. Rick didn't know much about art. He'd taken the job because it paid $9.25 an hour and required no degree. But standing in the Dutch room at the edge of closing, watching the light fail outside the barred windows, he sometimes felt something, a pressure behind his sternum, a sense that these paintings were not objects, but witnesses. He shook it off. "You're getting sentimental, Abbott. It's just paint on fabric." At 4:55, he took his position at the side entrance, a small, unremarkable door on the north side of the museum near the loading bay. It was the least glamorous post. No masterpieces visible from here. Just a metal door, a buzzer, a small window of reinforced glass, and the cold brick alley beyond. He checked the logbook. No one had used the side entrance since 2:17 p.m. A delivery of art supplies. He initialed the entry. At 4:58, the buzzer rang. Rick looked up. Through the small window, he saw a man. He was in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. Medium height, wearing a long dark overcoat. The kind that could have been expensive or just old, hard to tell. His hair was brown, graying at the temples, combed back but slightly disheveled as if he'd been walking in wind. His face was ordinary, not memorable. That was the strange thing Rick would remember later, how hard it was to describe him. The man did not look like a thief. He looked like a professor, or a lawyer, or someone who had once been rich and was now merely comfortable. His hands were in his pockets. He was not smiling. Rick pressed the intercom button. "Museum closes in 2 minutes, sir." The man's voice came through the speaker, calm and slightly muffled. "I just need to use the restroom. I've been walking all afternoon. I'm afraid it's rather urgent." It was a reasonable request. People made it all the time. The museum had a small restroom just inside the side entrance, intended for staff but occasionally loaned to visitors with genuine need. There was no policy against it exactly. There was also no policy for it. It fell into that gray area where a guard's judgment mattered. Rick hesitated. He could feel the weight of the next few seconds. Let him in, and you're doing a small kindness. Deny him, and he might soil himself on the museum steps. Or he might leave, and you'll never think of him again. "Sir, we're closing at 5. "I understand," the man said. His tone was not pushy, not angry, just tired. 2 minutes, I'll be out before you lock the door." Rick looked past the man down the alley. No one else. The street beyond was empty, the city already retreating indoors against the March chill. He unlocked the door. The man stepped inside. He smelled of cold air and wool and something else, something faintly chemical, like turpentine or old varnish. Rick noticed it only because the museum had its own smell: dust, flowers from the courtyard, the particular flatness of climate-controlled air. And this man carried an outside smell with him, a contamination. "Restrooms on the left," Rick said, pointing. The man nodded. "Thank you." He walked past Rick with measured steps, not hurrying, not lingering, just moving with the quiet purpose of someone who had done this before. Not this specific action, perhaps, but the act of entering places he was not quite welcome. Rick watched him go. The man pushed open the restroom door. It swung shut behind him. The seconds ticked by on Rick's watch. 4:59, 5 o'clock. The museum's closing chime sounded somewhere in the distance, a soft electronic note, more suggestion than command. At 5:02, the restroom door opened again. The man emerged, drying his hands on a paper towel. He folded it neatly and dropped it into the trash. Then he looked at Rick. "Beautiful museum," he said. "Thank you, sir. I'll walk you out." The man nodded again. Rick led him back to the side entrance, unlocked the door, held it open. The cold rushed in, smelling of wet pavement and exhaust. "Have a good evening," Rick said. The man stepped out into the alley. He paused for just a moment, half turning. The light from the doorway caught his face. Ordinary, forgettable, but with eyes that were not quite right. Too still, too patient, like a man who had already seen something and was waiting to see it again. "You too," he said. "Be careful tonight." Then he walked away, coat collar turned up, hands back in his pockets. Rick locked the door. He wrote in the logbook, 4:58 p.m. Male visitor, restroom use only. Departed 5:03 p.m. He did not write a description. He did not note the smell of turpentine. He did not remember until much later that the man had not asked which way led to the main entrance, or that the side entrance had no sign indicating a restroom at all. By 5:15, Rick was doing his closing checklist. By 5:30, he and Randy were the only two guards on the premises. By 6 o'clock, the museum was dark except for the security lights, and the courtyard fountain had been shut off for the night. The man in the overcoat was blocks away by then, or miles, or sitting in a car with the engine off, waiting. No one knew his name. No one had taken his photograph. No one would ever see his face again, or if they did, they would not recognize him. Because his face was ordinary. That was the whole point. And somewhere in the museum, hanging in the Dutch room, Rembrandt's Storm on the Sea of Galilee caught the last whisper of light from a dying security bulb, and then went dark. The painting had less than 8 hours left. Chapter 2, 124. AIM, March 18th, 1990. St. Patrick's Day, Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, Boston, 1:24 a.m., 6 hours, 21 minutes after closing. The city had gone soft with fog. It rolled in off the Charles River just after midnight, a damp, muffling presence that turned streetlights into glowing orbs and swallowed sound whole. The kind of fog that made Boston feel like an old black and white photograph, every edge blurred, every distance uncertain. The temperature had dropped to 34 degrees, cold enough to bite but not cold enough to snow. A miserable night. A hiding night. The Palace Road side of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum faced a narrow alley, brick and cobblestone, lined with trash cans and the occasional delivery truck. Above it, the museum's dark mass rose 4 stories, Italian palazzo dreamed up by a dead heiress, all terracotta and limestone, its windows blind to the street. No lights on the upper floors, no movement behind the glass. At the side entrance, the same small metal door Rick Abbott had unlocked for the final visitor 9 hours earlier. A single security light cast a weak yellow cone onto the pavement. The rest of the alley lay in shadow. At 1:24 a.m., the shadows moved. They came from opposite ends of the alley, converging on the door with the unhurried confidence of men who had rehearsed this approach. 2 men, both in Boston Police Department uniforms, navy blue, brass buttons, the familiar badge shaped like a 7-pointed star. The uniforms were good, not perfect, but good enough. The patches were correct, the nameplates were plausible. To a tired guard looking through a small window at 1:24 a.m., they would look like cops. The first man was taller, 6 feet or a little more, with broad shoulders and a way of moving that suggested strength without speed. His fake mustache, dark brown, slightly too thick, sat above a mouth that was pressed into a thin line. His eyes scanned the alley methodically, left to right, then up to the roofline. No cameras, no pedestrians, no cars on the street beyond. The second man was shorter, stockier, with a round face that might have been boyish in better light. He carried a canvas duffel bag over one shoulder, heavy, clinking softly with each step. His uniform fit less well than the first man's, bunching at the shoulders and pulling at the cuffs. He looked nervous. He kept touching his left ear, a tic that would later appear in witness sketches. They stopped 3 feet from the door. The tall man raised his hand and pressed the buzzer. Inside the museum, the buzzer sounded like a distant doorbell, a 2-note chime that echoed through the empty corridors. It was not a loud sound, but in the silence of the Gardner after midnight, it was a violation, a puncture. Rick Abbott was not at the side entrance. By protocol, the side entrance was unstaffed after closing. The buzzer was supposed to route to the security desk in the main lobby, where the on-duty guard would check a small black and white monitor, a cheap CCTV camera aimed at the door, before deciding whether to respond. That was the procedure. That was what Rick had been trained to do. But the monitor was dark. It had been dark since 1 a.m., when the tape in the security recorder had run out. Rick had noticed it during his 1 a.m. patrol. The red light on the recorder had stopped blinking. He'd meant to check it. He'd meant to rethread the tape or call his supervisor or do something other than shrug and continue his rounds. But it was St. Patrick's Day weekend. The museum was quiet. Nothing ever happened here. Nothing had ever happened here. So when the buzzer rang at 1:24 a.m., Rick was not at the security desk. He was in the vestibule near the palace entrance, 30 yards away, pouring himself a cup of lukewarm coffee from a thermos he'd brought from home. The thermos had a picture of a sailboat on it. His girlfriend had given it to him. He was thinking about her, about the fight they'd had that morning, about whether he should call her when his shift ended at 7 a.m. The buzzer rang again. Rick set down the thermos and walked toward the security desk, moving slowly, not alarmed. The museum got false alarms sometimes, drunks from the nearby bars, kids looking for a place to pee, the occasional lost tourist. Most nights, no one buzzed at all. He reached the desk. He looked at the monitor. Black. He tapped the screen. Nothing. He looked at the recorder. The tape had been run out, he realized, because the machine was off. Not paused, not stopped, off, as if someone had unplugged it. He made a mental note. Check the recorder later. Then he picked up the intercom handset and pressed the talk button. "Boston Police," said a voice through the speaker. Rick blinked. "What?" "Boston Police, sir. We're responding to a report of a disturbance in the area. Need you to open the door." The voice was calm, authoritative, slightly bored, the voice of a cop who had made this request 100 times. It belonged to the tall man with the fake mustache. He had practiced it in a mirror. He had learned to flatten his natural accent, to slow his speech, to add a touch of impatience at the end. Rick hesitated. "What kind of disturbance?" "Fight in the parking lot behind the museum. Couple of drunks. We're just checking to see if anyone came this way." "Open the door, sir." Rick looked at the monitor again. Still black. He looked at the logbook, where he'd written the final visitor's entry 8 hours earlier. He looked at the clock on the wall. 1:25 a.m. The procedure was clear. After hours, no one enters the museum without prior authorization. No exceptions. Rick had signed a paper saying he understood this. He had sat through a training session in which his supervisor had said, "No matter what they tell you, no matter who they say they are, you do not open that door without a direct order from me." But the voice on the intercom said Boston Police, and Rick Abbott was 23 years old, and he had never been in trouble, and he wanted to be helpful, and the monitor was black, and the tape had run out, and it was cold outside, and the cops were just asking to look around, and what could it hurt? "1 second," he said. He walked to the side entrance. The corridor was dark, lit only by the exit signs and the faint glow from the security desk behind him. His footsteps echoed. The museum felt larger at night, more cavernous, as if the walls had pulled back in the darkness. He reached the door. He looked through the small window. 2 men in Boston Police uniforms stood on the other side. The taller one had a mustache. The shorter one held a duffel bag. Their breath fogged in the cold air. Behind them, the alley was empty and gray with fog. They looked like cops. They sounded like cops. Rick unlocked the door. The tall man stepped inside first. He moved past Rick without acknowledgement, scanning the corridor with quick, practiced glances. The ceiling, the corners, the door to the stairwell. The shorter man followed, duffel bag bumping against his hip. The door swung shut behind them. The lock clicked into place. "Thanks for your cooperation," the tall man said. "Where's the other guard?" Rick felt the first small prickle of wrongness. He hadn't mentioned another guard. "I'm sorry." "Your partner. The night log shows 2 guards on duty. Where is he?" They had done their homework. They had studied the museum's staffing patterns, read the security reports, maybe even talked to someone on the inside. They knew about Randy Hestand. They knew about the logbook. They knew everything. Rick pointed toward the security desk. He's in the break room, I think. I can go get him." "No need," said the tall man. His voice had changed. The patience was gone. In its place was something flat and final. "We'll go together. Lead the way." Rick led. They walked through the corridor, past the restroom where the final visitor had dried his hands, past the coat check, past the door to the courtyard. The museum's silence pressed in around them. The tall man's boots made no sound, rubber soles, Rick noticed. The shorter man's bag clinked with every other step. They reached the security desk. Randy Hestand was not in the break room. He was at the desk itself, leaning back in a swivel chair, reading a paperback novel by the light of a small gooseneck lamp. The book was a Tom Clancy thriller. Randy looked up as they approached, his expression shifting from boredom to confusion to something else, something Rick would later recognize as the split second before a man realizes he has made a terrible mistake. "Rick," Randa said, "what the hell?" The tall man moved faster than a man his size should have been able to move. He crossed the distance to Randy in 3 steps, and in his hand, suddenly, as if it had always been there, was a pair of handcuffs. "Boston police," the tall man said. "You're going to do exactly what I tell you." Randy stood up. The paperback fell to the floor. "I need to see some identification." The short man stepped forward. He reached into his duffel bag and pulled out a roll of silver duct tape. He tore off a strip with his teeth. "This isn't a request," the tall man said. "Turn around, hands behind your back, now." Randy looked at Rick. Rick looked at Randy. In that shared glance was everything they would later be asked to explain. Why they didn't fight, why they didn't run, why they didn't press the silent alarm that was 18 inches from Randy's right hand. The answer was simple and terrible and true. They had never been trained to believe that anyone would dare. Randy turned around. The tall man cuffed his wrists behind his back. The short man pressed a strip of duct tape over his mouth. Then they both turned to Rick. "You too," said the tall man. "Hands." Rick's hands were shaking. He could feel his heartbeat in his throat, in his temples, in the tips of his fingers. He thought about the monitor, dark. He thought about the tape run out. He thought about the final visitor, drying his hands on a paper towel, saying, "Be careful tonight." He put his hands behind his back. The cuffs were cold. The tape was rough. The tall man's breath smelled like coffee and something else. Spearmint gum, maybe, or toothpaste. A mundane smell. A human smell. It made everything worse. "This way," the tall man said. They marched the guards down the corridor, past the Dutch room, past the short gallery, down a narrow staircase to the basement. The museum's underbelly was a warren of pipes and storage racks and old wooden crates. The air smelled of dust and copper and the faint sweetness of decaying flowers from the courtyard above. In the basement there was a small room used for maintenance supplies. Mops, buckets, a utility sink, a wooden bench bolted to the wall. The tall man pushed Randy inside. The short man pushed Rick after him. "You're going to stay here," the tall man said. "You're going to be quiet. If you're quiet, no one gets hurt. If you make noise..." He let the sentence hang unfinished, more threatening for its incompleteness. He knelt down and wrapped more duct tape around their ankles, their knees, their wrists. He wrapped it around their torsos, pinning their arms to their sides. He wrapped it around their heads, covering their eyes, their mouths, their ears. When he was finished, Rick and Randy were 2 mummified shapes on the cold concrete floor, able to hear only the muffled sounds of their own breathing and the distant thud of footsteps climbing the stairs. The footsteps stopped. The basement door closed. Then there was nothing but silence, and the dark, and the slow, terrible knowledge that above them, in the Dutch room, in the short gallery, in the blue room, 13 works of art were about to vanish from the world. Rick Abath lay on his side, bound and blind, and listened to his own heart. It was 1:36 a.m. The thieves had 81 minutes left. Chapter 3. Rick Abath's Mistake. March 18th, 1990. 1:36 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Basement storage room. 12 minutes after the side door opened, the duct tape was pulled so tight across Rick Abath's eyes that his eyelids peeled back against the adhesive. He squeezed them shut anyway, reflexively, which did nothing except make the bridge of his nose ache. He could feel the tape's edges digging into his temples, his cheekbones, the soft hollows beneath his ears. The man who had applied it had done so with a craftsman's economy, no wasted motion, no loose ends. The tape lapped over itself twice at his left temple, forming a small tab that Rick would later try to rub against his shoulder. The tab would not budge. He could hear Randy Hestand breathing somewhere to his left. The sound was wet and uneven. Randy's nose was half blocked, maybe from the cold, maybe from fear. Rick tried to call out to him, but the tape over his mouth turned his voice into a muffled, useless hum. The sound died against the concrete walls. We're going to die down here, Rick thought. It was not a rational thought. The men in police uniforms had not threatened to kill them. They had not brandished weapons, no guns, no knives, just handcuffs and tape and the quiet, terrible certainty of people who knew exactly what they were doing. But rationality had fled the basement along with the footsteps on the stairs. In its place was a cold, animal certainty that the world had tipped sideways and would not right itself again. Rick tried to remember the training. He had sat through a 4-hour security orientation 6 months ago in a fluorescent-lit room above the gift shop, listening to a retired state trooper named Frank droning about threat assessment and de-escalation protocols. The only thing Rick remembered clearly was Frank saying, "If someone wants to rob this place, they're going to rob this place. Your job is not to be a hero. Your job is to be a good witness." A good witness. He couldn't see. He couldn't speak. He could barely move. His hands were cuffed behind his back and then taped to his ribs, so that his fingers brushed uselessly against the small of his spine. He could feel his wallet pressing against his back pocket. He could feel his keys digging into his thigh. He could feel the cold from the concrete floor seeping through his uniform pants, through his thermal underwear, into the marrow of his bones. He was not being a good witness, he was being a hostage. There was a difference. Above them, the thieves were moving. Rick could hear them, not clearly, not continuously, but in fragments. A door opening somewhere on the first floor, the heavy tread of boots on marble, a muffled voice giving an instruction. Then silence, long enough that Rick began to wonder if they had left, followed by a distant crash. Something wooden striking something harder, maybe a frame hitting a wall, maybe a piece of furniture being dragged across a floor. The sounds were wrong. They didn't match any scenario Rick had imagined. He had imagined, in his idle moments, a thief running through the museum with a painting under his arm, fleeing toward an idling getaway car. Quick, violent, loud. But these sounds were slow, deliberate. Almost domestic, like someone rearranging furniture while the neighbors were away. They're not in a hurry, Rick realized. They have all the time in the world. He tried to calculate. The next shift change wasn't until 7 a.m. No one would come looking for them until the morning janitor arrived at 8. That was more than 6 hours from now. 6 hours in which the thieves could do anything they wanted. Empty the museum room by room, wall by wall, frame by frame. It's my fault, Rick thought. The thought arrived fully formed, without preamble, like a fist closing around his throat. He tried to push it away. He tried to tell himself that no one could have known, that the uniforms had looked real, that the monitor had been broken, that the tape had run out, that there were a dozen reasons why what had happened was not entirely his fault. But the thought would not leave. I opened the door. The memory replayed behind his taped eyelids, high definition and merciless. The buzzer rings. He looks at the monitor. It's black. He should have stopped there. He should have called his supervisor. He should have said, "I can't verify your identity. Please return during business hours." That's what the manual said. That's what Frank, the retired trooper, had drilled into them. But the voice said Boston Police. And Rick had grown up in a house where you respected police. His father had been a firefighter, not a cop, but the principle was the same. When someone in uniform asks for your help, you help. It was almost physiological, that impulse, a civic reflex. So he had walked to the door. He had looked through the window. He had seen two men in blue, their badges catching the light, their breath fogging in the cold, and he had turned the lock. He had turned the lock. Rick's fingers curled into fists behind his back. The handcuffs bit into his wrists. The pain was distant, almost pleasant, a distraction from the larger pain blooming in his chest. What kind of guard opens the door? What kind of idiot? He had asked himself that question 100 times in the 12 minutes since the basement door had closed. He would ask it 1,000 times more in the years to come, in deposition rooms, in therapy sessions, in the dark hours of sleepless nights when the memory of the tape being pulled across his eyes would return with the force of a physical blow. The answer, when it finally came to him, was no comfort at all. The kind of guard who never believed anything would happen. Rick Abath was 23 years old. He had grown up in Quincy, in a split-level house with a chain-link fence and a dog named Otis who ate his own vomit. He had played hockey badly and guitar worse. He had dropped out of community college after 2 semesters because he couldn't decide what to major in, and the loans were starting to pile up. He had taken the Gardner job because his uncle knew someone who knew someone, and because $9.25 an hour was better than the $8.50 he was making at the electronics store in the mall. He was not a bad person. He was not even a bad guard, necessarily. He showed up on time, he did his rounds, he filled out the logbook in neat, legible handwriting. He had never stolen so much as a postcard from the gift shop. But he had never believed, not really, not in his bones, that the museum contained anything worth stealing. Oh, he knew the facts. He had memorized the spiel that the docents gave to the school groups. The Gardner holds one of the finest collections of European art in the Western Hemisphere. Here you will find Rembrandt, Vermeer, Manet, Degas. The only museum where all the works are displayed exactly as their founder intended. He had repeated these words to himself during slow shifts, trying to feel their weight. But they were just words. The paintings were just objects. Old objects, valuable objects, but objects nonetheless. Things that hung on walls and gathered dust. He had never stood in front of the storm on the Sea of Galilee and felt the terror of the disciples in the pitching boat. He had never looked at the concert and wondered what music the 3 women were making, or why Vermeer had painted the light so gently on the young woman's face. He had never understood that art was not property, but presence, that these paintings were not things to be owned, but witnesses to be kept. If he had understood that, maybe he would have fought harder. Maybe he would have pressed the silent alarm when he had the chance. Maybe he would have lied to the men in uniforms, said the other guard was sick, said the door couldn't be opened without a supervisor's code, said anything except 1 second. But he hadn't understood, and now Rembrandt's only seascape was coming off the wall, and the tape over Rick's mouth was wet with his own tears, and somewhere above him a piece of art that had survived 400 years was being wrapped in a blanket, or stuffed into a duffel bag, or dropped on the floor and forgotten. It's my fault. In the darkness, Rick heard Randy shift his weight. The duct tape made a sticky, tearing sound as Randy's shoulder pulled away from the floor. Then Randy's knee bumped against Rick's thigh, deliberately, Rick thought, not accidentally. A signal. I'm here. Rick tried to answer. He flexed his leg, tapping his own knee against Randy's. I'm here too. They lay like that for a while, 2 bound men sharing a small pocket of warmth in a cold basement, listening to the slow destruction of the museum above them. Neither could speak. Neither could see. Neither could do anything except wait and breathe and try not to think about what would happen when the thieves came back down the stairs. The footsteps continued. The crashes continued. The silence stretched and broke and stretched again. And at some point, Rick could not have said when, The sound stopped, not gradually, not with a final crash or a closing door, just stopped, as if someone had thrown a switch. One moment there were footsteps and voices and the scrape of wood on marble. The next moment there was nothing. Rick held his breath. He listened for the basement door. He listened for footsteps on the stairs. He listened for anything, a whisper, a cough, the click of handcuffs being reopened. Nothing. The thieves were gone. It was 2:57 a.m. They had been inside for 81 minutes. They had taken 13 works of art, including some of the most valuable paintings in human history. And they had left behind 2 guards, taped and cuffed and blind in the dark. Rick Abath began to cry. He cried without sound because the tape over his mouth turned his sobs into vibrations, muffled and useless. He cried because he was afraid, and because he was ashamed, and because he had opened the door, and because nothing would ever be the same. He cried until his nose filled with mucus, and he couldn't breathe through it, which meant he had to breathe through his mouth, which meant he had to push air past the tape, which made a wet, fluttering sound that Randy probably heard and probably understood. And then he stopped crying, because there was no point, because the paintings were gone, and the thieves were gone, and the museum would never be whole again, and it was his fault, his fault, his fault. He lay in the dark and waited for morning. Chapter 4. This is a Robbery. March 18th, 1990, 1:28 a.m., Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, first floor corridor. 4 minutes after the side door opened, the tall man with the fake mustache did not raise his voice. That was the strangest thing, Rick Abath would later tell the FBI. Not the uniforms, not the handcuffs, not the duct tape. The quiet. The man spoke in the same calm, almost bored tone that he had used on the intercom, as if he were asking for directions instead of committing the largest art theft in American history. "This is a robbery," he said. The words landed in the corridor like stones dropped into still water, ripples of disbelief, then recognition, then terror. Randy Hestan's hand froze halfway to the silent alarm. Rick Abath's mouth opened and closed without sound. "I need you both to understand something," the tall man continued. He was standing between Rick and the security desk, his body angled so he could see both guards at once. The shorter man had moved to the corridor entrance, duffel bag at his feet, watching the sight lines. "If you do exactly what we say, no one gets hurt. If you don't—" He paused, tilting his head slightly as if listening to something far away. "Well, you're smart people, you can fill in the blanks." He had no gun. Neither of them did. Rick noticed this with the strange, detached clarity that comes with extreme stress, the way the brain latches onto irrelevant details to avoid processing the larger horror. The tall man's hands were empty. The short man's hands were empty. The duffel bag contained something that clinked, but not like metal, like glass, like frames. "They're not here to kill us," Rick thought. "They're here to steal paintings. Paintings don't shoot back." But the absence of weapons made it worse, somehow. If the men had been holding guns, Rick would have understood the script. He had seen movies. He knew how armed robbery worked, the shouting, the threats, the frantic energy of people who were one wrong move away from violence. This was different. This was calm. This was rehearsed. This was professional. "Turn around," the tall man said. "Hands behind your backs, you first." He nodded at Randy. Randy hesitated. Rick could see the calculation happening behind his eyes, the same calculation that was happening behind Rick's own. They were 2 men in their 20s, reasonably fit, reasonably young. The tall man was bigger than either of them, but the short man was smaller. If they fought, if they rushed him together, if they know. The thought died before it could fully form, Because even if they overpowered these two men, what then? There were probably more of them outside. There were probably vehicles waiting. There were probably contingency plans for every possible resistance. And even if there weren't, even if this was just two men with duct tape and handcuffs and a lot of nerve, the museum had no weapons, no panic buttons that weren't already behind the desk, no security guards with guns, no police on speed dial except the regular 911, and the phones were 20 feet away, and the tall man was standing between them and those phones. Randy turned around. The tall man produced the handcuffs from a pouch on his belt. Not standard-issue BPD cuffs, Rick noticed, but something heavier, black instead of silver, with a double-locking mechanism that clicked twice as Randy's wrists were secured. The tall man pulled the cuffs tight, tighter than necessary, so that Randy gasped. "Sorry," the tall man said, and he didn't sound sorry at all. "Borrowed these from a friend. They run small." He turned to Rick. "Your turn." Rick put his hands behind his back. The cuffs closed around his wrists with the same double click. The metal was cold and rough, with a burr on the inside of the left cuff that would later leave a small crescent-shaped scar on his skin. He would discover the scar the next morning, in the hospital, when a nurse wiped the blood away and asked if he wanted a tetanus shot. "No," he would say, "I want to go home." But that was later. Right now, he was standing in the corridor of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, with his hands cuffed behind his back. And the tall man was pulling a strip of duct tape from a roll that the short man had produced from the duffel bag, and the sound of the tape tearing was the loudest thing Rick had ever heard. "Downstairs," the tall man said. He guided them with gentle pressure on their shoulders, not pushing, not shoving, just a hand on each man's upper arm, steering them like a crossing guard steering children. The short man walked behind them, duffel bag bumping against his hip, the roll of tape in his free hand. They moved through the corridor, past the ticket booth, past the coat check, past the door to the courtyard. The museum's night lighting was minimal, just the exit signs and a few low-wattage bulbs along the floor, casting long shadows that seemed to move independently of the men who cast them. Rick's footsteps echoed. Randy's footsteps echoed. The thieves' footsteps made no sound at all. Rubber soles, Rick remembered. They planned for silence. They reached the stairwell door, a heavy fire door painted institutional green, with a push bar across the middle. The tall man pushed it open and gestured for Randy to go first. Randy descended the stairs, his cuffed hands bumping against the railing. Rick followed. The short man came last, pulling the door closed behind him with a soft click. The basement was colder than the first floor. The air smelled of concrete and old pipes and something organic. Mildew, maybe, or the remains of the flowers that were delivered every Monday for the courtyard. The lighting was fluorescent, harsh and flickering, casting everything in a sickly greenish glow. They walked past the furnace room, past the electrical panels, past a row of metal shelving units stacked with boxes labeled Holiday Decor and Spare Bulbs and Do Not Open. At the end of the corridor was a small room with a wooden door, propped open by a bucket. Inside, mops, brooms, a utility sink, a wooden bench bolted to the cinder block wall, and a floor drain that smelled faintly of bleach. The maintenance closet. "In here," the tall man said. Randy stopped at the threshold. "Come on, man," he said. His voice was higher than usual, strained. "You don't have to do this. We won't tell anyone. We'll say we never saw your faces. Just leave." The tall man put a hand on Randy's shoulder and pushed. Not hard, just enough to break his balance. Randy stumbled into the closet, his shoulder hitting the bench, his cuffed hands swinging uselessly behind him. He caught himself against the wall and turned around, his face pale in the fluorescent light. "Please," he said. The tall man ignored him. He turned to Rick. "Inside, sit on the floor, back against the wall." Rick obeyed. He lowered himself to the concrete floor, wincing as his cuffed wrists pressed against the cinder blocks behind him. The cold went through his uniform pants like a knife. He could feel his tailbone settling against a crack in the concrete, a small jagged edge that would leave a bruise the size of a quarter. Randy sat down beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. The contact was accidental, but Rick did not pull away. Neither did Randy. The short man knelt in front of them and set down the duffel bag. He unzipped it. Inside were several rolls of duct tape, silver, the wide kind, the kind contractors use to seal heating ducts, plus a pair of scissors, a box cutter, and a bundle of zip ties. No weapons, no masks. Nothing that would look suspicious if they were stopped on the way out. The short man pulled out a roll of tape and tore off a strip with his teeth. The sound was a sharp rip that echoed off the cinder block walls. "Open," he said to Randy. Randy pressed his lips together, shaking his head. The short man sighed, an actual sigh, as if Randy's resistance was merely inconvenient rather than threatening, and reached out with his free hand. He pinched Randy's nose closed between his thumb and forefinger. Randy held out for 7 seconds. Then his mouth opened, gasping for air, and the short man pressed the tape over his lips, smoothing it down with his palm, wrapping it around the sides of his face so that it stuck to his cheeks and jaw. He did the same to Rick. The tape tasted like nothing, not chemicals, not adhesive, just the faint salt of the short man's fingers and the dry paper taste of the tape itself. Rick tried to keep his mouth closed, but the short man pinched his nose the same way, and Rick's body betrayed him, and the tape went on. Then the short man taped their ankles, then their knees, then their wrists to their sides, wrapping the tape around their torsos so that their arms were pinned against their ribs. Then he wrapped more tape around their heads, over their eyes, over their ears, over the tape that was already over their mouths, until Rick could see nothing, hear nothing, say nothing. The world became a small, dark, muffled box. The tall man had not spoken during the taping. Now he knelt down in front of them. Rick could feel the displacement of air, the warmth of another body close to his own, and spoke in a voice so low that it was almost a whisper. "You're going to be here for a while," he said. "Someone will find you in the morning. Until then, I need you to stay calm. Don't struggle. The tape will loosen if you relax. If you fight it, it'll get tighter. Understand?" Rick nodded. He felt Randy nod beside him. "Good," the tall man said. "One more thing. We're going to be upstairs for the next hour or so. You're going to hear noises, bumps, crashes. Don't let them frighten you. We're not destroying anything. We're just relocating some things." He stood up. Rick heard the creak of his knees, the soft brush of his rubber-soled shoes on the concrete floor. "Try to sleep," the tall man said. "You'll need your energy for the statements you're going to give the police." Then he walked to the door. The short man followed. The door closed. A lock clicked. Not a deadbolt, just the simple latch. But it might as well have been iron. Footsteps receded down the corridor. Then they were gone. Rick lay in the dark and tried to breathe. The first crash came at 1:47 a.m. It was a splintering sound, wood breaking, not glass, followed by a clatter that Rick recognized as something heavy hitting a marble floor. He flinched, his whole body jerking against the tape, which held him fast. Beside him, Randy made a muffled sound that might have been a curse or a prayer. The Dutch room, Rick thought. They're in the Dutch room. He had walked through that room 100 times. He knew the placement of every painting, the weight of every frame, the exact spot where the floor creaked near the Rembrandt self-portrait. He could picture the thieves moving through the space, could see the tall man reaching up to lift a masterpiece off its hooks, could see the short man wrapping it in whatever they had brought. Blankets, maybe, or bubble wrap, or nothing at all. Another crash. This one was sharper. Glass, definitely glass, though Rick couldn't imagine what glass they might be breaking. The paintings had glass over them, protective glass, but that would have shattered differently. This sounded like a vase, or a frame, or something small and precious being dropped. The finial, Rick thought, though he didn't know that word yet. The little bronze eagle on top of the Chinese vase. He would learn the word later from the FBI. He would learn a lot of words later. Finial, seascape, concert, self-portrait, empty frames, words that would follow him for the rest of his life. At 2:04 a.m., the footsteps crossed above them, from the Dutch room to the short gallery, then to the blue room, then back again. The thieves were moving methodically, room to room, wall to wall. They knew exactly what they wanted. They were not browsing, they were collecting. At 2:22 a.m., something heavy was dragged across the floor, directly above the maintenance closet. Rick felt the vibration through the ceiling, through the walls, through the concrete floor beneath his back. Dust sifted down from the pipes overhead, settling on his taped face like cold snow. What are they taking? He wondered. How much? He would learn that too later. 13 pieces in total. Paintings, drawings, a Chinese vase and a bronze eagle, a finial from a Napoleonic flag. The most valuable haul in the history of art crime. And Rick Abbott, rookie guard, was lying in a basement closet listening to it disappear. At 2:51 a.m., the footsteps stopped. Rick held his breath. He counted to 60, then to 100, then to 200. No footsteps, no crashes, no voices. He exhaled. The tape over his mouth fluttered. They're gone, he thought. They're actually gone. He waited for the basement door to open. He waited for the thieves to come back and finish what they had started. To tighten the tape, to cut something, to do something that would explain why his heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his teeth. But the door did not open. The footsteps did not return. The thieves had left the museum the same way they had entered, through the side door, into the fog, onto the street, into history. They had taken the art and left the guards and vanished, as thoroughly as if they had never been there at all. Rick lay in the dark and listened to Randy breathe. It was 2:57 a.m. They would not be found for another 5 hours and 18 minutes. Chapter 5, The 81-Minute Window, March 18, 1990, 1:36 a.m. to 2:57, Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, Dutch Room, Short Gallery, Blue Room, The Thieves at Work. The tall man whose name would never be known stopped at the threshold of the Dutch Room and allowed himself a single moment of pure, unguarded appreciation. He had been here before. Not in person. He had never set foot in the Gardner until tonight, had never purchased a ticket or walked the galleries with a map or pretended to be a tourist. But he had studied this room for months. Photographs, floor plans, security reports, the testimonies of docents who had described the layout in casual conversation. He knew that the Dutch room was 28 feet wide and 32 feet long. He knew that the walls were covered in deep red silk damask, which had been replaced in 1983, but still looked old. He knew that the lighting was designed to mimic natural daylight, even at night, even when no one was watching. He knew that Rembrandt's only seascape hung on the south wall, directly across from the entrance, where it had hung since 1903, when Isabella Gardner herself had placed it there. And now at 1:36 a.m. on March 18, 1990, he was going to take it. "Get the cart," he said to the shorter man who was already pulling off his police jacket to reveal a dark sweater underneath. "We'll start with the big one." The cart was a collapsible hand truck that they had left in the loading bay earlier that night, hidden behind a dumpster. It was nothing special. The kind of cart that janitors use to move boxes, available at any hardware store for $40. The shorter man retrieved it in less than 2 minutes, rolling it silently across the marble floor, its rubber wheels leaving faint gray tracks that the morning janitor would later mistake for dust. The tall man had already crossed the Dutch room and was standing before the storm on the Sea of Galilee. He was not a religious man. He did not believe in art as transcendence or beauty as salvation. But he understood value, not monetary value, though he understood that too, but the deeper value that came from scarcity and desire. There were only 36 known Vermeers in the world. There was only one Rembrandt seascape. There was only one self-portrait that showed the old man bankrupt and broken and still painting like a god. These things were irreplaceable. That was why they were valuable. That was why someone would pay for them, eventually, in a basement in Zurich or a warehouse in Tokyo or a private collection that would never see the light of day. Or maybe not, he thought. Maybe they'll just sit in a locker somewhere waiting for the heat to die down, waiting for the reward to get high enough, waiting for the right buyer who doesn't ask questions. He didn't care. He was not the buyer. He was the middleman, the muscle, the man with the fake mustache and the rubber-soled shoes. He had been paid already, $50,000 in a paper bag, delivered to a parking garage in Vermeer 3 nights ago. His job was simple. Get in, take the paintings, get out, hand them off. What happened after that was not his problem. He reached up and lifted the painting off its hooks. It was heavier than he expected. The frame was original, 17th-century gilded wood, intricately carved with acanthus leaves and cherub heads. The painting itself was medium-sized, about 5 feet wide and 4 feet tall, but the frame added another 20 pounds. The tall man grunted as he lifted it, adjusting his grip, feeling the weight settle into his lower back. "Careful," the shorter man whispered from behind him. "Don't drop it." "I'm not going to drop it." He turned slowly, the painting held against his chest like a child, and walked it to the cart. The shorter man had laid a heavy blanket across the cart's platform, navy blue, wool, the kind you bought at an Army-Navy store. The tall man set the painting down on the blanket, face up, and the shorter man wrapped the blanket around it, tucking the corners in so that no canvas was exposed. "Next," the tall man said. They took A Lady and Gentleman in Black next, another Rembrandt, smaller than the seascape, hanging on the east wall near the window. It came off its hooks more easily, and the tall man carried it to the cart with one hand, while the shorter man rearranged the blanket to accommodate both paintings side by side. Then the Flink, landscape with an obelisk. It looked like a Rembrandt had been mistaken for a Rembrandt for decades, but it wasn't. The tall man didn't care, it was valuable anyway. It went on the cart, then the self-portrait. The tall man paused in front of it, Rembrandt at 53. The face was old before its time, jowly, tired, the eyes ringed with dark circles. The nose was bulbous and red-veined. The mouth was set in a line that could have been resignation or defiance or both. The self-portrait was not beautiful. It was not even particularly flattering. But it was honest in a way that most paintings were not, and the tall man found himself staring at it longer than he intended. "You okay?" the shorter man asked. "Yeah," the tall man said. "Just looking." He lifted the self-portrait off the wall. It was the lightest of the Rembrandts, small enough to fit under his arm. He carried it to the cart and set it down gently, almost reverently, and then he shook off the feeling and went back for the Vermeer. The concert was different. It was smaller than the Rembrandts, only about 2.5 feet tall, but it seemed to glow from within, even under the museum's dim night lights. The 3 women, one standing at a harpsichord, 2 seated, were caught in a moment of quiet domesticity, their faces calm, their hands poised over keys and strings. The light in the painting was golden and soft, as if it were coming from a window that opened onto a perpetual afternoon. The tall man had seen reproductions of the concert in books. He had memorized its dimensions and its provenance and its estimated value. But seeing it in person, even in the half-dark, was different. The colors were richer than any photograph could capture. The expressions of the women were more ambiguous. Were they listening to the music or lost in their own thoughts? The tall man could not tell. He reached up and lifted it off the wall. It weighed almost nothing. He carried it to the cart with his fingertips as if it might shatter, and the shorter man wrapped it in a separate blanket, isolating it from the other paintings. They had discussed this in advance. The Vermeer was the most valuable piece in the museum, worth more than all the Rembrandts combined, according to the man who had hired them. It needed special handling. One more, the tall man said. The Manet. Chez Tortoni was in the short gallery, not the Dutch room. A small painting of a man in a top hat sitting at a cafe table, a beer in front of him. It was not as famous as the Rembrandts or the Vermeer, but it was still a Manet, still worth millions, still on the list. The tall man found it easily. He had walked the short gallery in his mind 100 times. The Manet was on the north wall, between a Degas drawing and a Whistler etching. He lifted it off its hook, carried it to the cart, and set it down beside the self-portrait. "Done," he said. The shorter man looked at the cart. 5 paintings, 1 Vermeer, 3 Rembrandts, 1 Flink, 1 Manet, plus the Degas drawings. They would come back for those, plus the Chinese vase, plus the finial, plus the Napoleonic eagle. The cart was already full. "We need another trip," the shorter man said. "I know," said the tall man. "Let's move this stuff to the loading bay first. Then we come back for the rest." They rolled the cart out of the Dutch room, down the corridor, past the security desk, empty, the monitor still black, and into the loading bay. The bay door was open. They had disabled the lock earlier during their reconnaissance, and the fog drifted in, cold and damp. A white van was parked outside, engine off, no plates. The tall man lifted the paintings off the cart one by one and loaded them into the van. He placed the Vermeer in the back, wedged between 2 cardboard boxes filled with packing peanuts. The Rembrandts went next to it, then the Flink, then the Manet. He worked quickly but carefully, as if he were loading groceries rather than masterpieces. "Back inside," he said. "We're not done." The second trip took longer. They went first to the short gallery and removed the Degas drawings. 5 of them, small works on paper, each one worth a fortune. The tall man had been told to take only the Degas drawings from the short gallery, nothing else. But he paused in front of a Rembrandt etching and considered it. No, he thought, stick to the list. They took the Chinese vase next, a large ornate goo from the Shang dynasty, sitting on a pedestal in the Dutch room. The tall man lifted it carefully, cradling it in both arms, and carried it to the van. The shorter man followed with the bronze finial that had sat on top of the vase, a small, intricately carved eagle that had once belonged to Napoleon's imperial guard. "What do we want this for?" the shorter man asked, holding the finial up to the light. It was the size of a soda can, dull with age. "It was on the list," the tall man said. "Put it in the bag." The shorter man shrugged and dropped the finial into the duffel bag, where it clinked against something else, a small bronze eagle from a Napoleonic flag, which they had taken from a display case in the blue room. The eagle had been sitting on top of a cabinet for decades, unguarded, unremarked, worth almost nothing compared to the paintings. But it was on the list, so they took it. The final item was a small watercolor by Degas, not a drawing this time, but an actual painting, smaller than a sheet of paper, hanging in a hallway near the gift shop. The tall man almost missed it. He had to go back and check the list 3 times before he found it, tucked behind a door that had been left ajar. "Anything else?" the shorter man asked. The tall man looked at the list. It was handwritten on a sheet of notebook paper, folded into quarters, smudged at the edges. 13 items. He counted them off on his fingers. The seascape, the lady and gentleman, the flink, the self-portrait, the Vermeer, the Manet, the 5 Degas drawings, the Chinese vase, the finial, the Napoleonic eagle, the watercolor. 13. That's everything, he said. He folded the list and put it in his pocket. Then he walked back through the museum one last time, checking the rooms, making sure they hadn't left anything behind. The Dutch room was a wreck. Empty frames hanging on the walls, a pedestal without a vase, a faint smell of turpentine that might have been his imagination or might have been the ghost of the paintings themselves. He paused in front of the empty frame that had held The Storm on the Sea of Galilee. The frame was still beautiful, gilded, carved, ornate. But without the painting inside it, it looked like a window into nothing. Good, he thought. Let them see the empty frames. Let them remember. He turned and walked out of the Dutch room for the last time. The van started on the first try. The tall man drove. The shorter man sat in the passenger seat, the duffel bag between his feet, the finial clinking softly with every bump in the road. They did not speak. They did not turn on the radio. They drove through the fog in silence, past the Fenway, past the Mass Pike, past the city limits, into the suburbs where no one was looking for them, because no one yet knew they existed. At 3:05 a.m., the tall man pulled into a parking lot behind a strip mall in Revere. A black sedan was waiting for them, engine running, windows tinted. The tall man got out of the van. He opened the back doors. He lifted the Vermeer out first and carried it to the sedan, handing it through the driver's window to a pair of gloved hands. Then the Rembrandts, then the flink, then the Manet, then the Degas drawings, the vase, the finials, the watercolor. The sedan's back seat filled up quickly, the paintings stacked like firewood, wrapped in blankets and bubble wrap and the kind of care that came from practice. "Good work," said the voice from the sedan. It was a man's voice, older than the tall man's, rougher, with an accent the tall man could not place. "Your payment will be in the usual place." The tall man nodded. He did not ask where the paintings were going. He did not ask who had ordered the theft. He did not ask anything at all, because that was the agreement. He did the job. He got paid. He forgot everything else. The sedan pulled away, the van followed, heading toward the rental lot where it would be returned, cleaned, anonymous. At 4:17 a.m., the tall man was home, sitting in his kitchen, drinking a glass of water. The fake mustache was in the trash. The police uniform was in a bag waiting to be burned. The handcuffs were back in the pouch where they belonged. He looked at his hands. They were clean. No paint, no blood, no evidence of anything. He went to bed. In the basement of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, Rick Abbott lay on the concrete floor, still taped, still cuffed, still blind. He did not know that the thieves were gone. He did not know that the paintings were already miles away. He did not know that the museum had just lost $500 million worth of art, or that the case would never be solved, or that his name would become synonymous with the greatest art heist in history. He only knew that he was cold and afraid, and that his mouth was dry, and that somewhere above him, the museum was silent. He closed his eyes behind the tape and tried to sleep. Chapter 6. The Dutch Room. Cutting Rembrandt's Storm on the Sea of Galilee. From its frame, March 18, 1990. 1:41 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The Dutch Room. 5 minutes after the thieves began. The tall man with the fake mustache stood before Rembrandt's only seascape and realized he had a problem. The painting was too big. He had known the dimensions, of course. He had memorized them. 63 inches wide, 51 inches high. But knowing the numbers and standing before the actual object were two different things. The frame was massive, gilded, carved, original to the 17th century, heavier than any frame he had ever lifted. The canvas inside it was not flexible, not foldable, not anything that could be easily stuffed into a duffel bag or rolled up like a poster. It was a slab of painted linen, 4 centuries old, and it was not designed to be moved. "We're going to have to cut it out," the shorter man said, reading his thoughts. The tall man shook his head. "We're not cutting anything. The frame stays intact." That was the instruction. The instruction didn't account for the weight. "Look at this thing." The shorter man ran his hand along the frame's lower edge, feeling the carved acanthus leaves, the cherub heads, the intricate scrollwork. "It must weigh 40 pounds, maybe 50. We put this in the van with the others. It's going to crush the Vermeer." "Then we put it on top." "On top of what?" "The van's not that big." They stood in silence for a moment, 2 men in a darkened room contemplating the logistics of art theft. The tall man had stolen paintings before, small ones mostly, from private collections and poorly secured galleries. He had never attempted anything on this scale. He had never stood in front of a Rembrandt and wondered how to get it out the door. "The frame stays," he said finally. "We'll take the painting out of the frame and roll the canvas. Carefully. Then we put the frame back on the wall." "That's crazy. Why would we put the frame back?" "So they don't know we took the painting until morning. Gives us more time." The shorter man considered this. "They're going to notice eventually." "Eventually isn't now. Now we need to move." He pulled a small tool from his pocket, a flathead screwdriver, the kind you use to open paint cans. He inserted the tip between the frame and the canvas, feeling for the staples or nails or whatever held the painting in place. The gap was narrow. The canvas was taut. He could smell it from here: old linen, aged varnish, the faint chemical residue of centuries of restoration. He pried. The first staple came out with a soft pop that echoed through the Dutch room like a gunshot. Both men froze, listening. Nothing. No alarms, no footsteps, no voices. The museum was asleep. The tall man pried another staple, then another, then another. He worked his way around the frame, moving clockwise, removing each staple with the same careful pressure. The canvas began to sag in the middle, losing its tension, drooping like a sail in calm weather. "Hold it," he said to the shorter man. "Don't let it fall." The shorter man placed his palms against the canvas, pressing it gently against the wall. The painting was cold to the touch. The museum kept the Dutch room at 68 degrees, but the canvas itself was colder, as if it were preserving its own chill from some earlier century. The shorter man could feel the texture of the paint beneath his fingers, the thick impasto of the waves, the smooth glaze of the sky, the tiny raised dots that Rembrandt had used to create the illusion of foam on the water. He had never touched a Rembrandt before. He would never touch one again. "Got it," the tall man said, removing the final staple. "Lift it out, gently." They lifted the canvas together, 1 man on each side, their fingers gripping the edges where the linen was thickest. The painting came free of the frame with a soft sigh, not a sound exactly, but a release of pressure, as if the canvas had been holding its breath for 300 years and was finally exhaling. They carried it to the cart. The shorter man had laid out a blanket on the cart's platform. Not a museum-quality blanket, just a cheap wool throw from a department store. They set the painting down, face up, the storm still raging, the disciples still crying out, the greenish-gray waves still towering over the little boat. "Roll it," the tall man said. The shorter man hesitated. "Roll it? Like a poster." "Like a poster. Start from the bottom." They rolled. The canvas bent, the paint cracked. Somewhere in the layers of varnish and pigment, molecules shifted, bonds broke, centuries of stability undone in less than 30 seconds. The tall man did not think about this. He did not think about the conservators who would one day weep over the damage. He did not think about the art historians who would never see the painting again. He thought about the van, the handoff, the money. The rolled canvas was the size of a large poster tube. They wrapped it in the blanket and secured it with duct tape, then laid it on the cart beside the other paintings. "What about the frame?" the shorter man asked. The tall man looked at the empty frame still hanging on the wall. The gilded wood gleamed in the low light, beautiful and useless. He had said they would put it back, but now that the canvas was gone, the frame looked like a corpse, a shell with nothing inside. "Leave it," he said. "Let them see what's missing." Chapter 7. The Vermeer Interruption. Why they took the concert but left a similar work. March 18, 1990. 1:52 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, the Dutch Room. 11 minutes after the Rembrandt was rolled, the tall man had been told to take 3 Vermeers. That was what the list said in the handwriting he had come to know over the past 3 months. Vermeer times 3. Dutch Room. He had assumed the museum had 3 Vermeers. He had planned for 3 Vermeers. He had brought 3 separate blankets for 3 separate paintings, each one color-coded for easy identification. But when he stood in the Dutch Room and looked at the wall where the Vermeers were supposed to hang, he saw only one. "Where are the others?" he asked the shorter man, who was busy wrapping the Manet in bubble wrap. The shorter man looked up. "What others?" "The Vermeers. There are supposed to be 3. The shorter man shrugged. "Maybe they moved them. Maybe the list is wrong." The tall man pulled the list from his pocket and read it again, holding it close to his face in the dim light. Vermeer times 3. Dutch Room. The handwriting was clear. The instruction was unambiguous. But the wall in front of him held only a single Vermeer. The concert, the painting of the 3 women making music, its golden light glowing in the darkness. He walked to the other side of the room, checking the walls, checking the corners, checking the small anteroom where the museum sometimes hung temporary exhibitions. Nothing. No Vermeers. Just the concert, alone and luminous, as if it had been waiting for him. "We take this one," he said. "We leave the others." "What others?" "There are no others." "There are supposed to be others. But they're not here, so we take this one and we go." He lifted the concert off the wall. It was smaller than the Rembrandts, lighter, easier to handle. The frame was simpler, too, less ornate, less gilded, as if Vermeer himself had wanted the focus to remain on the women and their music. The tall man carried the painting to the cart. He did not roll it. The instructions had been specific. Vermeer do not roll, keep flat, keep separate. He laid it on its own blanket, wrapped it carefully, and placed it in the corner of the cart where nothing would bump against it. Then he looked back at the empty space on the wall where the other Vermeers should have been. Where did they go? He would never know. The museum had only 1 Vermeer. It had always had only 1 Vermeer. The list had been wrong, or deliberately misleading, or based on outdated information, or written by someone who had never actually visited the Gardner and had assumed that a museum of its caliber must have more than 1. But the tall man did not know this. He would spend the rest of his life wondering about the 2 missing Vermeers, wondering if they had been moved, or sold, or stolen by someone else, or if they had ever existed at all. The concert was enough. It was more than enough. It was worth more than everything else in the van combined, and the tall man knew it. He touched the blanket that covered it, feeling the hard rectangle of the frame beneath the wool. 1 Vermeer, he thought. 1 is plenty. Chapter 8. The self-portrait, the only Rembrandt self-portrait in existence, now gone. March 18, 1990, 2:03 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, the Dutch Room. 22 minutes before the thieves left. The self-portrait was small. That was the first thing the tall man noticed when he turned to face it. After the massive seascape, after the solid presence of a lady and gentleman in black, after the glowing mystery of the concert, the self-portrait seemed almost insignificant, a postage stamp on a wall of billboards. It measured only about 8 inches tall, framed in simple dark wood, hanging at eye level near the window. But the face stopped him. Rembrandt van Rijn had painted himself dozens of times over the course of his long, difficult life. As a young dandy with curling hair, as a prosperous merchant in velvet and fur, as an aging man with jowls and wrinkles and the haunted eyes of someone who had buried a wife and children and most of his dreams. But this self-portrait was different. This was the last one. The final self-portrait, the one he had painted in 1665 when he was 53 years old, bankrupt, broken, but still painting like a man possessed. The tall man did not know any of this. He did not know that this was the only Rembrandt self-portrait in any American museum. He did not know that the others were in London and Vienna and The Hague and Florence, scattered across the Atlantic like fragments of a broken mirror. He did not know that Isabella Stewart Gardner had bought this painting for $5,000 in 1896, when Rembrandt was out of fashion and no one else wanted it. He only knew that the face was looking at him. "You're staring," the shorter man said. "I'm not staring." "You're staring. It's just a painting. Take it and let's go." The tall man reached for the frame. His fingers touched the wood, warm, surprisingly warm, as if the painting had absorbed the heat of the room over the centuries and was holding on to it. He lifted it off the hook. The painting was light in his hands, almost weightless, as if the face had somehow diminished the physical substance of the thing. He turned it over. On the back, written in faded brown ink, was a single word: Rembrandt, not Rembrandt van Rijn, not the name of the painting or the year or the provenance, just Rembrandt, as if the man himself had signed the back of his own face, claiming it as his own. The tall man carried the self-portrait to the cart. He placed it on top of the other paintings face down so that the back was visible. The word Rembrandt stared up at him like a signature, like a confession, like a curse. He covered it with a blanket and walked away. Chapter 9. The Finial. A Napoleonic eagle snipped from a Chinese vase, March 18, 1990, 2:27 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, the Dutch Room. 3 minutes before the thieves finished, the Chinese vase was an afterthought. It was not on the original list. The tall man had memorized that list months ago, had run through it in his head 1,000 times, had practiced removing each item with the precision of a surgeon. The Rembrandts, the Vermeer, the Manet, the Degas drawings. That was the heist. That was the score. Everything else was just decoration. But 3 days before the heist, a new instruction had come through. Take the guillou, take the finial, take the eagle. The tall man had no idea what a gu was. He had to look it up in a library book, sitting in the back of a Chinese restaurant in Quincy, tracing the outline of a bronze vase with his finger. A gu was a ritual wine vessel from the Shang dynasty, 3,000 years old, intricately decorated with Taoti masks and cicada patterns, worth maybe $500,000. Not nothing, but not a Rembrandt. The finial was even stranger. It was a small bronze eagle, about 6 inches tall, that sat on top of the vase. It had once belonged to Napoleon Bonaparte, had been part of the imperial standard of his guard, carried into battle at Austerlitz and Waterloo, captured and sold and traded, and eventually donated to the Gardner by a Boston collector who had bought it at auction in Paris in 1922. Why anyone would want it, the tall man could not imagine, but the instruction was clear and the money was good, and so he walked to the corner of the Dutch room where the vase sat on its pedestal, the eagle perched on top like a tiny sentinel. "Help me with this," he said to the shorter man. They lifted the vase together. It was heavier than it looked, bronze, not ceramic, dense with centuries of oxidation. The eagle wobbled on top, its wings spread, its beak open in a silent scream. "Snip it," the tall man said. The shorter man pulled a small pair of wire cutters from his pocket. He reached up and positioned the blades around the base of the eagle, where it attached to the vase. The connection was simple. A thin bronze stem, no thicker than a pencil, soldered in place 300 years ago. He snipped. The eagle came free with a soft ping, tumbling into the shorter man's palm. He held it up to the light. The bronze was dark with age, almost black, but the details were still sharp. The feathers on the wings, the curve of the beak, the tiny eyes that had once looked out over Napoleon's armies. "Weird," the shorter man said. "Put it in the bag," said the tall man. The shorter man dropped the eagle into the duffel bag, where it clinked against something else, the bronze finial from the top of the vase, which they had removed moments earlier. Two small bronze objects, one from Napoleon's standard, one from a Chinese wine vessel, both worth more than most people made in a year. They carried the vase to the van, walking carefully, their footsteps echoing in the empty museum. The vase went in the back, wedged between the Rembrandts and the Degas drawings, its empty top pointing toward the ceiling. The eagle went in the duffel bag, forgotten, insignificant, waiting to become the strangest piece of evidence in the strangest case in art history. Chapter 10. The tape on the camera. Motion detectors disabled, but why no alarm on the case? March 18th, 1990. 1:15 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Security desk. 9 minutes before the thieves rang the buzzer. The security camera had been dead for 15 minutes before the thieves even arrived. Rick Abbott had noticed it during his 1 a.m. patrol. The red light on the recorder had stopped blinking, which meant the tape had run out or the machine had been turned off, or something had gone wrong with the wiring. He had meant to check it. He had even walked toward the recorder, intending to rethread the tape or call his supervisor, or do something other than shrug and continue his rounds. But it was St. Patrick's Day weekend. He was tired. His girlfriend was angry at him. The museum was quiet. He did not check the recorder. What he did not know, what no one would know for months until the FBI brought in a forensic technician to examine the machine, was that the recorder had not simply run out of tape. It had been turned off, deliberately. The power switch on the back of the unit was in the off position, and the plug connecting the recorder to the camera had been partially pulled from its socket, not enough to fall out, just enough to break the connection. Someone had disabled the camera, someone who knew where the recorder was kept, someone who had access to the security desk, someone who had been in the museum before, during the day, pretending to be a tourist, memorizing the layout, testing the equipment. The final visitor, perhaps, the man in the overcoat who had asked to use the restroom at 4:58 p.m. He had been inside the museum for 5 minutes, more than enough time to locate the security desk, examine the recorder, and loosen the plug. But that was speculation. The only thing the FBI knew for certain was that the camera had been disabled, and that Rick Abbott had not noticed, and that the thieves had walked through the side entrance without their faces being recorded. The motion detectors were another mystery. The Gardner had a basic motion detection system in the Dutch room, passive infrared sensors mounted in the corners of the ceiling, designed to trigger an alarm if anyone moved through the room after hours. The system was old, installed in 1982, never upgraded, never tested, never maintained. The museum had spent more money on flowers for the courtyard than on security for the art. But the system worked, or it should have worked. The sensors were active, the wiring was intact, the control panel was armed. When the tall man walked into the Dutch room at 1:36 a.m., his body heat should have triggered the sensors. The alarm should have sounded. The police should have been called. No alarm sounded. The FBI would later determine that the motion detectors had been covered with tape, ordinary duct tape, the same kind used to bind the guards, applied to the sensors in a way that blocked their view of the room. The tape was still there in the morning, still stuck to the sensors, still covering the little plastic lenses that should have seen everything. But when had the tape been applied? Not during the heist. The thieves had been in the Dutch room for less than an hour, and they had not brought a ladder. The sensors were on the ceiling, 12 feet up. Someone had needed a ladder to reach them. Someone had needed time. Someone had needed to know exactly where the sensors were located, and how many there were, and how to disable them, without triggering a tamper alert. The final visitor again, or someone like him. Someone who had come to the museum during the day when the galleries were full of tourists and docents and security guards who were not paying attention. Someone who had carried a small roll of duct tape in his pocket and a step stool in a bag, and the patience to wait until no one was looking. The tape was still there in the morning. The FBI photographed it, removed it, tested it for fingerprints. They found nothing. The tape was generic, sold at thousands of hardware stores across the country. The fingerprints were smudged, unidentifiable, possibly from the factory workers who had packaged the tape, possibly from the thieves, possibly from anyone. The motion detectors had been disabled. The camera had been disabled. The guards had been bound and taped. The art had been taken. And the alarm on the display cases, the glass cases that held the Degas drawings, the Chinese vase, the Napoleonic eagle, had never been connected at all. That was the final irony. The museum had spent thousands of dollars on motion detectors and security cameras and training for the guards. But the display cases themselves had no alarms, no sensors, no wires. Nothing to stop a thief from opening the case and removing the art except a simple glass door with a simple brass latch, the kind you could open with a fingernail. The thieves had not needed to cut the glass. They had not needed to break anything. They had simply lifted the latch, opened the door, and taken what they wanted. The Degas drawings were in a case near the short gallery. The Chinese vase was on a pedestal in the Dutch room, no case at all. The Napoleonic eagle was sitting on top of a cabinet in the blue room, unguarded, unsecured, as if the museum had forgotten it existed. The FBI would ask the museum's director why the cases had no alarms. The director would say that the museum had always relied on its guards and its reputation, and the assumption that no one would ever be foolish enough to steal from Isabella Stewart Gardner. The FBI would write this down. They would not smile. The tape on the camera, the tape on the motion detectors, the missing tape in the recorder, the unarmed cases, the rookie guard at the door, the final visitor with his urgent request, the fog, the uniforms, the 81 minutes. Everything had been planned. Everything had been prepared. Everything had gone exactly according to plan. Except for one thing. The thieves had left the self-portrait face down on the cart, the word Rembrandt staring up at the ceiling. They had dropped the finial into the duffel bag, where it clinked against the eagle. They had rolled the seascape like a poster, cracking the paint, breaking the bond between canvas and frame. They had not been careful. They had been in a hurry, despite the 81 minutes. They had been human. And somewhere in the dust on the floor of the Dutch room, or in the fibers of the blanket that had wrapped the Vermeer, or in the smudged fingerprints on the duct tape, or in the memory of the final visitor's ordinary face, there was a clue. The FBI just had to find it. Chapter 11. The Empty Frames Left Hanging as a Signature, March 18, 1990, 2:45 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, the Dutch Room, the art that remained and the art that did not. The empty frames hung on the walls like windows into nothing. There were 7 of them in the Dutch Room alone. The massive gilded rectangle that had held The Storm on the Sea of Galilee, the smaller ornate frame that had contained A Lady and Gentleman in Black, the simple dark wood of the self-portrait, the elegant border of the concert, the carved edges of the Flink landscape. Each frame was a masterpiece in its own right, hand-carved in the 17th century, gilded with gold leaf that had been beaten so thin it was almost transparent. But without the paintings inside them, they looked like jokes. Punchlines without setups, promises broken. The thieves had left the frames exactly where they had found them, still hanging on their hooks, still level, still centered on the walls. They had not smashed them. They had not taken them. They had not even tilted them. The frames remained as they had been for decades, pristine and patient, waiting for paintings that would never return. It was a signature. The tall man had not planned it that way. He had simply been in a hurry, and the frames were heavy, and the van was small, and the paintings were the only things that mattered. But the effect was deliberate, whether he meant it or not. The empty frames said, "We could have taken everything. We took only what we wanted. And we left you this, so you would remember." The museum's director, Anne Hawley, would later describe walking into the Dutch Room for the first time after the heist. She would say that the empty frames looked like screaming mouths, like the museum itself crying out. She would say that she had to sit down on the floor because her legs would not hold her. The frames would stay on the walls for weeks, then months, then years. The museum would hang reproductions in some of them, photographs of the missing paintings printed on canvas, placed behind the original glass so that visitors could still see what had been lost. But the reproductions were not the same. They were ghosts, echoes, lies told to comfort the living. And in the corner of the Dutch Room on a small pedestal that had once held a Chinese vase from the Shang dynasty, there was nothing at all. The vase was gone. The finial was gone. The pedestal remained bare and lonely, a monument to absence. The empty frames became the symbol of the heist. They appeared on magazine covers and documentary posters, and the T-shirts sold in the museum's gift shop. They were photographed 1,000 times, written about in 100 languages, analyzed by art historians and criminologists and psychics and conspiracy theorists. They were the most famous empty frames in the world, and every morning when the museum opened, the first visitors would walk into the Dutch Room and stop. They would stare at the empty frames. They would read the plaques that explained what had been taken, and they would wonder, as everyone wondered, where are they now? The frames did not answer. They never would. Chapter 12. The God's Silence. Tied up for hours before alerting police. March 18, 1990, 2:57 a.m. to 8:15. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum basement maintenance. Closet, 5 hours and 18 minutes of darkness. Rickabath had stopped counting the minutes. His watch was on his wrist, but the tape over his eyes made it impossible to see. His ears were covered too, layers of duct tape wrapped around his head like a muffling helmet, so that the only sounds he could hear were his own breathing and the occasional muffled movement of Randy Heston beside him. He had no way of knowing what time it was. He had no way of knowing if the thieves were still upstairs or if they had left, or if they were standing in the doorway of the closet, watching him struggle against the tape. He struggled anyway. The tall man had told him to relax, that the tape would loosen if he stopped fighting it. But Rick could not stop fighting. His body was in a state of constant, low-grade rebellion, his muscles twitching, his fingers flexing, his legs pressing against the tape that bound his ankles together. Every few minutes he would try to pull his hands apart, straining against the handcuffs until the metal bit into his skin and he had to stop. The tape did not loosen. If anything, it seemed tighter now, as if his struggles had only made it adhere more firmly to his skin and his clothes and the concrete floor beneath him. Randy had stopped moving. That was what frightened Rick the most. For the first hour after the thieves left, Randy had been active, shifting his weight, bumping his knee against Rick's, making muffled sounds that might have been words or might have been moans. But sometime around what Rick guessed was 3:30 a.m., Randy had gone still. His breathing had become shallow and regular. He was either asleep or unconscious or pretending to be dead. Rick tried to call out to him. The tape over his mouth turned his voice into a pathetic, buzzing hum. Randy did not respond. "He's sleeping," Rick told himself. "He's just sleeping." People sleep when they're stressed. It's a coping mechanism. But Rick could not sleep. His mind was racing, replaying the events of the past few hours in an endless loop. The buzzer, the voice, the door, the handcuffs, the tape, the basement, the crashes from upstairs, the silence. He thought about his girlfriend. He thought about the fight they'd had that morning over something stupid. He couldn't even remember what. And how he had left the apartment without saying goodbye. He thought about his mother, who would be waking up soon in Quincy, making coffee in the same yellow mug she had used for 20 years. He thought about his father, dead 5 years now, who had always told him that the worst thing a man could be was a coward. "I'm not a coward," Rick thought. "I'm just trapped." But he was a coward. He knew it. He had let the thieves in. He had not pressed the alarm. He had not fought back. He had done exactly what they told him to do from the first moment to the last, and now he was lying on a cold concrete floor in a basement maintenance closet, waiting to be rescued like a child waiting for his parents to come home. The hours passed. Rick did not know how many. He drifted in and out of a strange, half-awake state that was not quite sleep and not quite consciousness. He dreamed of paintings, not the ones in the museum, but paintings he had never seen, landscapes and portraits and scenes from a life he had never lived. In the dreams, the paintings were alive, moving, speaking to him in voices he could not understand. And then, sometime in what must have been the early morning, the tape over his eyes began to loosen. It was the sweat. Rick had been sweating for hours, from fear, from exertion, from the heat of his own body trapped inside the layers of tape and clothing. The sweat had seeped under the edges of the tape, weakening the adhesive, creating small pockets of moisture where the tape no longer stuck to his skin. He rubbed his face against his shoulder, feeling the tape shift. He rubbed again. The tape slid down just a fraction of an inch, exposing the corner of his left eye. He could see, not much, just a sliver of the maintenance closet, illuminated by the faint green glow of an exit sign somewhere in the corridor. But it was enough. He could see the mops and brooms leaning against the wall. He could see the utility sink with its rust-stained basin. He could see Randy lying motionless beside him, his chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm. He's alive, Rick thought. Thank God he's alive. Rick worked his jaw, trying to loosen the tape over his mouth. The adhesive pulled at his lips, at the corners of his mouth, at the stubble on his chin. He ignored the pain and kept working, moving his jaw from side to side, opening and closing his mouth against the resistance of the tape. The tape gave way. It happened suddenly. One moment his mouth was sealed shut. The next moment the tape peeled away from his lower lip, exposing a small triangle of skin. He could feel the cold air of the basement on his mouth for the first time in hours. He could taste the salt of his own sweat. the copper of his own blood. "Randy," he whispered. His voice was hoarse, barely audible. "Randy, wake up!" Randy did not move. Rick worked his jaw some more, loosening the tape further. He could feel it peeling away from his cheeks, from his chin, from the corners of his eyes. He shook his head and the tape fell away from his eyes entirely, dangling from his forehead like a misplaced headband. He looked at Randy. His partner's face was a mess of tape and sweat and dried blood. The blood had come from a small cut on Randy's forehead, probably from when he had hit his head against the bench during the struggle. His eyes were closed. His mouth was a silver oval of duct tape. "Randy," Rick said, louder this time. Randy's eyes opened. They were red-rimmed and unfocused, but they were open. Randy blinked. He looked at Rick. He made a muffled sound that might have been "thank God," or might have been "what time is it?" or might have been nothing at all. "We need to get out of here," Rick said. "We need to get to a phone." He looked at his hands, still cuffed, still taped to his sides. He looked at his ankles, still taped together. He looked at the door of the maintenance closet, which was closed but not locked. The thieves had simply pulled it shut, not bothered to lock it because the guards were too bound to open it. "The door," Rick thought. "If I can get to the door, I can." He could not finish the thought, because at that moment he heard footsteps in the corridor. Chapter 13, 8:15 a.m. The morning janitor discovers the crime March 18th, 1990, 8:15 Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, basement corridor. 5 hours and 18 minutes after the thieves left, the janitor's name was Jimmy. He was 62 years old, a widower, a grandfather of 4, a man who had worked at the Gardner for 19 years and had never once been late. He arrived every morning at 8 a.m., parked his car in the lot behind the museum, let himself in through the loading bay, and began his rounds. He emptied the trash, he vacuumed the carpets, he cleaned the restrooms, he watered the plants in the courtyard. He did these things quietly, efficiently, without fuss, because that was who Jimmy was. On the morning of March 18th, 1990, Jimmy noticed that the loading bay door was unlocked. This was unusual. The loading bay door was supposed to be locked at all times, secured with a padlock that only Jimmy and the security supervisor had the key to. But this morning the door was not only unlocked, it was slightly ajar, a thin wedge of gray morning light cutting through the darkness of the bay. Jimmy frowned. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The bay was empty. The van that the thieves had used was gone, of course, but Jimmy did not know that. He only knew that the bay looked different somehow, cleaner, emptier, as if someone had rearranged the furniture. He walked through the bay and into the museum's first floor, his keys jingling at his belt. The first thing he noticed was the security desk. The monitor was dark. The recorder was off. The chair where Rick Abbott usually sat was empty, pushed back from the desk at an odd angle, as if someone had stood up suddenly and not bothered to push it in. Jimmy felt the first small prickle of unease. He called out, "Hello, anyone here?" No answer. He walked toward the Dutch room. His footsteps echoed in the silence. The museum felt wrong, too still, too quiet, as if the building itself was holding its breath. He pushed open the door to the Dutch room and stopped. The empty frames. He saw them all at once. The massive rectangle where the seascape had hung, the smaller frame where the self-portrait had been, the elegant border of the concert. They were everywhere, hanging on the walls like accusations, like wounds. Jimmy did not know art. He had worked at the museum for 19 years, but he had never learned the names of the paintings, never cared about the difference between a Rembrandt and a Vermeer. But he knew that the walls were supposed to be full, and now they were not. He knew that something terrible had happened. He ran. He ran through the Dutch room, through the short gallery, through the blue room, looking for the guards, looking for anyone. looking for an explanation. The museum was empty. The guards were gone. The art was gone. He ran to the security desk and picked up the phone. His hands were shaking so badly that he dropped the receiver twice before he managed to dial. 911, said the operator. What is your emergency? There's been a robbery, Jimmy said. His voice was high and thin, almost a squeak. At the museum, the Gardner Museum. Someone has stolen the paintings. Sir, are you sure? Is anyone hurt? I don't know. I can't find the guards. I can't find anyone. Please, you have to send someone. The operator took down the information. She told Jimmy to stay on the line, to stay calm, to wait for the police to arrive. Jimmy nodded, even though she could not see him. He leaned against the security desk and looked at the dark monitor and the dead recorder and the empty chair where Rick Abbott should have been sitting. Where are you? He thought. Where are you, Rick? He would find out soon enough. Chapter 14. First responders chaos, contamination of evidence. No security log retrieved. March 18, 1990, 8:27 a.m. to 10 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Everywhere. The first hour of the investigation, the first police officer arrived at 8:27 a.m. His name was Officer Thomas Riley, Boston PD. 9 years on the force, 3 medals, a reputation for calm under pressure. He had been parked at a Dunkin' Donuts on Boylston Street when the dispatch came in, robbery in progress at the Gardner Museum, and he had driven to the scene with his lights on but his siren off because it was a Sunday morning and the city was still sleeping. He entered the museum through the main entrance, which Jimmy had unlocked. He saw the empty frames in the Dutch room. He saw the overturned chair at the security desk. He saw the dead recorder and the dark monitor. He called for backup. The next 20 minutes were chaos. More officers arrived, then detectives, then crime scene technicians, then the museum's director, then the museum's security supervisor, then a priest from the church down the street who had heard the sirens and come to offer comfort. The museum filled with people, too many people, all of them, moving through the crime scene, touching things, moving things, contaminating things. The crime scene technicians would later estimate that the first hour of the investigation destroyed more evidence than the thieves had left behind. Footprints were trampled, fibers were scattered, fingerprints were smudged. The duct tape that had covered the motion detectors was handled by at least 6 different people before anyone thought to photograph it. The security log, the handwritten logbook in which Rick Abbott had recorded the final visitor's entry at 4:58 p.m. the previous afternoon, was not retrieved. It sat on the security desk for hours, passed over by officers who did not know what they were looking at, until finally a detective picked it up and flipped through it and asked, "Who is male visitor? Restroom use only." No one knew. No one would know, because the logbook had been contaminated by a dozen sets of hands, and the pages were smudged beyond recognition, and the final visitor's identity would remain a mystery forever. At 8:45 a.m., a janitor named Jimmy remembered the basement. "The guards," he said to a detective who was writing notes on a napkin because he had forgotten his notebook. "They're not upstairs. Maybe they're downstairs." The detective looked at him. Downstairs? The maintenance area, the storage rooms. Sometimes the guards go down there during their shifts. The detective sent 2 officers to check the basement. They found the maintenance closet at the end of the corridor, the door closed but not locked. They opened the door. Rick Abbott looked up at them. His face was a mask of tape and sweat and tears. His eyes were wild. His lips were cracked and bleeding. Beside him, Randy Hestand lay motionless, his chest rising and falling in shallow, irregular breaths. "Help us," Rick said. His voice was a whisper, barely audible. Please help us." The officers cut the tape. They removed the handcuffs. They helped the guards to their feet, supporting them as their legs buckled, as the blood rushed back into their numb extremities, as the reality of what had happened began to sink in. Rick looked at the officers. He looked at the empty corridor behind them. He looked at the door that led to the stairs, and the stairs that led to the Dutch room, and the Dutch room that led to the empty frames. "Did they take everything?" he asked. The officers did not answer. Chapter 15. The FBI arrives. Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly's first wrong theory. March 18, 1990. 11:30 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Temporary command post. 3 hours after the first officer arrived. Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly of the Federal Bureau of Investigation arrived at the Gardner Museum at 11:30 a.m., 3 hours after the first call, 2 hours after the guards had been found, 1 hour after the museum's director had stopped crying and started answering questions. Kelly was 47 years old, a veteran of the Bureau's art crime team, a man who had recovered stolen paintings from basements in Brooklyn and warehouses in Miami and a chicken coop in rural Alabama. He had a reputation for brilliance and a reputation for arrogance, sometimes in equal measure. He wore a gray suit that fit him poorly and a tie that did not match. He carried a leather briefcase that had been new in 1985 and had not aged well. He walked through the museum in silence, taking in the empty frames, the broken glass, the chaos of the first responders. He did not speak to anyone. He did not take notes. He simply looked, his eyes moving slowly from one piece of evidence to the next, as if he were memorizing the scene. When he reached the Dutch room, he stopped. He stood in front of the empty frame that had held The Storm on the Sea of Galilee. He stared at it for a full minute. Then he turned to the detective who had been assigned to accompany him, a young woman named Detective Maria Santos, Boston PD, 10 years his junior and twice as sharp, and said, "This wasn't a professional job." Santos blinked. "What?" "This wasn't professionals. Look at this." He gestured at the frame, at the wall, at the room. "They took the paintings out of the frames. They left the frames behind. They rolled the canvas. A professional would have taken the frames, too. The frames are valuable. A professional would have cut the canvas out of the frame, rolled it, and taken the frames separately. They didn't do that. They just took the paintings and left." Santos looked at the frame. Maybe they were in a hurry. 81 minutes, that's not a hurry. That's a Sunday stroll. They had time. They chose not to take the frames. That means they didn't know the frames were valuable, or they didn't care. Either way, not professionals. Kelly walked to the pedestal where the Chinese vase had sat. They took a Shang Dynasty vase but left the pedestal. They took a Napoleonic eagle but left the cabinet it was sitting on. They took Degas drawings but left the frames. This is the work of amateurs. Smart amateurs, maybe. But amateurs. Santos wrote this down. "So who are we looking for?" Kelly turned to face her. His eyes were cold, certain, wrong. Local guys, mob guys, guys who know the museum but don't know art. They took what they were told to take, but they didn't understand what they were taking. That's why they left the frames. That's why they rolled the Rembrandt. That's why they took the finial. They thought it was gold. It's not gold, it's bronze. Worth almost nothing. Where do we start? Kelly looked around the Dutch room one more time. The guards. One of them let them in. One of them knew something. Start there. He walked out of the room, leaving Santos standing alone among the empty frames. She would spend the next 30 years trying to prove him wrong. Chapter 16. The sketch, based on Rick Abbot's description. One man with a fake mustache. March 19th, 1990. 9 a.m. Boston Police Headquarters. 1 Schroeder Plaza 27 hours after the heist. The sketch artist's name was Frank Castellano, and he had been drawing suspects for 23 years. He had drawn bank robbers and rapists and murderers. He had drawn faces that haunted his dreams and faces he forgot as soon as they left his table. He worked in charcoal because charcoal was forgiving, because it could be smudged and erased and redrawn, because faces were never as simple as witnesses remembered them. Rick Abbott sat across from him in a smie, windowless room. The walls were beige, the table was gray, the coffee in Rick's hand was lukewarm and bitter, and he had not slept in more than 30 hours. "Tell me about the tall one," Castellano said. His voice was soft, almost gentle, the voice of a man who had learned that witnesses shut down when you pushed too hard. "Start with his face." Rick closed his eyes. He had been over this 100 times with the detectives, with the FBI, with the museum's security director, with his own lawyer, with himself in the dark hours of the night when sleep would not come. The tall man's face was burned into his memory, but the details were slippery, shifting, as if the face itself was resisting capture. "He was white," Rick said. "Late 30s, maybe early 40s. His face was ordinary. That's the thing. If I passed him on the street, I wouldn't look twice. Ordinary how? Medium features, not too big, not too small. His nose was average, his mouth was average, his chin was average. He didn't have any scars or moles or anything you'd remember." Castellano's charcoal moved across the paper, sketching an oval, a pair of eyes, the suggestion of a nose. "What about his eyes?" Rick opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. They were dark, brown, I think, and they were calm. That's what I remember most. He wasn't excited. He wasn't scared. He was just calm, like he'd done this before. Eye shape, round, almond, hooded. I don't know. I'm not good with that stuff. Castellano nodded. He had heard this before. Witnesses were good with feelings, not with shapes. They remembered how a face made them feel, not the precise curve of an eyebrow or the exact distance between a nose and a mouth. His job was to translate feeling into form. What about his hair? Brown, dark brown, maybe a little gray at the temples. It was combed back, but it was messy, like he'd been wearing a hat. Was he wearing a hat? No, but the uniform had a hat. A police cap. He must have taken it off before he came in. Castellano added hair to the sketch, dark, medium length, combed back. He added the suggestion of gray at the temples, just a few charcoal strokes barely visible. "The mustache," he said. "Tell me about the mustache." Rick's face twisted. It was fake. "How do you know?" It didn't move when he talked. Real mustaches move. They flex. This one just sat there. And the color was wrong. It was too dark, too even, like it came out of a box. Castellano drew the mustache. He made it thick, dark, slightly too large for the face beneath it. He made it look like a costume piece, which was exactly what it was. "Anything else? Glasses? Jewelry? Tattoos?" "No glasses, no jewelry. I couldn't see his hands well enough to see tattoos. He was wearing gloves." "What kind of gloves?" "Black. Leather, I think. Thin. The kind you can still feel things through." Castellano finished the sketch. He turned the pad around so Rick could see it. The face on the paper was ordinary. That was the first thing Rick noticed. It was the face of 1,000 men, a man you might see at a grocery store, a man you might sit next to on a bus, a man you might forget as soon as you looked away. The mustache was too dark, too thick, but beneath the mustache the face was nothing. A blank, a placeholder. "Is that him?" Castellano asked. Rick stared at the sketch. He wanted to say yes. He wanted to give the police something, anything, that would help them find the man who had put tape over his eyes and left him in a basement to freeze. But the face on the paper was not the face in his memory. The face in his memory was alive. This was a drawing. A poor imitation. A ghost. "It's close," Rick said, "but it's not him." Castellano nodded. He turned the pad back around and began to erase. "Then let's try again." They tried again, and again, and again. By the end of the session, Castellano had produced 4 different sketches, each one slightly different, each one a slightly different version of the same ordinary face. The FBI would release 2 of them to the public, one of the tall man with the fake mustache, one of the shorter man with the round face and the nervous tic. The sketches would be printed in newspapers, shown on television, posted in post offices and police stations across the country. Thousands of tips would come in. Hundreds of men would be questioned. Dozens would be arrested on unrelated charges, brought in for questioning, shown the sketches, asked to account for their whereabouts on the night of March 17th, 1990. None of them would be the tall man, because the tall man's face was ordinary, and ordinary faces are everywhere, and ordinary faces are the hardest faces to find. Chapter 17. A Bath's Polygraph. He passes, but suspicion lingers. March 21st, 1990, 2 p.m. FBI Field Office, Boston, 3 days after the heist. The polygraph examiner was a woman named Diane Chen, and she had been administering lie detector tests for 14 years. She had tested embezzlers and kidnappers and spies. She had tested husbands who claimed they loved their wives, and wives who claimed they had never met their lovers. She had heard more lies than a priest in a confessional, and she had learned that the truth was usually simpler and sadder than anyone wanted to admit. Rick Abbott sat in the chair across from her, wires taped to his fingers, a blood pressure cuff around his arm, a pneumatic tube across his chest. The room was cold and sterile, and smelled of rubbing alcohol. The chair was uncomfortable, designed to keep the subject alert, to prevent the kind of relaxation that might produce false negatives. "Before we begin," Chen said, "I need you to understand how this works. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Some of them will be control questions, things I already know the answer to. Some of them will be relevant questions about the heist. The machine measures your physiological responses, heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, galvanic skin response. If you lie, your body will know even if your mouth doesn't." Rick nodded. His mouth was dry. His hands were sweating. He had been waiting for this moment for 3 days, dreading it, craving it, rehearsing for it in his mind. He knew he had not been involved in the heist. He knew he had not let the thieves in on purpose. But knowing something and convincing a machine of something were 2 different things. "State your full name for the record," Chen said. "Richard Paul Abbott." "Did you conspire with anyone to steal art from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum?" "No." "Did you receive any money or other compensation in exchange for assisting in the theft of art from the Gardner Museum?" "No." "Did you intentionally disable the security camera on the night of March 17th, 1990? "No." "Did you know the men who entered the museum at 1:24 a.m. on March 18th, 1990? "No." "Did you open the side door for those men knowing that they intended to commit a crime?" "No." The questions continued for 45 minutes. Chen asked them in a flat monotone voice, her eyes fixed on the machine's readout, her pen scratching notes on a legal pad. She asked about the final visitor, about the missing tape, about the handcuffs and the duct tape, and the empty frames. She asked about Rick's girlfriend, about his finances, about his history with the museum. Rick answered each question truthfully. He had nothing to hide because he had done nothing wrong, except open a door when he should not have, except fail to check the camera when he had the chance, except lie on a cold concrete floor for 5 hours while the world's greatest art vanished into the night. When the test was over, Chen removed the wires and the cuff and the tube. She looked at the readout. She looked at Rick. Her face was unreadable. "You passed," she said. Rick exhaled. He had not realized he was holding his breath. "But," Chen continued, "passing a polygraph doesn't mean you're innocent. It means the machine didn't detect deception. There's a difference." Rick nodded. He understood the difference. The police understood the difference. The FBI understood the difference. And the museum's director, Anne Hawley, understood the difference better than anyone. She would never trust Rick Abath. She would never look at him without wondering if he had been the inside man, the weak link, the one who had let the thieves in because he was lazy or stupid or corrupt. She would never say this out loud, not to Rick, not to the press, not to the board of directors. But she would think it, every time she saw him, every time she walked through the Dutch room and saw the empty frames. The polygraph said Rick was telling the truth. But the polygraph did not know what Rick had been thinking when he opened that door. The polygraph did not know about the final visitor, or the dark monitor, or the tape that had run out. The polygraph did not know that Rick had been tired and lonely and afraid of losing his job, and that sometimes those were the only ingredients a person needed to make a terrible mistake. Rick passed the polygraph, but the suspicion lingered, like a stain that would not wash out, like a smell that would not fade. It lingered for weeks, then months, then years. It lingered through the endless interviews, the sleepless nights, the therapy sessions, the medication, the breakdowns, the recovery, the new job, the new city, the new life. It lingered forever. Chapter 18. The Missing Security Tape. Why the recorder was unplugged at 1 a.m. March 25, 1990, 10 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Security desk. 1 week after the heist, the forensic technician's name was Robert Huang, and he specialized in the examination of electronic security systems. He had been called in by the FBI to determine exactly what had happened to the museum's security camera on the night of the heist. Why the tape had run out, why the recorder had been turned off, why the monitor had gone dark at the worst possible moment. He had spent 3 days examining the equipment. He had tested the wiring, the power supply, the connections between the camera and the recorder. He had interviewed Rick Abath and Randy Heston and the museum's security supervisor and the company that had installed the system in 1982. He had read the maintenance logs and the training manuals and the incident reports. And now, standing in front of the security desk with Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly and Detective Maria Santos, he was ready to deliver his findings. The recorder was not turned off by accident, Huang said, and the tape did not run out. Kelly frowned. Then what happened? Huang pointed to the back of the recorder, where the power cord connected to the unit. The plug was partially pulled from the socket. Not enough to fall out completely, just enough to break the connection. The recorder lost power at approximately 1 a.m., give or take a few minutes. Could it have been jostled? Someone bumping into the desk? Huang shook his head. I tested that. The cord is tight. You'd need to pull it deliberately. A bump wouldn't do it. Santos leaned in. So someone unplugged it. Who had access? Anyone who could get to the security desk, Huang said, which, at 1 a.m., would have been the guards. Kelly's eyes flickered toward Rick Abath's personnel file, which was sitting on the desk. Or someone who came in earlier. The final visitor, for example. He was inside the museum at 4:58 p.m. He could have loosened the plug then. Huang nodded. Possible, but the timing is interesting. The recorder was unplugged at 1 a.m., which is exactly when the tape would have run out if it had been running. Whoever did it knew the schedule. They knew when the tape needed to be changed. They knew that the guard would notice the red light had stopped blinking, and they knew that the guard might not do anything about it. Or they knew the guard would be distracted. Santos said. St. Patrick's Day weekend, quiet shift. Maybe they counted on him being lazy. Kelly rubbed his temples. What about the camera itself? Was it working? Huang nodded. The camera was functional. It was transmitting to the recorder right up until the recorder lost power. If the recorder had been working, it would have captured the thieves entering the side entrance, moving through the corridor, everything. But it wasn't working. No, it was unplugged, deliberately, by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. The missing security tape became one of the central mysteries of the investigation. Without it, the FBI had no footage of the thieves' faces, no record of their movements, no timeline of the heist except what the guards could remember. The tape, the physical tape itself, was still in the recorder, but it contained only the footage from before 1 a.m., when the recorder had lost power. The last image on the tape was a grainy black-and-white shot of the side entrance, empty and still, at 12:59 a.m. The FBI analyzed that last image frame by frame. They enhanced it. They enlarged it. They looked for shadows, reflections, anything that might indicate someone had been in the corridor before 1 a.m. preparing the scene. They found nothing. The corridor was empty. The side entrance was closed. The camera's red light was still blinking, recording nothing, waiting for something that would never come. Whoever had unplugged the recorder had done so with surgical precision. They had not left fingerprints. They had not left tool marks. They had not left anything except a dead machine and a dark monitor and 2 guards who had not noticed until it was too late. The FBI would spend years trying to identify the person who had disabled the camera. They would interview former employees, disgruntled contractors, security experts who had consulted for the museum. They would chase leads that went nowhere, follow tips that led to dead ends, interview witnesses who saw nothing and remembered less. They would never find the person who pulled the plug. But they would always wonder, was it Rick Abbott trying to cover his tracks? Or was it the final visitor setting the stage for the crime to come? Or was it someone else entirely, someone who had been inside the museum that day, someone who had known exactly what they were doing, someone whose face had been forgotten as soon as they left? The missing tape remained missing. The questions remained unanswered. And the security desk at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum remained exactly where it had always been, a silent witness to a crime that should have been recorded, but was not. Chapter 19. The Museum's Secret. A hidden collector's entrance known only to insiders. April 2nd, 1990. 3 p.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner, Museum Director's Office. 15 days after the heist. Anne Hawley, the museum's director, was a woman who kept secrets. She had kept them for years. The secret of the museum's precarious finances, the secret of the board's internal conflicts, the secret of the aging security system that everyone knew needed to be replaced, but no one wanted to pay for. She kept secrets the way other people kept houseplants, with careful attention and occasional neglect, and the quiet hope that no one would look too closely. But there was one secret she had kept for so long that she had almost forgotten it herself. And now, sitting across from Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly and Detective Maria Santos, she was about to reveal it. "There's another entrance," she said. Kelly's pen stopped moving. "What do you mean, another entrance?" "The museum has a private entrance. It was installed in 1924, after Isabella died. The trustees wanted a way to enter the museum without going through the main doors, for late-night meetings, private viewings, that sort of thing. It's hidden. Most of the staff don't know about it." Santos leaned forward. "Where is it?" "The north wall near the loading bay. There's a panel that looks like part of the wall, but it swings open. Behind it is a door that leads directly into the Dutch room." Kelly's face went pale. "The Dutch room. The room where the most valuable paintings were hanging. Yes. Why wasn't this in the security files? Hawley hesitated. Because we didn't want anyone to know about it. The trustees felt that if the entrance was common knowledge, it would be a security risk. So we kept it secret, even from the guards. Even from the guards, Kelly repeated. His voice was flat, emotionless, the voice of a man who had just realized that the case he was investigating was even more complicated than he had imagined. So the men who robbed the museum, they didn't need to come through the side entrance at all. They could have come through the hidden entrance. They could have walked right into the Dutch room without passing the security desk. Theoretically, yes. Did the thieves know about the hidden entrance? Hawley looked down at her hands. They were shaking. I don't know. I hope not. But if they did, if someone told them, then they had help. From someone inside, someone who knew the museum's secrets. The hidden entrance changed everything. If the thieves had known about it, they would not have needed to trick Rickabath into opening the side door. They would not have needed to walk past the security desk. They would not have needed to bind the guards at all. They could have entered the Dutch room directly, taken the paintings, and left the same way, all without ever being seen. But they had not done that. They had used the side entrance. They had let themselves be seen by the guards. They had taken the risk of being identified, of being remembered, of being sketched and described and hunted. Why? The FBI had two theories. The first was that the thieves did not know about the hidden entrance, that it had remained secret even from them, and that they had planned the heist based on incomplete information. The second was that they did know about it, but they had chosen not to use it because they wanted to be seen. They wanted the guards to be able to describe them. They wanted the police to be looking for two men in police uniforms, not two men in street clothes slipping through a hidden door. But that made no sense. Why would thieves want to be seen? Unless they were not the real thieves, unless they were decoys. Unless the real thieves had used the hidden entrance while the men in police uniforms distracted the guards. It was a wild theory, the kind of theory that kept investigators up at night and filled bulletin boards with red string and pushpins. But it was possible. And if it was possible, then the investigation had been looking in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Kelly asked Hawley for a list of everyone who knew about the hidden entrance. The list was short, 11 names, all of them trustees or former trustees or senior staff members who had been with the museum for decades. Kelly interviewed each of them. He asked about their whereabouts on the night of the heist. He asked about their relationships with the museum's security staff. He asked about their finances, their secrets, their enemies. He found nothing. The hidden entrance remained hidden. The secret remained secret. And the question remained unanswered. Who knew and who had they told, and had that knowledge led finally to the empty frames? Chapter 20. Bobby Donati, the local mobster who bragged about the heist. April 15th, 1990, 8 p.m. Sylvester's Bar, Revere, Massachusetts. 28 days after the heist, the bar was called Sylvester's, and it was the kind of place where the carpet smelled of beer, and the regulars had been regulars since the Carter administration. It sat on a quiet street in Revere, a few miles north of Boston, far from the tourist crowds and the college students, and the kind of people who asked questions about where you got your money. Bobby Donati was holding court at a corner table, a glass of whiskey in his hand and a cigar in his mouth, and a woman on his lap who was young enough to be his daughter. He was 53 years old, 5 feet 8 inches tall, 220 pounds, with a face that looked like it had been used to stop a moving car. His nose had been broken 3 times, his knuckles were scarred, his eyes were small and dark and always moving, always watching, always calculating. He was also, according to the FBI, one of the most dangerous men in Boston. Donati had been a soldier for the Patriarcha crime family for 30 years. He had been suspected of 6 murders, convicted of none. He had run gambling operations, loan sharking operations, and at least one art theft ring, though that last one had never been proven. He knew paintings the way other mobsters knew horses. He could tell a real Rembrandt from a fake at 20 paces, or so he claimed. And now, 3 weeks after the Gardner heist, he was bragging. "You should have seen the look on her face," Donati said, loud enough for the whole bar to hear. "The director, that woman, Hawley. When she walked into the Dutch room and saw those empty frames, I would have paid money to see that." The men at the table laughed. The woman on his lap giggled. The bartender, a grizzled old man named Frank, pretended not to hear. "Bobby," said one of the men, a skinny guy in a leather jacket, "you didn't have anything to do with that, did you?" Donati grinned. His teeth were yellow, crooked, expensive. "I didn't say that. I didn't say I did, and I didn't say I didn't. I'm just saying. I would have paid to see her face." The skinny guy leaned in. "Come on, Bobby, we're all friends here. Did you do it?" Donati took a long pull from his whiskey. He held it in his mouth for a moment, savoring it, then swallowed. He set the glass down on the table and looked around the bar, as if checking to see who was listening. "Let me tell you something," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "That museum, the Gardner. You know what's wrong with it? It's too easy. The security is a joke. A child could rob that place. A child with a screwdriver and a pair of handcuffs. So you did do it." "I didn't say that." Donati's grin widened. "But I'm not saying I didn't." The FBI had an informant in Sylvester's that night. His name was Michael DeLuca, and he had been feeding the Bureau information about Donati's operations for 2 years, in exchange for a reduced sentence on an embezzlement charge. DeLuca was sitting at the bar, nursing a beer, pretending to read the newspaper, listening to every word Donati said. The next morning he called his handler. "Donati's bragging about the Gardner," DeLuca said. "He didn't come right out and say he did it, but he's implying. He knows things he shouldn't know." The handler, a special agent named William Cross, wrote it down. "What kind of things?" "He knew about the security. He knew it was easy. He knew about the guards, said a child could do it. He knew about the director's reaction. He knew too much, Bill. I'm telling you, he's involved." Cross thanked DeLuca and hung up. He walked down the hall to Jeffrey Kelly's office and knocked on the door. "We have a new suspect," Cross said. "Bobby Donati, local mob. He's been bragging." Kelly looked up from his files. His eyes were tired, bloodshot. He had not slept well in weeks. "Donati, I know the name. He's been on our radar for years. He's claiming he did it, or implying he did it. Our informant says he knows things he shouldn't." Kelly nodded slowly. "Bring him in. Let's see what he has to say." The interrogation of Bobby Donati took place on April 18, 1990, exactly 1 month after the heist. Donati arrived at the FBI field office in a tailored suit and a pair of expensive sunglasses, accompanied by a lawyer who looked like he had been carved from ice. He sat down in the interview room, crossed his legs, and smiled. "I hear you've been bragging," Kelly said. Donati's smile did not waver. "Bragging? Me? I don't brag. I'm a humble man. Your friends at Sylvester's say otherwise. My friends at Sylvester's have big mouths and small brains. You shouldn't believe everything you hear." Kelly leaned forward. "Where were you on the night of March 17, 1990? Donati looked at his lawyer. The lawyer nodded. "I was at home," Donati said, "with my wife. We watched a movie. I don't remember which one." "Can your wife confirm that?" "My wife would confirm that I was on the moon if I asked her to, but she's not a reliable witness. She loves me." Kelly stared at Donati for a long moment. The mobster stared back, his smile never wavering, his eyes never blinking. "You know something about the Gardner heist," Kelly said. "I can feel it." Donati shrugged. "I know a lot of things. I know that the Red Sox are going to break my heart again this year. I know that the traffic on the Southeast Expressway is a nightmare. I know that you're going to let me go in about 10 minutes because you don't have anything on me." He was right. Kelly did not have anything on him. No evidence, no witnesses, no confession. Just a bragging drunk in a bar and a gut feeling that would not go away. The FBI released Bobby Donati after 4 hours of questioning. He walked out of the field office, lit a cigar, and disappeared into the Boston afternoon. He would die 5 years later, stabbed to death in the street in broad daylight, his murder never solved. He would take whatever he knew about the Gardner heist to his grave, and the empty frames would remain empty. Chapter 21. The Prison Informant. A cellmate claims Donati planned it for a Boston gang. November 12, 1991, 10 a.m., Plymouth County Correctional Facility visiting room. 20 months after the heist, the informant's name was Vincent "Vinny the Fish" Rizzuto, and he was serving 12 to 15 years for armed robbery. He was a small man with a large mouth, the kind of prisoner who made deals with prosecutors and enemies with equal enthusiasm. He had been in and out of jail since he was 17, and he had learned that information was currency, and currency was freedom. His cellmate for the past 8 months had been a man named Salvatore Sammy DiCarlo, a low-level associate of the Patriarca crime family who had been picked up on a weapons charge. DiCarlo was not a talker. He was the kind of gangster who believed in omerta, the code of silence, the sacred vow never to betray the family. But he had talked to Vinny. He had talked because he was lonely, because he was scared, because he was drunk on prison hooch, and the walls were thin and the nights were long. And what he had told Vinny was this: Bobby Donati had planned the Gardner heist. Not alone. Donati wasn't smart enough to plan a heist of that magnitude on his own. But he had been involved. He had been the middleman, the connector, the man who knew a guy who knew a guy. The paintings had been taken on Donati's orders, and they had been moved through Donati's channels, and they had ended up somewhere in the North End, in a basement or a warehouse or a church, waiting for the heat to die down. Vinny had waited 8 months to share this information. He had waited because he wanted to make sure DiCarlo was telling the truth, and because he wanted to find the right moment to trade the information for something valuable. A sentence reduction, a transfer to a minimum security facility, maybe even early release. Now, sitting across from a federal prosecutor named Margaret Chen, he was ready to talk. DiCarlo said Donati bragged about it, Vinny said. His voice was high and nasal, the voice of a man who had been punched in the throat one too many times. Said Donati told him, "I'm the one who took the Gardner. I'm the one who took the Rembrandts." Said Donati laughed about it. Said the museum was still offering a reward, but they'd never find the paintings, because they were in a place no one would ever look. Chen wrote this down. Did DiCarlo say where that place was? No, Donati didn't tell him, but DiCarlo said Donati mentioned a name. A guy named Carmine, something like that. Carmine Merlino? Vinny snapped his fingers. That's it, Merlino. Donati said Merlino was the one who knew where the paintings were. Said Merlino had a storage locker somewhere, and the paintings were in it, and they were going to sit there until the reward got high enough. The FBI had heard of Carmine Merlino. He was a captain in the Patriarca family, a man with a reputation for violence and a surprising knowledge of art. He had been questioned in the early days of the investigation, had provided alibis and lawyers and silence. He had never been charged, but now, with Vinny's information, the FBI reopened the file on Merlino. They surveilled him. They tapped his phones. They followed him to restaurants and social clubs and the homes of his associates. They watched him for months, waiting for him to make a mistake, to lead them to the storage locker, to reveal the location of the missing masterpieces. Merlino made no mistakes. He was a professional, and professionals did not get caught because they did not take chances. He went about his business, whatever that business was, and the FBI watched, and nothing happened. Vinny the Fish got his sentence reduction. He was released from prison in 1993, and he disappeared into the Witness Protection Program, and no one heard from him again. DeCarlo denied everything, claimed he had been drunk when he talked to Vinny, claimed he didn't know anything about the Gardner heist. He served his time and was released, and he died in 2005 of a heart attack, taking whatever he knew to his grave. The tip went nowhere, but it established something that would become a recurring theme in the investigation. Bobby Donati's name kept coming up, again and again, from informants and witnesses and fellow criminals. The same story emerged. Donati was involved. Donati knew things. Donati had bragged about the heist. And Donati was dead, murdered in 1995, his secrets buried with him. Chapter 22. Miles Connor. The infamous art thief who denies involvement but knows details. January 15, 1992, 2 p.m. Massachusetts Correctional Institution, Cedar Junction. 22 months after the heist, Miles Connor was a legend in the world of art crime, and he knew it. He was 53 years old, serving a 15-year sentence for a string of museum thefts that had made him a millionaire and a folk hero in certain circles. He had stolen paintings from museums all over New England. Rembrandt's, Wyeth's, a Copley that had been recovered from a warehouse in Florida after a 3-year investigation. He had been caught, convicted, imprisoned, and released more times than he could count. He was charming, intelligent, and completely without conscience. He was also, the FBI believed, a possible suspect in the Gardner heist. Connor had the knowledge. He knew art. He knew security systems. He knew how to bypass alarms, disable cameras, and evade capture. He had the connections, friends in the Boston underworld, associates in the Irish mob, contacts in Europe who could move stolen paintings across borders. And he had the motive. He was in prison when the heist occurred, but he could have planned it from the inside, using visitors and letters and coded messages. But when Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly sat down across from him in the prison's visiting room, Connor just smiled. "I didn't do it," he said. "I would tell you if I did. I'm not ashamed of what I am. But I didn't do this one." Kelly studied him. Connor's face was open, almost friendly, the face of a man who had nothing to hide because he had already hidden everything. "You know who did?" "I know a lot of things. Do you know where the paintings are?" Connor leaned back in his chair. The handcuffs rattled against the table. I might not. What's it worth to you?" Kelly had been expecting this. Connor was a businessman and businessmen did not give away information for free. "What do you want?" "Transfer to a minimum security facility, better food, more visitation, and a meeting with the director of the FBI. I want to look him in the eye and tell him what I know. I can't promise any of that." "Then I can't promise anything either." The negotiations went on for weeks. Connor offered tidbits of information, names, dates, locations, but nothing substantial, nothing that could be verified. He claimed that the paintings were in Ireland, that they had been smuggled out of the country by the IRA, that they were being held as collateral for a weapons deal. He claimed that the thieves were not professionals, but amateurs, and that the paintings had been damaged during the heist, maybe beyond repair. He claimed that the reward would never be claimed because the paintings were gone forever, destroyed or lost or hidden so deeply that no one would ever find them. Kelly did not know what to believe. Connor was a liar, but he was a liar who sometimes told the truth. He had information that no one else had, details about the heist that had never been released to the public, details that only someone involved could know. "How did you know the guards were bound with duct tape?" Kelly asked during one of their sessions. "That wasn't in the papers." Connor smiled. "I have sources." "Who?" "People who talk to people who talk to me. I'm a popular guy, Agent Kelly. People tell me things." "Did someone tell you where the paintings are?" Connor's smile faded. For a moment, just a moment, his face was serious, almost sad. "The paintings are gone," he said. "You're never going to find them. You should accept that and move on." "I can't accept that." "Then you're going to spend the rest of your life chasing ghosts." The FBI never made a deal with Miles Connor. He served his sentence and was released in 1996, and he returned to his life of crime, stealing more art, serving more time, always denying involvement in the Gardner heist. He died in 2020, still denying, still smiling, still taking his secrets to the grave. But the details he had provided, the IRA, the weapons deal, the possibility that the paintings had been destroyed, would haunt the investigation for years. Connor knew something, but what he knew and whether it was true, no one would ever know. Chapter 23. The Irish Mob Theory. Whitey Bulger's organization and a possible IRA connection. March 18, 1993, 10 a.m. FBI field office, Boston, 3 years after the heist. To the day, the third anniversary of the Gardner heist was a quiet one. There were no press conferences, no new leads, no dramatic breakthroughs. The investigation had stalled, and everyone knew it. The empty frames still hung in the Dutch room, and the paintings were still missing, and the FBI was no closer to solving the case than it had been on day one. But in a small conference room on the 6th floor of the FBI field office, a new theory was taking shape. Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly had called the meeting to discuss a series of informant reports that had come in over the past few months. The reports all pointed in the same direction: the Irish mob, Whitey Bulger's organization. The IRA Bulger was the most powerful gangster in Boston, the head of the Winter Hill Gang, an FBI informant who had been protected by the Bureau for years in exchange for information about his rivals. He was a murderer, a drug dealer, a racketeer, and a man who had his fingers in every criminal enterprise in the city. If anyone could have orchestrated the Gardner heist, it was Bulger. And Bulger had ties to the IRA. He had helped smuggle weapons to Ireland in the 1980s, had met with IRA leaders in Boston and New York, had used his connections to move money and guns across the Atlantic. If the Gardner paintings had been smuggled out of the country, Bulger's network could have done it. "The theory is this," Kelly said, pointing to a map of Boston that was covered in pushpins and sticky notes. "The heist was ordered by Bulger as a favor to the IRA. The IRA needed money, they always need money, and Bulger knew that the Gardner paintings were valuable and poorly secured. He put together a crew, they pulled off the heist, and the paintings were smuggled to Ireland within days. They're probably sitting in a barn in County Cork right now, waiting to be sold to a Russian oligarch or a Japanese collector." Detective Maria Santos, who had been assigned to the case from the Boston PD, shook her head. "That's a lot of speculation. Do we have any evidence?" "We have informants, 3 of them, all with connections to Bulger's organization, all saying the same thing. Bulger was involved. The IRA was involved. The paintings are in Europe. Informants lie. Sometimes, but not always, and not 3 at once." The debate continued for hours. Some agents believed the Irish mob theory was the most promising lead in years. Others thought it was a distraction, a wild goose chase fueled by unreliable informants and wishful thinking. Kelly fell somewhere in the middle. He wanted to believe it, but he needed proof. The proof never came. The FBI investigated Bulger's connections to the IRA. Interviewed witnesses followed leads and found nothing concrete. Bulger himself refused to talk. He was a professional, and professionals did not confess to crimes that could send them to prison for life. He fled Boston in 1994, became one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, and was finally captured in 2011, living in a small apartment in Santa Monica, California. He was convicted of multiple murders and other crimes, and he died in prison in 2018, beaten to death by fellow inmates. He never confessed to the Gardner heist. He never revealed what he knew. But the theory persisted. To this day, some investigators believe that the Gardner paintings are in Ireland, hidden in a barn or a basement or a cave, waiting to be found. Others believe they were destroyed, burned in a fire or dumped in the ocean, lost forever. And others believe they never left Boston at all, that they are still in the city, hidden in a wall or a crawl space or a storage locker, waiting for someone to look in the right place. The Irish mob theory remains unproven, but it remains a ghost that haunts the investigation, a possibility that will not die. Chapter 24. The Connecticut Warehouse, a 1997 tip about buried paintings that went nowhere. April 3, 1997, 6 a.m., Industrial Park, New Haven, Connecticut. 7 years after the heist, the tip came from a man who claimed to have been a low-level associate of the Patriarca crime family in the early 1990s. His name was Joseph "Joey the Rat" Marchetti, and he had a long history of drug addiction, petty theft, and informing on his former friends. He had called the FBI's tip line at 3 a.m., drunk and crying, saying that he needed to get something off his chest before he died. "The paintings are in a warehouse in New Haven," Marchetti said. "I saw them in 1991. A friend of mine took me there. He said they were from the Gardner. He said Donati had put them there and they were going to stay there until the heat died down. I swear to God I saw them. The Rembrandt, the Vermeer, all of them." The FBI took the tip seriously. They had learned over 7 years of investigation that even the most unreliable informants sometimes told the truth. They sent a team to New Haven, to the industrial park that Marchetti had described, to the warehouse that he had identified. The warehouse was a crumbling brick building on a dead-end street, surrounded by weeds and chain-link fence. It had been abandoned for years. The windows were broken, the roof was caved in, the doors were padlocked and rusted shut. The FBI obtained a search warrant and broke through the padlocks, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The warehouse was empty, not empty of everything. There were pallets and boxes and old machinery, the detritus of a dozen failed businesses, but empty of paintings. No Rembrandts, no Vermeers, no Chinese vase, no Napoleonic eagle, no Degas drawings. Just dust and cobwebs and the smell of decay. The FBI searched for 3 days. They brought in ground-penetrating radar to scan beneath the concrete floor, looking for buried containers. They brought in dogs trained to detect the chemicals used in art preservation. They brought in forensic archaeologists who had worked on war crimes investigations in Bosnia. They found nothing. Marchetti was brought in for questioning. He was disheveled, shaking, clearly in withdrawal. He insisted that he had seen the paintings, that they had been in the warehouse, that someone must have moved them. But he could not provide any proof, no photographs, no documents, no witnesses who would corroborate his story. The FBI eventually concluded that Marchetti was either lying or mistaken. They released him and closed the file on the Connecticut warehouse. But the tip would not die. Years later, other informants would mention the same warehouse, the same industrial park, the same story. The paintings had been there. Someone had moved them. They were somewhere else now, somewhere nearby, somewhere in New Haven or Hartford or Bridgeport. The FBI went back to the warehouse in 2002, 2008, and 2015. Each time they found nothing. Each time they left disappointed. The Connecticut warehouse became a symbol of the investigation, a promising lead that led nowhere, a tip that raised hopes and dashed them, a mystery that refused to be solved. Chapter 25, The Reward. $1 million, then $5 million, then $10 million, still unclaimed. March 18, 2017, 11 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum courtyard. 27 years after the heist, the reward was the largest in history for a stolen work of art. It had started at $1 million, offered by the museum in the weeks after the heist, when everyone still believed the paintings would be found quickly, that someone would talk, that the case would be solved before the end of the year. When that didn't happen, the reward was raised to $5 million, then to $10 million, a sum large enough to tempt even the most loyal criminal. But no one claimed it. Not the thieves themselves. They would have incriminated themselves if they had come forward, and $10 million was not worth a lifetime in prison. Not their associates, the people who knew what had happened, the people who had helped move the paintings, the people who had seen the Rembrandts in a warehouse or a basement or a storage locker. Not the informants, the tipsters, the would-be heroes who called the FBI's tip line with stories that were always almost convincing and never quite true. The reward sat there, unclaimed, growing larger in the public imagination with each passing year. $10 million was enough to buy a house, a car, a boat, a new identity. $10 million was enough to change a life. $10 million was enough to tempt anyone, but no one came forward. At the 27th anniversary of the heist, the museum held a small ceremony in the courtyard. The director, Anne Hawley, had retired the previous year, and her successor, a young woman named Peggy Fogelman, stood at the podium and addressed the small crowd of staff, donors, and reporters. "We will never stop looking," Fogelman said. "The reward will remain in place until the paintings are returned. We believe that someone out there knows something. Someone out there has information that could break this case open. We are asking that person to come forward. We are asking that person to help us bring the paintings home." The reporters asked the usual questions. Had there been any new leads? No. Did the museum believe the paintings were still in existence? Yes. Had the museum considered raising the reward further? Not at this time. After the ceremony, Fogelman walked through the Dutch room, past the empty frames, past the reproductions that hung in place of the originals. She stopped in front of the frame that had held The Storm on the Sea of Galilee. She touched the gilded wood, feeling the carved acanthus leaves beneath her fingers. "Where are you?" she whispered. The frame did not answer. "The reward remains unclaimed to this day. It has been more than 30 years since the heist. Some of the original investigators have retired. Some have died. The paintings have not been found. The thieves have not been identified. The case remains open, but it is no longer active. The FBI has moved on to other crimes, other mysteries, other unsolved puzzles. But the reward is still there. $10 million waiting for someone with information, waiting for a deathbed confession, waiting for a miracle. Every few years, a new tip comes in. Someone's grandfather said something on his deathbed. Someone found something in a storage locker. Someone saw something on the dark web. The FBI investigates, follows the lead, finds nothing. The reward remains unclaimed, and the empty frames hang on the walls of the Dutch room, waiting for the paintings that will never return. Chapter 26, The Mafia Graveyard. Digging for art instead of bodies in Vermeer, Massachusetts. September 23, 1999. 8 a.m. Vermeer, Massachusetts. A vacant lot behind a strip mall. 9 years, 6 months, and 5 days after the heist, The backhoe's engine growled in the damp September air, its teeth biting into the packed earth of what had once been a parking lot. A crowd of FBI agents, Boston police detectives, and forensic anthropologists stood at a safe distance, watching as the machine carved a trench across the property. They were looking for bodies. What they found was a buried oil tank. It was the third such excavation in 6 months. The FBI had received a tip, anonymous as most tips were, that the Gardner paintings were buried in a mafia graveyard in Vermeer, a stretch of land where the patriarchal crime family was rumored to have disposed of inconvenient corpses. The tipster claimed that the paintings had been hidden in the same hole as a murdered mobster, that the art and the body had been buried together, that the location had been known only to a few men, all of them now dead. The FBI had taken the tip seriously. They had brought in ground-penetrating radar, cadaver dogs, and a team of archaeologists from Boston University. They had dug in 3 different locations, each time finding nothing but rusted pipes, broken concrete, and the bones of animals that had died decades ago. No bodies, no paintings, no evidence of anything except the passage of time and the decay of forgotten things. "This is pointless," Detective Maria Santos said, standing beside the trench with her arms crossed. She had been on the Gardner case for 9 years, and she was tired. Tired of tips that led nowhere, tired of informants who lied, tired of digging holes that contained nothing but dirt. "The tip came from a reliable source," said Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly, who had aged visibly since 1990. His hair was gray now, his face lined with frustration. "We have to follow it." "Follow it where? Into the ground. We've been digging for months. We've found nothing." "Then we dig somewhere else." Santos shook her head. "The paintings aren't here, Jeff. They were never here. This is just another wild goose chase." Kelly did not answer. He was watching the backhoe, watching the dirt fly, watching the hole grow deeper. He wanted to believe that the paintings were out there, somewhere, waiting to be found. He wanted to believe that all the hours, all the years, all the dead ends had been worth something. But in his heart he knew Santos was right. The paintings were not in Vermeer. They were not in a mafia graveyard. They were somewhere else entirely, or nowhere at all. The excavation continued for 3 more days. The FBI dug 6 more trenches, scanned the entire property with ground-penetrating radar, and interviewed a dozen elderly residents who remembered the lot's history as a parking lot, a construction site, and before that, a farmer's field. They found nothing. The case file on the Vermeer excavation was closed in October 1999. It was the 16th major lead that had gone nowhere. It would not be the last. Chapter 27. The Letter from a Dead Man. A Convicted Killer's Deathbed Confession. December 14, 2002. 3 p.m. Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston. 12 years, 8 months, and 26 days after the heist. The letter arrived at the FBI field office in a plain white envelope, postmarked from a hospice in western Massachusetts. There was no return address, just a name: Robert Guarente. Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly had heard of Robert Guarente. Everyone in Boston had heard of Robert Guarente. He was a convicted murderer, a former associate of the patriarchal crime family, a man who had been in and out of prison for most of his adult life. He had been diagnosed with terminal liver cancer in 2001 and had been given 6 months to live. He had outlived the diagnosis by a year, but now, according to the hospice staff, he had days left at most. The letter was handwritten, shaky, the letters tilting downhill as if gravity itself was pulling them toward the bottom of the page. Kelly unfolded it carefully, the paper thin and yellowed, and began to read. To whom it may concern, I am dying, and I want to clear my conscience before I go. I know who stole the paintings from the Gardner Museum. I know where they are. I did not participate in the theft, but I was told about it by a man named Bobby Donati, who was a friend of mine. Donati told me that the paintings were taken by a crew from Providence, led by a man named Carmine Merlino. Donati said the paintings were moved to a storage locker in Connecticut in 1991, and then moved again in 1994 to a warehouse in Philadelphia. I do not know if they are still there, but I believe they are. I am sorry I did not come forward sooner. I was afraid. Donati was a dangerous man, and I did not want to end up dead. But now I am dying anyway, and I have nothing left to lose. The storage locker was in New Haven. I do not remember the address. I am sorry. Robert Guarente Kelly read the letter 3 times. Then he called Santos. "We need to go to New Haven," he said. Again? Again. The FBI searched every storage locker in New Haven. They searched the ones that had been in business in 1991, and the ones that had opened since, and the ones that had closed and been sold and demolished and forgotten. They interviewed managers, owners, employees, anyone who might remember a storage locker rented by a man named Carmine Merlino or anyone associated with him. They found nothing. They searched warehouses in Philadelphia. They searched basements and garages and abandoned factories. They followed the trail that Guarente had laid out in his letter, a trail that led from Connecticut to Pennsylvania to New Jersey, and then finally to a dead end in a rundown neighborhood in Camden, where the warehouse that Guarente had described had been torn down in 1998 to make way for a parking lot. The paintings, if they had ever been there, were gone. Robert Guarente died on December 19, 2002, 5 days after his letter was mailed. He was buried in a small cemetery in western Massachusetts, in a plot that he had purchased years earlier, next to the grave of his mother. The FBI added his letter to the case file, now more than 10,000 pages long. It was the 42nd deathbed confession the Bureau had received since 1990. Like the others, it had led nowhere, but like the others, it haunted the investigators. Because every deathbed confession, no matter how unreliable, contained a kernel of possibility. What if this one was true? What if Guarente had known something? What if the paintings had been in that storage locker in that warehouse and the FBI had just missed them? Those questions would never be answered. Guarente was dead. The storage locker was gone. The warehouse was a parking lot. And the paintings were still missing. Chapter 28. The Empty Frames Tour. How the Museum Turned Crime Scene into Pilgrimage. March 18, 2005. 10 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The Dutch Room. 15 years after the heist, the empty frames had become a pilgrimage site. Visitors came from all over the world to see them. They stood in the Dutch Room, shoulder to shoulder, craning their necks to look at the gilded rectangles where the Rembrandts and the Vermeer had once hung. They took photographs, they asked questions. They whispered as if they were in a church. The museum had learned to accommodate them. In the early years after the heist, the empty frames had been a source of shame, a reminder of failure, of vulnerability, of everything that had been lost. But as the years passed, the shame faded, replaced by something else. A kind of pride, perhaps, a determination to turn tragedy into meaning. The Empty Frames tour began as an informal thing, a docent leading a small group through the Dutch Room, explaining what had been taken, describing the investigation, answering questions. But it grew quickly. Soon the tour was offered twice a day, then 3 times, then 4. The museum hired additional docents to handle the demand. They published a guidebook. They created a podcast. They sold T-shirts and coffee mugs and posters of the empty frames. The crime scene had become a tourist attraction. "The irony is not lost on us," said Anne Hawley, The museum's director in an interview with the Boston Globe. "We are profiting from our own tragedy, but we have no choice. The museum must survive. And the empty frames are part of our story now. We cannot pretend they are not there." The tour was led by a woman named Eleanor Vance, a retired art history professor who had volunteered at the Gardner since 1985. She had been there on the morning of the heist, had walked into the Dutch room with the first responders, had seen the empty frames with her own eyes. She never forgot that moment. She never would. "To your left," Eleanor said, gesturing to the largest of the empty frames, "is where the storm on the Sea of Galilee hung for 87 years. It was Rembrandt's only seascape. It depicted Christ calming the storm, the disciples terrified in the boat. Some art historians believe that Rembrandt painted himself into the scene, that the disciple looking out at the viewer is actually a self-portrait." The tour group nodded. They were mostly tourists, mostly middle-aged, mostly American, though Eleanor spotted a Japanese couple and a family from France. They had all come for the same reason, to see what was missing. "And to your right," Eleanor continued, "is where the concert by Vermeer hung. It is one of only 36 Vermeers in existence. It is considered by many to be the most valuable missing painting in the world. Some estimates place its value at over $200 million. A woman in the front row raised her hand. "Do you think it will ever be returned?" Eleanor paused. She had been asked this question thousands of times, and she had never found a satisfactory answer. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to believe that the paintings would come back, that justice would prevail, that the empty frames would one day be filled again. But she had been waiting for 15 years, and she was tired of hoping. "I don't know," she said. "I hope so, but I don't know." The tour continued. Eleanor led the group through the short gallery, the blue room, the corridors where the thieves had walked. She showed them the display case where the Degas drawings had been kept, the pedestal where the Chinese vase had stood, the cabinet where the Napoleonic eagle had sat. She told them about the guards, about the tape, about the 81 minutes. At the end of the tour, she led the group back to the Dutch room. They stood in silence for a moment, looking at the empty frames. Then Eleanor spoke. "These frames are a reminder," she said. "They remind us that art is fragile, that beauty can be taken, that we must protect what we love, because once it is gone, it may never come back." The group dispersed. Some of them bought T-shirts. Some of them left donations. Some of them stood in the courtyard and stared at the fountain and wondered what it would be like to lose something irreplaceable. The empty frames remained on the walls. They had been there for 15 years. They would be there for many more. Chapter 29, Anthony Amore. The museum's new security director and relentless investigator. July 1st, 2005. 9 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner. Museum Security Office. 15 years, 3 months, and 13 days after the heist. Anthony Amore was not supposed to be here. He had spent most of his career in the world of homeland security, tracking terrorists and smugglers and weapons dealers. He had worked for the Transportation Security Administration, the Federal Air Marshal Service, the Department of Homeland Security. He had investigated the 9/11 attacks, the shoe bomber, the liquid bomb plot. He had seen the worst that humanity had to offer, and he had not flinched. But in 2005, he was burned out. The constant travel, the endless threats, the bureaucratic nightmares, it had worn him down. He needed a change. He needed something smaller, quieter, more contained. He needed a puzzle. The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum was hiring a new security director. The position had been open for 6 months. No one wanted it. The heist had made the museum a symbol of failure, a cautionary tale for every security professional in the world. Who would want to be responsible for a place that had already been stripped of its greatest treasures? Anthony Amor wanted it. He applied, he interviewed, he got the job. And on July 1st, 2005, he walked into the museum's security office for the first time, sat down at a desk that had belonged to 4 previous security directors, and opened the case file. It was 10,000 pages long. He read every page. He read the witness statements, the forensic reports, the informant tips, the deathbed confessions, the transcripts of interviews with suspects who had died years ago. He read the letters from psychics and the drawings from children and the rambling manifestos from people who claimed to have solved the case in their dreams. He read for 6 months. He read until his eyes burned and his back ached, and his wife threatened to leave him if he did not put down the files and come to dinner. And when he was done reading, he started investigating. Amore was different from the FBI. He was not a cop, not a prosecutor, not a bureaucrat. He was a security professional, and he approached the case like a security problem. He did not care about suspects or motives or the psychology of the thieves. He cared about the paintings. Where were they? Who had them? How could he get them back? He traveled across the country, meeting with informants, following leads, chasing tips that had been dismissed by the FBI as unreliable or irrelevant. He talked to convicted art thieves, to mobsters, to con artists, to anyone who might know something about the missing masterpieces. He built relationships with people who had never trusted law enforcement, who had never spoken to the FBI, who had kept their secrets for decades. He did not make progress. Not at first. The case was cold, colder than cold, a frozen lake with no visible cracks. But Amore did not give up. He could not give up. The empty frames were waiting for him. In 2008, he traveled to Philadelphia to investigate a tip about a warehouse that might have contained the paintings. He found nothing. In 2010, he traveled to Ireland to investigate the IRA connection. He found nothing. In 2012, he traveled to Florida to interview a dying man who claimed to have seen the Vermeer in a private collection. The man died before Amore arrived. He found nothing. Again and again, he found nothing. But he kept looking. He kept investigating. He kept believing that the paintings were out there somewhere, waiting to be found. "I will never stop," he told a reporter in 2015 on the 25th anniversary of the heist. "I will do this job until I retire or until the paintings are returned. And if they are not returned in my lifetime, I will pass the case on to my successor, and they will pass it on to theirs. We will never give up." Chapter 30. The 2013 FBI press conference, claiming to know the thieves' identities. March 18, 2013, 11 a.m. FBI Field Office, Boston. 23 years after the heist, the press conference was held in the main auditorium of the FBI field office, a sterile room with blue carpet and American flags, and a podium that had been used by a dozen directors and 100 special agents. The room was packed with reporters, local, national, international. Camera lights blazed, phones buzzed, the air was thick with anticipation. The FBI had called this press conference 3 days earlier, with almost no warning. The message had been cryptic. The FBI will be announcing a significant development in the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum theft investigation. No details, no hints, just the promise of news. For 23 years there had been no news. For 23 years the case had been cold, frozen, dead. And now, suddenly, there was news. Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly, now 69 years old and retired, watched the press conference from his living room in suburban Boston. He had not been invited. The investigation had moved on without him, as investigations always did. But he watched anyway, his hands trembling slightly, his heart pounding in his chest. The podium was occupied by a man he did not recognize, A younger agent, maybe 40, with a sharp jaw and sharper eyes. Richard Deslauriers, the FBI's special agent in charge for the Boston field office. He had been given the task of delivering the news. "Good morning," Deslauriers said. "Thank you for coming. I have an announcement to make regarding the 1990 theft of 13 works of art from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum." The room went silent. After a thorough review of the evidence, the FBI has concluded that the theft was perpetrated by a criminal organization based in the Boston area. We have identified the individuals we believe were responsible for the theft. They are now deceased. A murmur ran through the room. Reporters leaned forward, pens poised, fingers hovering over keyboards. Due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, I cannot release their names at this time, but I can tell you that we are confident that we know who committed this crime, and we are confident that the paintings were moved through the Philadelphia and Connecticut areas in the years following the theft. Deslauriers paused. He looked at the cameras, at the reporters, at the world. "We believe that the paintings may have been offered for sale on the black market in the mid-1990s. We believe that they may have been moved to a foreign country, and we believe that they may still be in existence." The questions came fast and furious. Who were the thieves? Why won't you release their names? Where are the paintings now? Why did it take 23 years to reach this conclusion? Deslauriers answered none of them. He repeated the same phrases. "Ongoing investigation, cannot release names, confident in our conclusions," until the reporters grew frustrated and the cameras stopped rolling and the press conference ended. The 2013 press conference was supposed to be a breakthrough. It was supposed to be the moment when the case turned a corner, when the paintings came home, when the empty frames were finally filled. It was none of those things. The FBI never released the names of the deceased thieves. They never provided evidence to support their conclusions. They never recovered the paintings. The press conference generated a flurry of media attention, a few new tips, a brief surge of hope, and then nothing. The case returned to its familiar state, cold, frozen, dead. Why had the FBI held the press conference? Some believed it was a desperate attempt to generate leads, to shake loose information that had been buried for decades. Others believed it was an exercise in public relations, an attempt to show that the investigation was still active, still important, still worth funding. Others believed it was a mistake, that the FBI had overplayed its hand, that it did not actually know the identities of the thieves, that the press conference had been a bluff. Anthony Amore, the museum's security director, was diplomatic in his public statements. "We are encouraged by the FBI's announcement," he said. "We hope that it will lead to new information about the location of the paintings." But privately he was skeptical. The FBI had not shared their evidence with him. He did not know if their conclusions were accurate. He did not know if the thieves they had identified were the actual thieves or just convenient suspects, dead and unable to defend themselves. The 2013 press conference faded from the headlines, replaced by other news, other crimes, other mysteries. But it left behind a residue of frustration, of unanswered questions, of promises that had not been kept, and the empty frames remained empty. Chapter 31. Rick Abath, the guard who may have been the inside man. March 18, 1990, 8:15 a.m. and every day after. Isabella Stewart Gardner. Museum basement, then security office, then everywhere. The moment that defined a life. Rick Abath had been a guard for 6 months. He had taken the job because it was quiet, because it paid better than the electronics store, because his girlfriend liked the idea of dating a man who worked in a museum. He had not taken it because he loved art. He had not taken it because he wanted to protect masterpieces. He had taken it because he needed a paycheck, and the museum was hiring. That was the first thing the investigators noted about him. The second thing was that he was young, 23, barely out of his teens, still living in the kind of rented apartment where the furniture came from IKEA and the walls were decorated with movie posters instead of paintings. The third thing was that he had opened the door. He had opened the door and the thieves had walked in and the art had walked out. The fourth thing, and the most important thing, was that he had no alibi. Not for the weeks before the heist when someone had cased the museum, tested the security, loosened the plug on the recorder. Not for the hours after the heist when he lay in the basement with Randy Hestand, waiting to be found. Not for the years that followed, when the questions never stopped and the suspicions never faded. Rick Abath was the inside man. Or he was not. The evidence was circumstantial, inconclusive, a Rorschach test for investigators who wanted to see guilt or innocence depending on their own biases. The case against Rick Abath. He had opened the door. That was the beginning and the end of the case against him. He had opened the door when the protocol said not to. He had opened the door even though the monitor was dark, even though the tape had run out, even though something felt wrong. He had opened the door and the thieves had walked in and nothing else mattered. But there was more. He had been seen acting strangely in the days before the heist. Other guards reported that he had been distracted, nervous, unusually interested in the security systems. He had asked questions about the camera, about the recorder, about the motion detectors, questions that seemed innocent at the time but took on a darker meaning after the crime. He had also been seen in the Dutch room late at night, alone, staring at the paintings. The other guards had noticed this, had joked about it, had called him the art lover behind his back. But after the heist, those jokes became evidence. Why was he staring at the paintings? Was he memorizing their locations? Was he taking photographs? Was he reporting back to the thieves? And then there was the final visitor, the man who had asked to use the restroom at 4:58 p.m. Rick had let him in. Rick had written his entry in the logbook. Rick had described him as ordinary, a description that seemed designed to mislead, to deflect, to obscure. Had Rick known the final visitor? Had they met before? Had they exchanged signals, codes, instructions? The FBI never found evidence of a connection, but they could not rule it out. The case for Rick Abath. He had passed the polygraph twice. He had submitted to hours of questioning, days of interrogation, years of scrutiny. He had never changed his story, never contradicted himself, never provided any evidence that he had been involved in the heist. He had also been bound and taped for 5 hours. If he was the inside man, why had he allowed himself to be treated like a hostage? Why had he lain on a cold concrete floor, unable to move, unable to see, unable to speak, while the thieves worked upstairs? If he was part of the conspiracy, surely they would have treated him better. Surely they would have left him untied, or tied him loosely, or given him some way to escape. But they had not. They had bound him as tightly as Randy. They had left him in the dark. They had treated him like a victim because he was a victim. And there was no evidence. That was the most important thing. The FBI had searched his apartment, his car, his bank accounts, his phone records, his computer. They had interviewed his friends, his family, his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriends, his neighbors, his co-workers. They had found nothing. No money, no connections to criminals, no motive, no means, no opportunity, except the opportunity that came with the job itself. The aftermath. Rick Abath did not return to the museum. He could not. The empty frames were a reminder of what he had lost, not just the paintings, but his reputation, his future, his sense of himself as a good person. He moved to a small town in New Hampshire, changed his name, and tried to disappear. But the past followed him. Reporters found him. Documentary filmmakers called. True crime fans tracked him down, sent him letters, asked him questions he could not answer. He stopped leaving the house. He stopped answering the phone. He stopped living. In 2015, he gave his only interview. It was to a reporter from the Boston Globe, a woman named Shelley Murphy who had covered the case for decades. Rick was 58 years old then, gray-haired, overweight, living alone in a small apartment above a hardware store. He had not worked in years. He had not had a relationship in years. He had not had a life in years. "I didn't do it," he told Murphy. "I was just a kid. I made a mistake. I opened the door, but I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't plan it. I didn't help them. I was just there." Murphy asked him if he thought the paintings would ever be found. "I don't know," he said. "I hope so, but I don't know." He died in 2022 of a heart attack, alone in his apartment. The landlord found him 3 days later when the smell began to seep into the hallway. Rick Abath was buried in a small cemetery in New Hampshire under a headstone that did not mention the Gardner Museum or the heist or the empty frames. He had asked for that. He had asked to be forgotten. He was not. Chapter 32. The Other God. Randy Hestand, whose story never changed. March 18, 1990, 8:15 a.m. and every day after. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum basement, then hospital, then home. The witness who would not waver. Randy Hestand was 32 years old on the night of the heist. He was ex-military, a man who had seen combat in Grenada, a man who knew how to handle himself in a crisis. He had taken the security job at the Gardner because it was close to his home, because the hours were regular, because he was tired of the violence and the chaos and the constant threat of death. He had not expected to be bound and taped in a basement while thieves stole masterpieces from above his head. But when it happened, he handled it the way he had been trained to handle everything, with discipline, with patience, with silence. Randy's story never changed. From the moment the police cut the tape from his eyes to the last interview he gave, decades later, he told the same story, in the same words, with the same calm certainty. The tall man had been calm. The shorter man had been nervous. They had worn police uniforms. They had used duct tape and handcuffs. They had taken the paintings. They had left. That was all Randy knew. That was all he had ever known. The investigation. The FBI questioned Randy for more than 40 hours over the course of the investigation. They asked him about his background, his finances, his relationships with the other guards. They asked him about Rick Abath. Did he trust him? Did he think he was capable of betraying the museum? Did he notice anything strange about Rick's behavior in the days before the heist? Randy answered every question honestly. He had no reason to lie. He had no secrets. He had no involvement in the heist except as a victim. "I don't know if Rick was involved," he told the FBI. "I don't think he was, but I don't know. I only know what I saw. And what I saw was 2 men in police uniforms, and then I was on the floor with tape over my eyes, and then it was morning." The FBI polygraphed Randy twice. He passed both times. His story was consistent. His responses were truthful. His demeanor was calm. He was not a suspect. He was a witness. The best witness they had. The aftermath. Randy returned to work at the Gardner after the heist. He stayed for another year, then left to take a job in private security. He did not want to talk about the heist. He did not want to be interviewed by reporters or documentary filmmakers or true crime podcasters. He wanted to forget. But he could not forget. The heist followed him the way it followed everyone else. A shadow that would not lift, a weight that would not lighten. He dreamed about the basement. He dreamed about the tape. He dreamed about the footsteps above his head, the crashes, the silence. He saw a therapist. He took medication. He tried to move on. In 2010, he gave an interview to a documentary crew. He was 52 years old then, still fit, still calm, still certain. He sat in his living room in a house in the suburbs and told the story one more time. "I've told it 100 times," he said. "It never changes. It never will. I don't know who did it. I don't know where the paintings are. I only know what I saw." The documentary aired. Randy's face appeared on screens across the country. He did not watch it. He had seen enough. He died in 2019 of complications from diabetes, surrounded by his family. His obituary did not mention the heist. His family asked that donations be made to the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in his memory. Randy Hestand's story never changed. It was the only thing about the heist that did not. Chapter 33. The Fake Cop. Officer Vincent Ferrara, a mob associate. August 12, 1990. 2 p.m. FBI Field Office, Boston. 4 months, 3 weeks, and 4 days after the heist. The photograph was grainy, taken from a distance, showing a man in a police uniform standing outside a social club in the North End. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a face that was ordinary enough to be anyone, and specific enough to be someone. His mustache was dark, thick, slightly too large for his face. Vincent Ferrara was a known associate of the Patriarca crime family, a man with a long history of violence and a short fuse. He had been arrested multiple times for assault, robbery, and extortion, but he had never been convicted of anything more serious than gambling. He was smart, he was careful, he was dangerous, and he looked like the sketch. The FBI had received a tip from an informant who claimed that Ferrara had bragged about the Gardner heist in a bar in Vermeer. According to the informant, Ferrara had said, "I was there. I was the cop. I walked right in and they let me. Stupid bastards." The FBI brought Ferrara in for questioning. He arrived with a lawyer, as expected, and sat across from Special Agent Jeffrey Kelly with a smile on his face. "I didn't do it," Ferrara said. "I was at home with my girlfriend. She'll tell you." "We've spoken to your girlfriend," Kelly said. "She says you were out that night. She doesn't know where." Ferrara's smile did not waver. "She's confused. She's got a bad memory. You can't trust her." Kelly leaned forward. "Where were you, Vincent?" Ferrara shrugged. "I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I was probably at a bar, or a card game, or with friends. I don't keep a diary." The interrogation lasted 4 hours. Ferrara answered questions with a combination of charm and evasion, admitting nothing, denying everything. He claimed he had never been to the Gardner Museum. He claimed he had never worn a police uniform. He claimed he had never bragged about the heist because he knew nothing about the heist. The FBI had no evidence to hold him. They released him after 4 hours, and he walked out of the field office, lit a cigarette, and disappeared into the Boston afternoon. Vincent Ferrara was never charged in connection with the Gardner heist. He continued his life of crime, was eventually convicted of racketeering and murder, and died in prison in 2015. He never confessed. He never provided any information about the heist. He took whatever he knew to his grave. But the question lingered. Was he the tall man? He fit the description, the height, the build, the mustache. He had the connections, the Patriarca family, the Boston underworld, the network of criminals who could have planned and executed the heist. He had the motive, money, status, the thrill of pulling off the biggest art theft in history. But the FBI could not prove it. The witnesses could not identify him. The evidence was circumstantial, suggestive, but not conclusive. Vincent Ferrara remained a suspect, but only a suspect. Like so many others, he was a ghost, a possibility, a question mark in a case full of question marks. Chapter 34. The Gentleman Thief. How a well-dressed man cased the museum for months, September 1989 to March 1990. Isabella Stewart Gardner, Museum Various Galleries, the man who was always there. He came in the afternoons, usually between 2 and 4 p.m., when the museum was busiest and the guards were distracted. He was tall, slender, well-dressed in dark suits and silk ties and expensive shoes. He carried a leather briefcase and a walking stick with a silver handle. He looked like a professor, or a diplomat, or a wealthy collector. He looked like he belonged. The docents noticed him. They noticed his interest in the Dutch room, his long pauses in front of the Rembrandts, his careful study of the security cameras and the motion detectors. They assumed he was an art historian or a graduate student or a critic writing a review. They did not ask questions. They did not report him to security. They did not think he was a threat. He was the gentleman thief. That was what the newspapers would call him years later when the FBI released sketches and descriptions and asked the public for help. He was the man who had cased the museum for months, who had studied its layout and its security and its weaknesses, who had planned the heist with the precision of a military operation, and he had never been identified. The surveillance, the FBI interviewed dozens of docents, guards, and visitors who remembered seeing the gentleman thief in the months before the heist. Their descriptions were consistent: tall, slender, well-dressed, with a calm demeanor and a polite manner. He had asked questions about the paintings, their value, their provenance, their security. He had taken notes in a small leather notebook. He had photographed the Dutch room with a camera that looked expensive, but no one knew his name. No one had seen his identification. No one had thought to ask. The FBI created a composite sketch of the gentleman thief and released it to the public. It showed a man in his 40s with dark hair, a thin face, and eyes that were cold and watchful. The sketch was published in newspapers, shown on television, posted in post offices and police stations across the country. Thousands of tips came in. Hundreds of men were questioned. Dozens were arrested on unrelated charges and brought in for interviews. None of them were the gentleman thief. The theory: the FBI believed that the gentleman thief was the mastermind behind the heist, the man who had planned it, organized it, and possibly participated in it. He was not the tall man with the fake mustache. He was someone else, someone higher up, someone who had stayed in the shadows while others did the dirty work. He had cased the museum for months, learning its rhythms, its vulnerabilities, its secrets. He had identified the final visitor, or been the final visitor himself. He had loosened the plug on the security camera. He had taped the motion detectors. He had prepared the way for the thieves. And then he had disappeared. The FBI never found him. They never identified him. They never even learned his name. He was a ghost, a phantom, a figure in a sketch who existed only in the memories of the docents and the guards and the visitors who had seen him but not remembered him. The gentleman thief became a legend, a character in the mythology of the heist. He was the brains behind the operation, the man who had pulled the strings, the master criminal who had outsmarted the FBI and the museum and the entire city of Boston. But he was also a mystery. And like so many mysteries in this case, he remained unsolved. Chapter 35, The Art Lover. A mysterious female visitor who befriended Abath. February 1990 to March 1990. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Various galleries. The woman who asked too many questions. She came in the evenings near closing time when the museum was quiet and the guards were tired. She was in her late 20s, attractive, with dark hair and green eyes, and a smile that made people want to talk to her. She wore expensive clothes, cashmere sweaters, silk scarves, leather boots, and carried a handbag that looked like it cost more than Rick Abath's monthly salary. She was interested in art. That was what she told Rick when she first approached him at the security desk. She was an art history student, she said, working on her thesis. She was particularly interested in the Dutch room, in the Rembrandts, in the way the light fell on the paintings in the late afternoon. Rick was flattered. He was 23, lonely, and not used to attention from beautiful women. He talked to her. He showed her around the museum. He told her things he should not have told her, about the security systems, about the guards' schedules, about the weaknesses in the museum's defenses. He did not know that she was not a student. He did not know that she was not interested in art. He did not know that she was a spy. The investigation. The FBI learned about the art lover from Rick himself during one of his many interrogations. He described her in detail, her appearance, her manner, her questions. He said she had visited the museum at least a dozen times in the weeks before the heist. He said she had asked about the motion detectors, about the cameras, about the guards' routines. She was just curious, Rick told the FBI. She was writing a paper. She needed to know how the museum protected its collection. The FBI was skeptical. They asked Rick for her name. He did not know it. They asked for her phone number. He did not have it. They asked for anything that could identify her, a photograph, a letter, a receipt from a coffee shop where they had met. Rick had nothing. The FBI created a sketch of the art lover based on Rick's description. It showed a woman with dark hair, green eyes, and a face that was beautiful and forgettable at the same time. The sketch was released to the public, but no one came forward to identify her. No one remembered seeing her. No one knew who she was. The theory. The FBI believed that the art lover was part of the conspiracy, a scout, a honeypot, a woman sent to extract information from the guards. She had targeted Rick because he was young and inexperienced and lonely. She had befriended him, charmed him, extracted from him the information that the thieves needed to plan the heist. And then she had disappeared. Rick never saw her again. He looked for her in the weeks after the heist, scanning the faces of the visitors, hoping to see her dark hair and her green eyes and her knowing smile. But she was gone. She had never existed, except in his memory and in the sketch that the FBI had drawn. The art lover was another ghost, another phantom, another mystery in a case full of mysteries. She had used Rick, and then she had vanished, leaving behind nothing but questions and regrets. Rick Abbott would spend the rest of his life wondering about her. Was she real? Had she been part of the conspiracy? Had she known what was going to happen? Had she cared about him at all? He never found out. Chapter 36, The Philadelphia Connection, a known stolen art ring in the 1990s, June the 15th, 1994. 10 a.m. FBI Field Office, Philadelphia, 4 years, 2 months, and 4 weeks after the heist. The Philadelphia stolen art ring was not subtle. They operated out of a row house in South Philly, a narrow brick building with a faded American flag in the window, and a basement that had been converted into a gallery for paintings that had no right to exist outside of museum walls. The ring was run by a man named Salvatore "Sal the Brush" Morelli, a former art restorer who had discovered that it was more profitable to steal paintings than to clean them. The FBI had been watching Morelli for years, waiting for him to make a mistake. He never did. He was careful, patient, and protected by a network of lawyers and bagmen and corrupt police officers. But in 1994, an informant came forward with a tantalizing piece of information. Morelli had bragged about being offered the Gardner paintings. "I could have had them," Morelli had said, according to the informant. "The whole lot, Rembrandt, Vermeer, the whole thing. But the price was too high, and the heat was too hot. I passed." The FBI did not know if Morelli was telling the truth. He was a braggart, a liar, a man who claimed credit for crimes he had not committed and denied responsibility for crimes he had. but the possibility was enough to open an investigation. The investigation special agent Jeffrey Kelly traveled to Philadelphia in June 1994 to interview Morelli in person. He was accompanied by Detective Maria Santos, who had been on the Gardner case for 4 years and had learned to distrust everyone. Morelli received them in his row house in a living room that was decorated with expensive furniture and cheap reproductions of famous paintings. He was a small man, bald, with a goatee and a gold tooth, and a laugh that sounded like a cough. "The Gardner," Morelli said, shaking his head. "That was a beautiful job, clean, professional. No one got hurt, no one got caught. I wish I could say I did it, but I didn't. I'm not that smart." "But you were offered the paintings," Kelly said. Morelli shrugged. "People offer me things all the time. Most of them are lying. They want to impress me, or they want to use me, or they want to get me in trouble. I don't pay attention." "Who offered you the Gardner paintings?" Morelli smiled. His gold tooth glinted in the afternoon light. "I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Some guy from Boston, a friend of a friend. He said he had access to the paintings. He said he could get them for me if I had the money. I didn't have the money, so I said no." Kelly asked for a name. Morelli claimed he could not remember. He claimed he had forgotten. He claimed that it didn't matter because the paintings were probably gone, destroyed, lost forever. The FBI surveilled Morelli for another year, hoping he would lead them to the paintings. He led them nowhere. He died in 1997 of a heart attack, sitting in his favorite chair in his row house in South Philly. The basement gallery was empty when the FBI searched it. Morelli's associates had cleaned it out before the body was cold. The Philadelphia connection, like so many others, led to a dead end. Chapter 37. The Carmine Merlino Crew, a Providence mob family with a storage locker. October 3rd, 1997, 2 p.m. Providence, Rhode Island. Federal courthouse 7 years, 6 months, and 2 weeks after the heist. Carmine Merlino was a ghost. He was a captain in the Patriarcha crime family, a man with a reputation for violence and a talent for disappearing. He had been indicted multiple times for racketeering, extortion, and murder, but he had never been convicted. He had a lawyer for every occasion and an alibi for every crime. And he had a storage locker. That was what the informants said. Merlino had a storage locker somewhere in Providence, a small unit in a facility that catered to criminals and corrupt businessmen. In that storage locker, according to the informants, were the missing Gardner paintings. The FBI had heard this rumor for years. They had investigated it, chased it, followed leads that went nowhere. But in 1997, they received a tip that seemed more credible than most. The tip came from a former associate of Merlino's, a man named Frankie "the Fence" Lombardi, who had fallen out with the mob and was looking to make a deal. "The paintings are in a storage locker on Broad Street," Lombardi said. "I saw them in 1993. Merlino took me there to show off. He had the Rembrandts stacked against the wall. The Vermeer was in a crate. He said they were waiting for a buyer." The FBI obtained a search warrant for the storage locker on Broad Street. They broke the lock, opened the door, and found nothing. The locker was empty. It had been empty for years, according to the facility's manager, who remembered Merlino renting it in 1991 and cleaning it out in 1994. The paintings, if they had ever been there, were gone. The aftermath. Carmine Merlino was never charged in connection with the Gardner heist. He continued his life of crime, was eventually convicted of racketeering in 2002, and died in prison in 2011. He never confessed. He never provided any information about the paintings. He took whatever he knew to his grave. But the storage locker on Broad Street became a symbol of the investigation, a promising lead that led nowhere, a tip that raised hopes and dashed them, a mystery that refused to be solved. Why had Merlino rented the storage locker? What had he kept there? Had the paintings really been there, or was Lombardi lying? And if the paintings had been there, where had they gone? The FBI would never know. Merlino was dead. Lombardi was in witness protection. The storage locker had been rented by a dozen different people since 1994, and any evidence had long since been destroyed. The Providence connection, like the Philadelphia connection, led to a dead end. Chapter 38. The FBI Mole, an informant who infiltrated the thieves but died before testifying March 12, 1998, 9 p.m., East Boston. A basement apartment 8 years after the heist. The informant's name was James Whitey O'Brien, and he was a ghost. He had been a low-level associate of the Irish mob for years, a man who moved between Boston and Providence and New York, carrying messages and money and sometimes guns. He was not a thief himself, but he knew thieves. He knew their habits, their secrets, their weaknesses. In 1996, the FBI recruited O'Brien as a confidential informant. They gave him money, a new identity, and a mission: infiltrate the network of criminals who were rumored to have stolen the Gardner paintings. O'Brien was perfect for the job. He looked like a criminal, talked like a criminal, and thought like a criminal. He could walk into a mob social club and blend in like a piece of furniture. For 2 years, O'Brien worked his way into the confidence of the men who knew about the heist. He drank with them, gambled with them, listened to their stories and their secrets. He learned that the paintings had been moved multiple times, from Boston to Connecticut, to Philadelphia, to Providence. He learned that they had been offered for sale to collectors in Europe and Asia. He learned that the thieves were dead, but the paintings were not. He learned the location, a warehouse in East Boston near the waterfront, a building that had been abandoned for years, owned by a shell company that no one had ever heard of. The paintings were there, O'Brien said. He had seen them. He had touched them. He had stood in front of Rembrandt's Storm on the Sea of Galilee and felt the weight of history in his hands. The FBI prepared a search warrant. They assembled a team. They planned to raid the warehouse on the night of March 15, 1998. On the night of March 14, 1998, James Whitey O'Brien was found dead in his basement apartment in East Boston. The cause of death was listed as a heart attack. He was 43 years old. He had no history of heart problems. The FBI raided the warehouse anyway. They found nothing. The building was empty, swept clean as if someone had known they were coming. The informant was dead. The paintings were gone. The investigation was back to square one. The conspiracy. The FBI officially ruled O'Brien's death a heart attack, but many agents believed he had been murdered, poisoned perhaps, or suffocated, or given a drug that mimicked a heart attack. Someone had known he was an informant. Someone had known he was about to lead the FBI to the paintings. Someone had silenced him before he could testify. But who? The Irish mob, the Patriarca family, the men who had stolen the paintings. The FBI never identified a suspect. They never made an arrest. They never solved the mystery of O'Brien's death. He was buried in a small cemetery in East Boston, in a plot that the FBI paid for. His headstone reads, "James O'Brien, beloved son, rest in peace." It does not mention that he was an informant. It does not mention that he died trying to solve the greatest art theft in history. The warehouse in East Boston was demolished in 2005. A condominium complex now stands in its place. The paintings, if they were ever there, are gone. Chapter 39. The Widow's Plea. A dying woman claims her late husband hid the paintings. September 8, 2004, 11 a.m. Hospice of the South Shore, Braintree, Massachusetts. 14 years, 5 months, and 3 weeks after the heist. Her name was Eleanor Damaso, and she was dying. The cancer had started in her lungs, spread to her liver, and was now eating its way through her bones. She was 71 years old, a widow, a grandmother, a woman who had spent her life keeping secrets. The secret she had kept the longest was her husband's. Vincent Damaso had been a soldier in the Patriarcha crime family, a man who had done terrible things and never spoken of them. He had died in 1999 of a stroke sitting in his favorite chair in his living room in Vermeer. He had never told Eleanor about his crimes. He had never told her about the paintings. But on his deathbed he had whispered something. Eleanor had not understood it at the time. She had thought it was the rambling of a dying man, the nonsense of a brain starved of oxygen. But years later, after the cancer had been diagnosed, after she had begun to think about her own death, she remembered his words. "The paintings are in the wall," he had said. "The basement wall, the one I built in 1991. The search Eleanor Damaso contacted the FBI in September 2004. She was too weak to leave the hospice, so the agents came to her. They sat by her bedside, held her hand, and listened to her story. "I don't know if it's true," she said. "He was a liar. He lied about everything. But he wasn't lying when he was dying. He was too weak to lie." The FBI obtained a search warrant for the Damaso home in Vermeer. They brought in contractors, forensic anthropologists, and a team of art conservators. They tore apart the basement wall that Vincent Damaso had built in 1991. They found nothing. The wall was solid concrete, poured in place, with no cavities, no hidden compartments, no paintings. The basement was empty. The house was clean. Eleanor Damaso died 3 days later. She was buried next to her husband in a cemetery in Vermeer, in a plot that overlooked the ocean. The FBI added her deathbed confession to the case file, now more than 15,000 pages long. It was the 67th deathbed confession the Bureau had received since 1990. Like the others, it had led nowhere. But like the others, it haunted the investigators. Because what if Vincent Damaso had been telling the truth? What if the paintings had been in that wall, and someone had moved them before the FBI arrived? What if Eleanor had waited too long to come forward? Those questions would never be answered. Vincent was dead. Eleanor was dead. The wall was concrete. The paintings were still missing. Chapter 40. The Fake Recovery. Several con artists who claimed to know the location 1991 to present various locations. Various schemes, the predators who fed on hope. The reward brought them out of the woodwork. Con artists, grifters, psychics, and dreamers. All of them claiming to know the location of the missing Gardner paintings. All of them demanding money in exchange for their information. The first fake recovery came in 1991, less than a year after the heist. A man named Robert Bobby the Book Castellano called the FBI and claimed that he could recover the paintings for a fee of $100,000. He said he had connections in the underworld, friends who knew where the paintings were hidden, contacts who could make the deal happen. The FBI investigated Castellano. They discovered that he was a convicted fraudster, a man who had spent more time in prison than out. They declined his offer. Castellano was not deterred. He called again in 1992, 1993, and 1994, each time with a new story, a new contact, a new price. The FBI stopped taking his calls. The most elaborate fake recovery came in 1997 from a man named William Wild Bill Youngworth. Youngworth was an art dealer and convicted felon who claimed that he could recover the Gardner paintings in exchange for a reduced sentence on an unrelated charge. He claimed that the paintings were in the possession of a secretive organization of art lovers who had stolen them to protect them from destruction. The FBI took Jungwirth seriously at first. They met with him multiple times, listened to his stories, followed his leads. But Jungwirth could never produce the paintings. He could never provide any evidence that they existed. He was a con artist, a fraud, a man who had spun a web of lies so elaborate that he had begun to believe them himself. The FBI eventually stopped returning his calls. The fake recoveries continued into the 2000s and beyond. In 2005, a woman in Florida claimed that the paintings were buried in her backyard. The FBI dug up her yard. They found a septic tank. In 2010, a man in California claimed that the paintings were in a storage locker in Los Angeles. The FBI searched the locker. They found old furniture and a box of pornographic magazines. In 2015, a psychic in Oregon claimed that she could locate the paintings using her psychic powers. The FBI declined her offer. Each fake recovery was a small tragedy. It raised hopes, consumed resources, and ended in disappointment. The con artists who perpetrated them were motivated by greed, by desperation, by a need for attention. They did not care about the paintings. They did not care about the museum. They cared only about themselves. But the FBI kept investigating, because every tip, no matter how improbable, might be the one that led to the paintings. The con artists knew this. They exploited it, and the FBI let them, because the alternative, ignoring a tip that might be real, was unthinkable. The fake recoveries continue to this day. The reward remains unclaimed, the paintings remain missing, and the con artists remain in business, waiting for the next tipster, the next mark, the next opportunity to sell hope to the hopeless. Chapter 41. The Paris Antique Dealer, a man who allegedly brokered the Vermeer, January 22, 2001. 4. Piedmont, Paris, France. Galerie du Vieux-Mont, 6th Arrondissement. 10 years, 10 months, and 4 days after the heist. The gallery was small, tucked between a patisserie and a bookstore on a narrow street in the shadow of Saint-Sulpice. It smelled of old paper and beeswax and the particular mustiness of objects that had outlived their makers. The proprietor was a man named Etienne Laforgue, and he had been buying and selling stolen art for 40 years. The FBI had known about Laforgue since the 1980s. He was a fixer, a broker, a man who connected thieves with buyers and took a commission from both. He had never been charged with a crime. He was too careful for that, too connected, too rich. But the intelligence community knew what he was, and they watched him. In 2001, a confidential informant came forward with a startling claim. Laforgue had brokered the sale of Vermeer's The Concert to a Japanese collector in 1998. The price, according to the informant, was $50 million, a fraction of the painting's true value, but enough to make everyone involved very wealthy. The informant had no proof. He had heard the story from a friend who had heard it from a friend who had supposedly been present at the transaction. But he provided a name, Hiroshi Tanaka, a wealthy industrialist from Tokyo, with a reputation for buying art that no one else could find. The investigation, the FBI contacted their counterparts in France and Japan. The French were skeptical. Laforgue was a protected man, they said, with friends in high places. The Japanese were polite but unhelpful. Tanaka was a respected businessman, they said, with no criminal record and no connection to stolen art. The FBI asked to interview Laforgue. He agreed, perhaps because he was curious, perhaps because he was confident, perhaps because he wanted to see how much they knew. The interview took place in Laforgue's gallery, in a back room lined with paintings that looked old and smelled older. Laforgue was a small man, neat, with white hair and blue eyes, and the calm demeanor of someone who had nothing to fear. "The Vermeer," Laforgue said when the FBI agent mentioned it. "A beautiful painting. I saw it once, in the Gardner Museum years ago. It glowed like a candle in a dark room. "Did you broker its sale in 1998? The agent asked. Laforgue smiled. "I broker many sales. Most of them are legitimate. Some are less legitimate. But I have never brokered the sale of a stolen painting. That would be illegal. Mr. Laforgue, we have information that you sold the Vermeer to a Japanese collector named Hiroshi Tanaka." Laforgue's smile did not waver. "Then your information is wrong. I have never met Mr. Tanaka. I have never spoken to him. I have never sold him a painting. If someone told you otherwise, they were lying. The FBI had no evidence to contradict him. They could not search his gallery without a warrant, and the French courts would not issue one based on the word of a confidential informant. They left Paris empty-handed, their questions unanswered. The aftermath. Etienne Laforgue died in 2012 at the age of 83. His gallery was closed, his inventory sold at auction, his secrets buried with him. Hiroshi Tanaka died in 2015 in Tokyo, surrounded by his family and his art collection. His heirs donated most of his paintings to museums in Japan and Europe. The Vermeer was not among them. The FBI never confirmed that Laforgue had brokered the sale of the concert. But the rumor persisted, as rumors do, feeding the imaginations of investigators and true crime enthusiasts alike. Was the Vermeer in Tokyo? Had it been sold to a Japanese collector who kept it hidden in a private gallery, visible only to a select few? Or was the story a fabrication, a fantasy, a lie told by an informant who wanted attention? The FBI did not know. They would never know. But the Paris antique dealer remained a figure of fascination, a man who might have held the key to the mystery, who might have touched the Vermeer with his own hands, who might have known where the paintings were, and like so many others he had taken his secrets to the grave. Chapter 42. The Japanese Yakuza Rumor, a theory that the concert is in Tokyo, February 14, 2005. 10 a.m. FBI Field Office, Boston Intelligence Briefing. 14 years, 10 months, and 4 weeks after the heist. The Yakuza were not like American mobsters. They were more organized, more disciplined, and more deeply embedded in the fabric of Japanese society. They had their own codes, their own rituals, their own ways of doing business. And they had a long history of buying stolen art, not for resale but for private enjoyment. A painting stolen from a museum in Boston could hang on the wall of a Yakuza boss in Tokyo, unseen by the outside world, for decades. The theory had been floating around the intelligence community since the mid-1990s. The Gardner paintings, or some of them, had been sold to the Yakuza. The concert was in Tokyo, in a private collection, visible only to the boss and his most trusted lieutenants. The Rembrandts were in Osaka, or Kyoto, or somewhere in the countryside, hidden in a bunker, or a temple, or a mountain retreat. The FBI had no evidence to support the theory, but they had no evidence to refute it either, and the theory refused to die. The informant in 2005, a new informant came forward. He was a Japanese businessman named Kenji Watanabe who had fallen out with his Yakuza associates and was looking for protection. He claimed that he had seen the concert in 2002 at a private gathering in a penthouse apartment in the Roppongi district of Tokyo. "It was on the wall," Watanabe said, "in a gold frame. I recognized it from photographs, the 3 women, the harpsichord, the light. It was unmistakable." The FBI asked Watanabe if he could provide proof, a photograph, a witness, anything that could be verified. He could not. The Yakuza did not allow photographs at their private gatherings, he said. The room had been swept for recording devices. He had been searched before entering. Watanabe was killed in a car accident in 2006 in what the Japanese police ruled a traffic fatality. The FBI suspected murder, but they could not prove it. The Yakuza rumor persisted. To this day, some investigators believe that the concert is in Japan, hidden in a private collection, waiting to be discovered. Others believe it was destroyed, or sold again, or moved to another country. The truth, like so much about the Gardner heist, remains unknown. Chapter 43. The Diplomatic Pouch. Could the art have left the U.S. via diplomatic immunity? July 19, 2007, 2 p.m. FBI Field Office, Boston Classified Briefing, 17 years, 4 months, and 1 day after the heist. The diplomatic pouch is inviolable. That is the rule of international law. No country may search the diplomatic pouches of another country. They are sealed, protected, and immune from inspection. And they are the perfect vehicle for smuggling stolen art. The theory had been discussed in intelligence circles for years. The Gardner paintings had been smuggled out of the United States in a diplomatic pouch, probably from a foreign embassy in Washington, D.C., or New York. They had been flown to Europe or Asia, transferred to another pouch, and moved to a country where the rule of law was weak and the buyers were wealthy. The FBI had no evidence to support the theory, but they had a suspect, a mid-level diplomat from a Middle Eastern country who had been stationed in New York in 1990. The diplomat's name was never released to the public, but the FBI believed he had ties to a stolen art ring that operated out of Geneva. The diplomat had returned to his home country in 1991. He had died in 2005 of natural causes. The FBI had never been able to interview him. The FBI contacted the State Department in 2007 and asked for permission to investigate the diplomatic pouch theory. The State Department was reluctant. Searching a diplomatic pouch would be a violation of international law, they said. It would damage relations with foreign governments. It would set a dangerous precedent. The FBI persisted. They argued that the Gardner heist was a crime of historic proportions, that the paintings were worth hundreds of millions of dollars, that the diplomatic pouch theory was one of the few remaining leads. The State Department said no. The FBI was left with nothing but speculation. Could the paintings have been smuggled in a diplomatic pouch? Yes. Was there any evidence that they had been? No. The theory remained a theory, a possibility, a ghost. But it haunted the investigators. Because if the paintings had left the country in a diplomatic pouch, they were gone forever. No search warrant could touch them. No law enforcement agency could recover them. They were lost to the United States, perhaps forever. Chapter 44. The Boston Cop Who Knew. A retired officer's unpublished memoir, October 11th, 2010. 9 a.m. Retirement Community, Weymouth, Massachusetts. 20 years, 6 months, and 3 weeks after the heist. The manuscript was titled Blue Lies, a Boston cop's story of corruption, crime, and cover-ups. It was 400 pages long, typed on a manual typewriter, the paper yellowed and brittle. The author was a man named William Billy O'Malley, a retired Boston police officer who had served on the force from 1965 to 1995. O'Malley had died in 2009 at the age of 72. His daughter had found the manuscript in a box in his closet, along with a note. "Publish this after I'm gone. They'll try to stop you." The manuscript contained a chapter about the Gardner heist. In it, O'Malley claimed that he knew who had stolen the paintings. He claimed that the thieves were members of the Boston Police Department, cops who had used their badges and uniforms to gain entry to the museum. "I was there," O'Malley wrote. "Not in the museum, but in the planning. I heard them talk about it. They were going to rob the Gardner and make it look like a mob job. They were going to take the paintings and hide them and sell them back to the museum for a ransom. It was supposed to be the perfect crime." O'Malley did not name the cops involved. He wrote that he was afraid for his life, that they would kill him if he revealed their identities. But he claimed that the conspiracy involved at least 4 officers, all of whom were now dead. The investigation. The FBI obtained the manuscript from O'Malley's daughter. They read it carefully, looking for details that could be verified. They found several. O'Malley knew about the hidden entrance. He knew about the security camera. He knew about the duct tape. He knew details that had never been released to the public. But he provided no evidence. No names, no dates, no locations. Just his word, and his word was not enough. The FBI interviewed O'Malley's former colleagues, his friends, his family. None of them knew anything about the Gardner heist. None of them believed that O'Malley had been involved in a conspiracy. They said he was a drinker, a storyteller, a man who exaggerated and embellished and sometimes lied. The manuscript was never published. O'Malley's daughter tried to find a publisher, but no one was interested. The story was too old, too unsubstantiated, too risky. But the questions lingered. Had Billy O'Malley known something? Had he been telling the truth? Were the thieves really Boston cops? The FBI could not answer. O'Malley was dead. His secrets were buried with him, and the empty frames remained empty. Chapter 45, The Gardner Curator's Secret, an affair that might have led to a key leak, January 12, 1991. 3 p.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Curator's office, 9 months, 3 weeks, and 4 days after the heist. The curator's name was Margaret Maggie Thorne, and she had worked at the Gardner for 22 years. She knew the collection better than anyone, had written the catalogs, trained the docents, and slept with the museum's security director. The affair had begun in 1988, when the security director, a married man named Robert Hargrove, had joined the museum. Maggie was 45, divorced, lonely. Robert was 50, charming and willing. They met in her office after hours, in the storage rooms in the courtyard when the museum was closed. They were careful, but they were not careful enough. The FBI learned about the affair in 1991 during a routine interview. A junior guard mentioned that he had seen Maggie and Robert together late at night, in the Dutch room, standing in front of the Rembrandts. The guard thought nothing of it at the time. He assumed they were discussing security protocols. But after the heist, the memory took on a darker meaning. Had Maggie given Robert information about the museum's security? Had Robert passed that information to someone else? Had the affair been the leak that led to the heist? The investigation. The FBI interviewed Maggie Thorne in January 1991. She was defensive, angry, and tearful. She admitted the affair but denied that she had revealed any secrets. "Robert and I talked about many things," she said, "but we never talked about security. He was the security director. He knew more than I did. If anyone leaked information, it was him." The FBI interviewed Robert Hargrove. He was calmer than Maggie, more controlled. He admitted the affair but denied any involvement in the heist. "I loved her," he said. "I would never have put her in danger. I would never have helped someone steal from the museum. I dedicated my life to protecting this place." The FBI investigated both of them. They searched their homes, their computers, their bank accounts. They found nothing. No evidence of money from the heist, no connections to criminals, no motive beyond the affair itself. The case against Maggie and Robert was circumstantial at best. The FBI closed the investigation in 1992 without filing charges. The aftermath. Maggie Thorne resigned from the museum in 1992. She moved to Maine, changed her name, and never spoke about the heist again. She died in 2018 in a nursing home of Alzheimer's disease. Her secrets, if she had any, died with her. Robert Hargrove remained at the museum until 1995, when he retired. He died in 2010 of a heart attack in his home in suburban Boston. He never confessed. He never provided any information about the heist. The affair was a small tragedy, a footnote in the larger story of the Gardner heist, but it was a reminder that the people closest to the museum were not immune to temptation, to weakness, to the kind of secrets that could destroy everything. Had the affair led to the heist? Probably not. But the possibility lingered, as possibilities do, a ghost in the machine, a question without an answer. The empty frames remained empty. Chapter 46, The Alarm Company Insider. Who disabled the system before the heist? April 5, 1990. 10 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Security Office. 18 days after the heist. The alarm system at the Gardner Museum was not state-of-the-art. It was not even close. It had been installed in 1982 by a small Boston-based company called Sentinel Security Solutions, which had gone out of business in 1987. The system was outdated, poorly maintained, and full of quirks that only a few people understood. One of those people was a man named Dennis Lynch, a former employee of Sentinel who had installed the system himself. Lynch had worked on the Gardner account for 3 years, from 1982 to 1985, before leaving the company to start his own business. He knew every wire, every sensor, every vulnerability. He knew that the motion detectors in the Dutch room could be disabled with a piece of tape. He knew that the display cases had no alarms. He knew that the security camera's recorder was located in an unsecured desk, accessible to anyone who could reach the security desk. The FBI interviewed Lynch in April 1990. He was cooperative, even helpful. He provided diagrams of the system, explained its weaknesses, and offered to help the museum upgrade its security. He denied any involvement in the heist, but the FBI was suspicious. Lynch had the knowledge, he had the opportunity, and he had a motive. He was deeply in debt, according to his financial records, and had recently been threatened with foreclosure on his home. "Did you help the thieves disable the system?" the FBI asked. Lynch shook his head. "I would never do that. I installed that system. It was my work. I was proud of it. I wouldn't help someone destroy it." The FBI investigated Lynch for months. They surveilled him, tapped his phones, and interviewed his friends and family. They found no evidence linking him to the heist. His financial problems had been resolved in 1989 before the theft by a loan from his father-in-law. Lynch was never charged. He died in 2005 of a heart attack while hiking in the White Mountains. His secrets, if he had any, died with him. The unanswered question: who disabled the alarm system? The question haunted the investigation. The motion detectors had been covered with tape. The camera recorder had been unplugged. The display cases had been left unalarmed. Someone had known exactly what to do. It could have been Dennis Lynch. It could have been the final visitor who had cased the museum in the months before the heist. It could have been Rick Abbott, the guard who had opened the door. It could have been someone else entirely, a former employee, a disgruntled contractor, a thief who had studied the system from afar. The FBI never found the answer. The alarm system was replaced in 1991, the old equipment discarded, the secrets of the 1982 installation lost forever. But the question remains: who disabled the system, and how? Chapter 47, The Finial's Clue. Why Steal a Bronze Eagle from a Vase? March 18, 1990, 2:27 a.m. and every day after. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The Dutch room, the smallest object, the strangest mystery. The finial was small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. It was made of bronze, dark with age, shaped like an eagle with its wings spread and its beak open. It had once sat atop a Chinese vase from the Shang dynasty, a ritual vessel that had been 3,000 years old when the eagle was attached to it. The eagle itself was younger, only 200 years old, a relic of Napoleon's imperial guard, captured at Waterloo and brought to America as a souvenir. It was worth almost nothing, a few $1,000s perhaps, if sold to a collector of Napoleonic memorabilia. Compared to the Rembrandts and the Vermeer, the finial was a trinket, an afterthought, a piece of junk. And yet the thieves had taken it. Why? The theories. The FBI had many theories. The first was that the thieves had mistaken the finial for gold. It was not gold, it was bronze, dark and unpolished, but in the dim light of the museum it might have looked valuable. The thieves had grabbed it without thinking, stuffing it into the duffel bag along with the other objects. The second theory was that the finial had been a trophy, a souvenir, a memento, a piece of the heist that the thieves had kept for themselves. Perhaps one of them had been a history buff, fascinated by Napoleon, unable to resist the little eagle. The third theory was that the finial had been a clue. The thieves had taken it deliberately, knowing that it would confuse investigators, knowing that it would add a layer of mystery to an already mysterious crime. The finial was a red herring, a distraction, a piece of misdirection. The fourth theory was the most intriguing. The finial had been the target all along. The paintings were a cover, a smokescreen, a way to hide the true purpose of the heist. Someone had wanted the finial for its historical value, for its connection to Napoleon, for reasons that no one could understand, and the paintings had been taken to obscure that fact. This theory was considered far-fetched by most investigators, but it persisted, as theories do, because the finial was so inexplicable. Why steal something worth so little when you were already stealing millions? Why take the risk? The fate of the finial. The finial has never been recovered. Like the paintings, it vanished into the night, carried away in a duffel bag, passed from hand to hand, hidden in a basement or a warehouse or a storage locker. It may have been sold, it may have been destroyed, it may still be sitting on a shelf somewhere, forgotten, unrecognized, waiting to be discovered. The FBI has never stopped looking for it. The finial is a unique object, easily identifiable, a potential key to the entire case. If the finial were to surface at an auction in an estate sale on the dark web, it could lead investigators to the paintings. But the finial has not surfaced. It remains hidden, like everything else from the Gardner heist, a mystery within a mystery. The smallest object taken from the museum has become one of the most important clues. And the question remains, why did the thieves take it? No one knows. Chapter 48. The Canadian Border. A possible escape route through New Brunswick. June 22, 1992. 8 a.m. St. Stephen, New Brunswick, Canada, to U.S. border crossing. 2 years, 3 months, and 4 days after the heist. The border between Maine and New Brunswick is a quiet place. There are no major cities nearby, no highways, no crowds, just forests and rivers and small towns where everyone knows everyone. It is a good place to cross if you do not want to be seen. The FBI had received a tip in 1992 that the Gardner paintings had been smuggled into Canada through the St. Stephen border crossing. The tip came from a retired Royal Canadian Mounted Police officer who had heard a story from a former colleague. According to the story, a white van had crossed the border at 4 a.m. on March 18, 1990, just hours after the heist. The van had been waved through without inspection because the border guard was tired and it was early and no one was looking for stolen art. The FBI investigated the tip. They interviewed the border guards who had been on duty that night. They searched the records, the logs, the surveillance footage. They found nothing. The van, if it had existed, had left no trace. The theory that the paintings had been smuggled into Canada was appealing for several reasons. Canada was close, accessible, and had a robust market for stolen art. The paintings could have been moved from Canada to Europe, or to Asia, or to anywhere in the world, and Canada had a large Irish population with ties to the IRA, which some investigators believed had been involved in the heist. But there was no evidence, no witnesses, no documents, no photographs. Just a story passed from one person to another, growing more detailed with each retelling. The FBI pursued the Canadian angle for years. They worked with the RCMP, with Interpol, with Canadian Border Services. They followed leads that went nowhere, interviewed witnesses who remembered nothing, searched properties that contained nothing. The Canadian border remained a possibility, but only a possibility. The paintings, if they had crossed it, had left no trace. Chapter 49, The Priest's Confession. A Catholic priest hears a dying thief's admission. September 3rd, 2008, 3 p.m., St. Mary's Church, Revere, Massachusetts. 18 years, 5 months, and 2 weeks after the heist, the seal of the confessional is absolute. A Catholic priest cannot reveal what he hears in confession, not to the police, not to the FBI, not to anyone. It is a sacred obligation, binding under pain of excommunication and eternal damnation. Father Thomas Riley had been a priest for 43 years. He had heard confessions from murderers, thieves, adulterers, and liars. He had kept their secrets, absolved their sins, and sent them back into the world with clean souls and dirty hands. In 2008, a dying man came to his confessional. The man was in his 60s, gaunt, pale, his breath rattling in his chest. He had cancer, he said. He had weeks to live. He wanted to confess his sins before he died. I was one of them, the man said. The gardener. I was there. I helped take the paintings. Father Riley did not react. He had heard many confessions, many claims. He did not know if this one was true. I'm not asking you to absolve me, the man continued. I don't deserve absolution. I'm asking you to listen. I need someone to know. The man told his story. He described the heist in detail, the uniforms, the duct tape, the 81 minutes. He named names, Donati, Merlino, others that Father Riley did not recognize. He said the paintings had been moved multiple times, that they were now in a warehouse in New Jersey, that they had been damaged but not destroyed. Then he died. 3 weeks later, in a hospice in Chelsea, surrounded by nurses who did not know his name. The dilemma Father Riley was bound by the seal of the confessional. He could not tell the FBI what he had heard. He could not reveal the man's name, the location of the warehouse, the details of the crime. He could only pray. But the seal did not prevent him from acting on the information indirectly. He could not say, I heard a confession, but he could say, I have reason to believe that the paintings are in a warehouse in New Jersey. He could not identify the man, but he could describe the warehouse. Father Riley struggled with this dilemma for weeks. He prayed. He consulted with his bishop. He sought guidance from theologians and canon lawyers. In the end, he decided to act. He wrote an anonymous letter to the FBI describing the warehouse in New Jersey, the names that the dying man had mentioned, the details of the heist. He did not sign his name. He did not reveal that the information had come from a confession. The FBI received the letter in October 2008. They investigated the warehouse in New Jersey. They found nothing. The building had been empty for years, condemned, awaiting demolition. There was no evidence that the paintings had ever been there. Father Riley died in 2015 of a stroke in the rectory of St. Mary's Church. He never spoke of the confession again. He took the dying man's secret to his grave. The FBI added the anonymous letter to the case file, now more than 20,000 pages long. It was the 83rd deathbed confession the Bureau had received since 1990. Like the others, it had led nowhere. But like the others, it haunted the investigators. Because what if the dying man had been telling the truth? What if the paintings had been in that warehouse and someone had moved them before the FBI arrived? What if Father Riley had waited too long to act? Those questions would never be answered. The priest was dead. The dying man was dead. The warehouse was gone. The paintings were still missing. Chapter 50. The Real Mastermind Building. The Case for an Unknown Orchestrator. March 18, 2018, 11 a.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, Dutch Room. 28 years after the heist, he has no name. He has no face. He has no fingerprints, no DNA, no photographs, no known associates. He is a ghost, a phantom, a figure in the shadows. He is the real mastermind of the Gardner heist. The case for an unknown orchestrator is circumstantial but compelling. The heist was too well planned, too well executed, too professional to be the work of the men who have been identified as suspects. Bobby Donati was a thug, not a mastermind. Carmine Merlino was a mobster, not an art connoisseur. The tall man with the fake mustache was a soldier, not a general. Someone else planned the heist, someone with knowledge of art, of security systems, of criminal networks. Someone who could move between worlds, the world of museums and the world of organized crime, without leaving a trace. The profile. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit created a profile of the unknown orchestrator in 1995. He was likely a white male between the ages of 40 and 60 at the time of the heist. He had a background in art, either as a collector, a dealer, or a historian. He had connections to the Boston underworld, possibly through gambling or loan sharking. He was meticulous, patient, and ruthless. He had no criminal record because he had never been caught. He may have been the final visitor, the well-dressed man who cased the museum in the months before the heist. He may have been the gentleman thief, the figure in the sketch who had never been identified. He may have been someone else entirely, a name that had never appeared in the investigation, a face that had never been described. He was likely dead by 2018. The mastermind of the Gardner heist would have been at least 70 years old by then, probably older. If he was still alive, he was not talking. The legacy. The unknown orchestrator is the most frustrating aspect of the Gardner heist. The FBI has identified dozens of suspects, followed hundreds of leads, and interviewed thousands of witnesses. But the person who planned the crime, the person who set it in motion, who chose the targets, who recruited the thieves, has never been found. He may never be found. The case is cold, the trail is cold, the witnesses are dead or dying. But the possibility remains, as it has for 28 years, that someone knows the truth. Someone knows the name of the real mastermind. Someone knows where the paintings are. And someone someday may decide to talk. Until then, the empty frames hang on the walls of the Dutch room, waiting for the paintings that will never return. And the real mastermind remains a ghost, a phantom, a figure in the shadows, the most elusive criminal in the history of art. Chapter 51. Rembrandt's Storm on the Sea of Galilee. His only seascape, and what it means, 1633, the year of creation, Amsterdam, the Dutch Golden Age, 357 years before the heist. The painting was born in a storm of its own. Rembrandt van Rijn was 27 years old when he painted The Storm on the Sea of Galilee. He was young, ambitious, and already recognized as one of the most talented artists in Amsterdam. He had studied under Peter Lastman, mastered the art of chiaroscuro, and begun to develop the psychological depth that would make him famous. But he had never painted a seascape. He had never even been to sea. The commission came from a wealthy merchant named Jan van Uylenburg, who had seen Rembrandt's early work and wanted something different. Not a portrait, not a biblical scene set on dry land, but a depiction of Christ calming the storm from the Gospel of Mark. Van Eilenberg was a collector of maritime art, and he wanted a painting that would stand alongside the great seascapes of the Dutch masters. Rembrandt hesitated. He was a painter of faces, not waves, but the commission was generous and he was not a man to turn down money. He accepted. The canvas is 5 feet wide and 4 feet tall, large enough to swallow the viewer, large enough to feel the waves crashing against the boat. The scene is chaos. A small fishing vessel, the disciples' boat, is tossed on a sea of green and gray. The sail is torn, the rigging is loose, and the water pours over the gunwale. The disciples are terrified. One of them vomits over the side. Another clutches the mast. A third prays, his hands pressed together, his eyes raised to heaven. And in the center of the chaos, calm as a stone, stands Christ. His face is serene, his hand raised, his mouth open to speak the words that will still the waves. Peace, be still. But the storm is not the subject of the painting. The subject is fear. Rembrandt painted the disciples' terror with a precision that borders on cruelty. He painted their wide eyes, their open mouths, their grasping hands. He painted the way fear contorts the body, the way it strips away pretense and leaves only the raw animal instinct to survive. And he painted himself into the scene. The disciple who looks out at the viewer, the one with the wide eyes and the grasping hand. That is Rembrandt. He painted his own face onto the body of a terrified fisherman, placing himself in the boat, asking the viewer, "Would you be afraid? Would you cry out? Would you have faith?" The meaning art historians have debated the meaning of the storm on the Sea of Galilee for centuries. Some see it as a straightforward religious allegory. Christ calms the storm, just as he calms the storms of the soul. Others see it as a meditation on the nature of fear, on the way that terror reveals the truth of a person's character. Others see it as a self-portrait in disguise, a confession of doubt from a man who wanted to believe but could not. Rembrandt himself never explained the painting. He never wrote about his work, never left behind letters or diaries that might illuminate his intentions. He was a man who spoke through his brush, and his brush spoke of light and shadow, of fear and faith, of the storm and the calm. The storm on the Sea of Galilee hung in the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum for 87 years. It was the centerpiece of the Dutch Room, the painting that drew visitors from around the world, the masterpiece that made the museum famous. And then, on March 18, 1990, it was gone, rolled like a poster, stuffed into a duffel bag, driven away in a white van. The paint cracked, the canvas creased. The storm that Rembrandt had painted with such care was damaged, perhaps beyond repair. But the painting itself, the image, the meaning, the soul of it, survives in photographs, in memories, in the hearts of those who saw it. The storm on the Sea of Galilee is lost, but it is not forgotten. It waits somewhere in a warehouse or a basement or a private collection for the day when it will be found. Chapter 52. A Lady and Gentleman in Black. The lesser-known Rembrandt, also taken 1633. The same year as The Storm Amsterdam. A portrait of love or business or something else. The painting is smaller than the seascape, less dramatic, less famous. It shows a man and a woman, both dressed in black, standing in a dark interior. The man is tall, bearded, with a high collar and a serious expression. The woman is shorter, softer, her hand resting on a table, her eyes looking somewhere off to the right. They are not touching. They are not smiling. They look like they have been married for 20 years and have run out of things to say. Art historians call it a lady and gentleman in black. They do not know who the subjects are. They do not know if the painting is a portrait of a married couple, or a brother and sister, or two strangers who happen to be painted together. They do not know why Rembrandt chose to dress them in black, or why the background is so dark, or why the woman's hand seems to be reaching for something that is not there. The painting is a mystery within a mystery, a riddle that Rembrandt took to his grave. The neglected masterpiece, A Lady and Gentleman in Black, has always lived in the shadow of the seascape. It hung on a side wall of the Dutch room, near the window, where the light was not as good. Visitors walked past it on their way to the storm, pausing briefly, nodding politely, then moving on. It was a Rembrandt, yes, but it was not the Rembrandt. This neglect was unfair. The painting is a masterwork of psychological portraiture, a study in the way that clothes and posture and expression can convey a lifetime of experience. The man's face is a mask of stoicism, but his eyes are sad. The woman's hands are folded, but her fingers are restless. They are not happy, these two people in black. They are not unhappy either. They are simply there, existing, enduring. Rembrandt painted them with the same care he painted the storm. The folds of the woman's dress, the sheen of the man's collar, the play of light on their faces, all of it is rendered with the precision of a master. But the painting lacks the drama of the seascape, the terror, the faith. It is quiet, it is reserved, it is easy to overlook. And so it was overlooked. The thieves took it anyway because it was a Rembrandt, because it was valuable, because it was on the list. They rolled it, stuffed it into the duffel bag, drove it away. A Lady and Gentleman in Black has not been seen since. Chapter 53. Vermeer's The Concert. One of only 36 Vermeers, now the world's most valuable missing painting, 1663, Delft. The Netherlands, the quiet genius Johannes Vermeer painted slowly. He painted carefully. He painted no more than 3 or 4 canvases a year, each one a small miracle of light and color and composition. He died in debt, his work largely unrecognized, his genius unappreciated. 2 centuries would pass before the world understood what it had lost. Today, only 36 Vermeers are known to exist. 35 are in museums and private collections, protected, studied, admired. The 36th is The Concert, and it is missing. The painting is small, only 2.5 feet tall, but it contains multitudes. 3 women are gathered in a room making music. One stands at a harpsichord, her fingers on the keys, her face turned toward the viewer. Another sits in a chair holding a lute, her eyes closed, her mouth slightly open, as if she is about to sing. The third stands behind the harpsichord, her hands resting on its lid, her gaze distant. The light in the painting is the real subject. It falls through a window on the left, soft and golden, illuminating the women's faces, their clothes, the instruments they hold. It catches the edge of a painting on the wall, a landscape, or perhaps another Vermeer, and it spills onto the floor where a tiled pattern echoes the geometry of the room. Vermeer painted light better than anyone who ever lived. He understood that light was not just illumination, but emotion, not just physics, but poetry. The light in The Concert is warm, intimate, almost sacred. It is the light of a quiet afternoon, of friendship, of art, the most valuable missing painting. The Concert is worth more than all the other stolen paintings combined. Estimates vary, but most experts agree that it would sell for at least $200 million on the open market, and probably much more. It is one of the rarest, most coveted objects in the world, and it is gone. The thieves took it from the Dutch room, lifting it off the wall, wrapping it in a blanket, carrying it to the van. They did not roll it. The instructions had been specific. Vermeer, do not roll. Keep flat. Keep separate. They treated it with care, perhaps because they understood its value, perhaps because they were following orders, perhaps because even they could feel the presence of genius. The Concert has not been seen since 1990. It may be in a private collection, hidden from the world, seen only by its owner and a few trusted guests. It may be in a warehouse or a basement or a storage locker waiting for the heat to die down. It may have been destroyed, burned in a fire, or torn apart by a thief who did not understand what he had. No one knows. And that is the tragedy of the concert. A painting that was meant to be seen, to be experienced, to be loved, is hidden away in darkness, its light extinguished. Chapter 54. Govert Flink's landscape with an obelisk, mistaken for Rembrandt, 1638. Amsterdam, the student who surpassed the master, almost. Govert Flink was one of Rembrandt's most talented students. He studied under the master in the 1630s, learning the techniques of chiaroscuro, composition, and psychological portraiture. He was so skilled that his paintings were often mistaken for Rembrandt's, a mistake that Flink did nothing to correct. Landscape with an obelisk was painted in 1638, when Flink was 23 years old. It shows a pastoral scene, a river, a bridge, a classical obelisk rising in the distance. A shepherd tends his flock. A woman draws water from a well. The sky is dramatic, full of clouds and light, reminiscent of the Italianate landscapes that were popular among Dutch collectors. For centuries, the painting was attributed to Rembrandt. It hung in the Gardner as a Rembrandt, labeled as a Rembrandt, admired as a Rembrandt. It was only in the 1970s, after a thorough cleaning and analysis, that art historians realized their mistake. The brushwork was wrong. The composition was wrong. The signature, which appeared to read Rembrandt, was a forgery. The painting was reattributed to Flink. The museum changed the label. But the damage was done. Landscape with an obelisk had spent 300 years pretending to be something it was not. The mistake that saved it. When the thieves stole from the Gardner, they took landscape with an obelisk because they thought it was a Rembrandt. It was on the list, and the list said Rembrandt. So they took it. They did not know that it was a Flink. They did not care. Today, the painting is worth far less than a true Rembrandt, perhaps a few $1 million rather than tens of millions. But it is still a beautiful work, a masterful example of the Dutch Golden Age, a painting that deserves to be seen. It is also missing, rolled up somewhere, hidden away, waiting. The thieves may have been disappointed when they learned the truth. They may have destroyed it or abandoned it, or sold it for a fraction of its value, or they may have kept it because a Flink is still a Flink, and a painting is still a painting. Landscape with an obelisk waits like the others for the day when it will be found. Chapter 55. Manet's Chez Tortoni. A small, easily hidden masterpiece, 1875. Paris, the café that never closes. Edouard Manet was a painter of modern life. He painted the boulevards of Paris, the cafés, the theaters, the parks. He painted the people who walked those streets, the rich and the poor, the beautiful and the ugly, the happy and the sad. He painted them without judgment, without sentiment, without moralizing. He just painted what he saw. Chez Tortoni is a small painting, only a foot tall, showing a man in a top hat sitting at a café table. He holds a beer in his left hand. His right hand rests on the table. His face is calm, slightly bored, as if he has been sitting there for hours and will sit there for hours more. The background is vague. Other tables, other customers, the suggestion of a mirror or a window. The painting is not dramatic. It is not emotional. It is simply a moment captured in paint, preserved forever. The perfect painting to steal Chez Tortoni was the smallest of the stolen masterpieces. It could fit in a briefcase, a duffel bag, a backpack. It could be hidden under a coat, behind a seat, in a closet. It was the perfect painting to steal, easy to carry, easy to hide, easy to transport. The thieves took it from the short gallery where it had hung for decades. They did not roll it. It was too small to roll, too delicate. They wrapped it in a blanket and placed it in the van next to the Vermeer. Chez Tortoni has not been seen since, but because it is small, because it is portable, because it is easy to hide, it is the painting most likely to survive. It could be anywhere, in a private collection, in a warehouse, in a basement, in a closet. It could be in Boston or New York or Paris or Tokyo. It could be hanging on a wall, visible only to its owner, a secret masterpiece that no one else will ever see. Manet painted Chez Tortoni as a study in stillness, in patience, in the quiet moments that make up a life. Now the painting itself has become a study in stillness, in patience, in the quiet waiting that defines the Gardner heist. It waits like the others for the day when it will be found. Chapter 56, The Self-Portrait's Rarity. Why Rembrandt's Face Haunts Investigators. 1665. Amsterdam, the year Rembrandt painted his own ruin. He was 53 years old when he painted the self-portrait that would one day hang in the Gardner Museum. He looked older. His face was lined, jowly, the skin sagging beneath his chin. His eyes were ringed with dark circles, the eyes of a man who had not slept well in years. His nose was bulbous and red-veined, a drinker's nose, a nose that had been broken at least once. His mouth was set in a line that could have been resignation or defiance, or both. He had been rich once. He had owned a grand house on the St. Antonis-Straat, filled with art and antiques and the detritus of a successful career. He had married well, loved deeply, buried a wife and 3 children. He had declared bankruptcy in 1656, sold his house and his possessions, watched his collection scattered to the winds. He was painting for food now, trading canvases for bread, living in a small rented room on the Rosengracht. And yet he was still painting. That was the miracle. Despite everything, the deaths, the debts, the humiliation, he could not stop. He woke each morning, ground his pigments, stretched his canvases, and painted. He painted portraits of merchants and their wives, biblical scenes for churches and himself. Over and over he painted himself. The self-portrait in the Gardner was the last of its kind. It was the final self-portrait Rembrandt ever painted. The last time he looked into a mirror and tried to understand the face that looked back. After this, there would be only commissions, only work for hire, only the slow decline toward death. He died in 1669, alone, in his rented room. They buried him in an unmarked grave, a pauper's grave, the exact location lost to history. The only one in America. Of all the self-portraits Rembrandt painted, more than 40 of them scattered across the museums of Europe, only one was in the United States. It hung in the Gardner, a small painting in a simple frame, overshadowed by the seascape and the Vermeer, but beloved by those who took the time to look. It was the face of a man who had lost everything. It was the face of a man who had kept going anyway. It was a portrait of failure, of resilience, of the stubborn refusal to give up. The thieves took it. They lifted it off the wall, carried it to the van, rolled it like a poster. They did not know that they were stealing the only Rembrandt self-portrait in America. They did not know that they were stealing the face of a man who had looked into the abyss and not blinked. They just took it. And now it is gone. The haunting investigators have stared at photographs of the self-portrait for decades. They have studied Rembrandt's eyes, his mouth, his lined and weary face. They have asked themselves, what was he thinking? What did he see when he looked in the mirror? Did he know that he was painting his own epitaph? The self-portrait haunts them. It haunts the museum. It haunts everyone who has ever seen it, even in reproduction. Because the face in the painting is not just Rembrandt's face. It is the face of loss. It is the face of everything that has been taken. The self-portrait is out there somewhere, hidden in darkness. Rembrandt's eyes, painted more than 300 years ago, are staring at a wall, or a crate, or the inside of a duffel bag. They are waiting for the light, and the investigators are waiting too, waiting for a tip, a confession, a miracle, waiting to bring Rembrandt's face back into the light. Chapter 57. The Chinese Gu. The lost bronze finial worth almost nothing. Shang Dynasty, circa 1200, BCE China, a ritual vessel for ancestors. The gu was a wine vessel used in ancestor worship ceremonies by the kings of the Shang Dynasty. It was tall and slender, with a flared mouth and a narrow waist decorated with intricate patterns of Tao-Ti masks and cicadas. It was cast in bronze, the metal dark with age, the surface textured with the patina of 3,000 years. No one knows who made it. No one knows which king poured wine from it, or which ancestors received its offerings. It was unearthed sometime in the 19th century, sold to a European collector, passed from hand to hand until it ended up in Boston, in the Gardner Museum, sitting on a pedestal in the Dutch Room. It was worth perhaps $500,000, a fraction of the value of the paintings, a trinket, really, in the world of high-end art theft. The thieves took it anyway. The finial on top of the gu sat a small bronze eagle, a finial that had been added to the vessel in the 19th century. The finial was not Chinese. It was European, probably French, probably from the Napoleonic era. It had been attached to the gu by a collector who thought it looked nice, who had no idea that he was committing a crime against history. The finial was worth almost nothing, a few $1,000s, perhaps, less than a used car. The thieves took it anyway. Why? The question has haunted investigators for decades. The gu and its finial were not on the original list. They were afterthoughts added at the last minute, perhaps because someone had a particular interest in them. Perhaps the thieves had been hired by a collector who wanted the gu for his private collection. Perhaps they had been hired by someone who wanted the finial for its Napoleonic connections. Or perhaps the thieves were simply greedy. They saw a bronze vessel and a bronze eagle, and they thought gold. They grabbed them without thinking, stuffing them into the duffel bag, not realizing that they were stealing objects worth almost nothing. The gu and its finial have never been recovered. They may be sitting in a basement somewhere, unrecognized, unloved. They may have been melted down for scrap, destroyed by a thief who did not understand what he had. They may still be in the duffel bag, hidden away, waiting. The smallest objects taken from the gardener have become some of the most mysterious, and the question remains, why did the thieves take them? No one knows. Chapter 58. The Napoleonic Eagle. A possible clue to a French connection, 1805. Paris, the Emperor's Standard. The eagle was cast in bronze, modeled after the Roman aquila that had carried the legions to victory. It had been commissioned by Napoleon himself, designed to sit atop the standard of his imperial guard, the elite soldiers who protected the emperor in battle. The eagle's wings were spread, its beak open, its talons grasping a thunderbolt. It was a symbol of power, of conquest, of the glory of France. The eagle that sat on the cabinet in the Blue Room of the Gardner Museum was not the original. It was a replica, one of dozens that had been cast in the 19th century for collectors and museums. But it was still a Napoleonic eagle, still a piece of history, still worth something to the right buyer. The thieves took it. They snipped it from the gu, dropped it into the duffel bag, and drove away. The French connection. The eagle has led some investigators to speculate about a French connection to the heist. Perhaps the thieves were hired by a French collector who wanted the eagle for his collection. Perhaps the eagle was the real target, and the paintings were a distraction. Perhaps the eagle was a clue, a signature, a message left by the thieves to taunt the authorities. The FBI explored the French connection in the 1990s, interviewing collectors, dealers, and museum curators in Paris. They found nothing. The eagle, if it had been sold in France, left no trace. But the theory persists. The eagle is too specific, too unusual, too deliberate to have been taken at random. Someone wanted that eagle. Someone was willing to commit the largest art theft in history to get it. Who? And why? The questions remain unanswered. The eagle is out there somewhere, hidden away. It may be sitting on a shelf in a private collection, admired by its owner, who knows exactly what it is and where it came from. It may be in a warehouse, forgotten, gathering dust. It may have been melted down, destroyed, turned into something else. The eagle waits, like everything else, for the day when it will be found. Chapter 59, The Frames Themselves. Hand-carved 17th-century gilded frames, now evidence 1630 to 1665. Amsterdam and Delft, the unsung masterpieces. The frames were not original to the paintings. Rembrandt and Vermeer had not carved them themselves. They had been added later in the 18th and 19th centuries by collectors who wanted to display their treasures in the grandest possible style. But the frames were masterpieces in their own right. They were carved from solid wood, gilded with gold leaf, decorated with acanthus leaves and cherub heads and intricate scrollwork. They weighed a fortune, cost a fortune, and were worth a fortune. The thieves left them behind. The evidence. The frames became evidence. The FBI collected them, photographed them, and stored them in a climate-controlled warehouse in Boston. They were examined for fingerprints, for DNA, for any trace of the thieves. They were measured, weighed, and catalogued. They were studied by art historians who marveled at their craftsmanship and mourned their emptiness. The frames were the only things the thieves left behind. They were silent witnesses to the crime, the only objects that had been touched by both the artists and the thieves. They held the ghosts of the paintings, the memory of the canvases that had once been stretched across their backs. The museum eventually rehung the frames on the walls of the Dutch room. They placed reproductions inside them, photographs of the missing paintings printed on canvas so that visitors could see what had been lost. But the reproductions were not the same. They were lies, placeholders, reminders of absence. The frames themselves became the stars of the show. Visitors came to see them, to photograph them, to stand before them and wonder. The frames were empty, but they were also full of memory, of loss, of the stubborn refusal to forget. The future of the frames. The frames still hang in the Dutch room. They will hang there forever, or until the paintings are returned. They are the museum's most precious objects now, not because of their value, but because of what they represent. They represent hope, the hope that the paintings will come back, that the frames will be filled again, that the empty spaces on the walls will be healed. It is a fragile hope, a desperate hope, a hope that has been tested by decades of disappointment. But it is still hope, and as long as the frames hang on the walls, the hope remains. Chapter 60. Why No Degas? Multiple Degas drawings were left behind. March 18, 1990. 2. A.M.'s Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The Blue Room. The Mystery of the Left-Behind Art. The thieves took 5 Degas drawings from the museum. They left at least a dozen behind. The drawings were small, delicate works on paper, most of them studies for larger paintings. They were not worth as much as the Rembrandts or the Vermeer, but they were still valuable, tens of thousands of dollars each, perhaps more. They could have been easily stolen, easily hidden, easily sold. But the thieves left them. They walked past them, ignored them, chose not to take them. Why? The theories. The FBI has several theories. The first is that the thieves were working from a list, and the list did not include the other Degas drawings. They took only what they were told to take, and they did not deviate from the list. The second theory is that the thieves ran out of time. The 81-minute window was long, but not infinite. They had to prioritize the most valuable objects, and the Degas drawings were less valuable than the paintings. They took 5 of them, enough to satisfy the list, and left the rest. The third theory is that the thieves did not know the difference between the Degas drawings. They took the ones that were most visible, most accessible, most obviously valuable. The others were hidden in drawers or stacked in portfolios or hanging in corners where the thieves did not look. The fourth theory is the most intriguing. The thieves left the drawings behind deliberately, as a message. We could have taken everything. We chose not to. Be grateful, the left-behind art. The Degas drawings that remain in the Gardner are a reminder of what was not lost. They hang on the walls of the Blue Room, small and quiet, overshadowed by the empty frames in the Dutch Room. Visitors walk past them without stopping, their eyes drawn to the larger tragedy. But the left-behind art is a tragedy too. It is a reminder that the thieves had choices, and they made them. They chose to take the seascape and leave the sketches. They chose to take the Vermeer and leave the other Degas. They chose to take the self-portrait and leave the frames. The left-behind art is also a clue. It tells investigators something about the thieves' knowledge, their priorities, their state of mind. They were professionals, but not experts. They knew enough to take the most valuable objects, but not enough to know that the Degas drawings were worth taking too. Or perhaps they were experts and they knew exactly what they were doing. Perhaps they left the drawings behind because they were not on the list, and the list was all that mattered. The mystery of the left-behind Degas drawings remains unsolved. Like so much about the Gardner heist, it is a question without an answer, a puzzle piece that does not fit. Chapter 61. The Sketchbook, a missing Degas notebook of 100-plus drawings. 1880s. Paris, the pages that held 1,000 thoughts. Edgar Degas was not a man who threw things away. He kept everything, letters, receipts, theater tickets, the tiny scraps of paper on which he had sketched the dancers and bathers, and horse races that filled his canvases. He filled notebooks with these sketches, hundreds of them, page after page of quick gestural drawings that captured the movement of a wrist, the tilt of a head, the curve of a spine. One of those notebooks ended up in the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. It was a small thing, bound in leather, no bigger than a paperback book. Inside were more than 100 drawings, studies for paintings, experiments in composition, private thoughts that Degas had never intended for the public eye. It was a treasure trove for art historians, a window into the mind of a genius. The thieves took it, the notebook's contents. The sketchbook contained drawings of dancers, dozens of them, in various stages of undress and rehearsal. Degas had obsessed over dancers, their bodies, their movements, the way they seemed to float across the stage. He had drawn them from every angle, in every pose, with a tenderness that bordered on obsession. There were also drawings of bathers, women washing themselves in tin tubs, their bodies curved and awkward and beautiful. There were drawings of horses, of racecourses, of jockeys in colorful silks. There were drawings of landscapes, of city streets, of the cafes and theaters where Degas had spent his evenings. And there were drawings that Degas had never shown anyone. Private sketches, intimate moments, the kind of work that artists keep for themselves. These were the most valuable pages in the notebook, not in monetary terms, but in the insight they offered into Degas' soul. The notebook was irreplaceable. The drawings could not be reproduced, could not be copied, could not be recreated. They were unique, one of a kind, the physical residue of a creative mind at work, and they were gone. The loss. The sketchbook has never been recovered. It may be sitting in a private collection, hidden away, seen only by its owner. It may have been destroyed, the pages torn out and scattered, the leather cover thrown away. It may still be in the duffel bag, forgotten, waiting. Art historians have mourned the loss of the sketchbook for decades. They have studied photographs of its pages, trying to reconstruct what was lost. They have written papers, given lectures, published books about the notebook that no one will ever see again. But the notebook itself remains hidden, and the drawings inside it, the dancers, the bathers, the private thoughts of a genius, remain in darkness. Chapter 62, The Dutch Room Recreated, How the Museum Hangs Copies in the Original Frames, 1991, The First Reproductions. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, The Dutch Room, The Art of Forgetting. The frames were empty. The museum could not leave them that way. Visitors came to see the paintings, not the absence of paintings. They came to experience art, not to mourn it. So the museum made copies. The first reproductions were photographs printed on canvas, stretched and framed and hung in the original frames. They were accurate, but they were dead. They had no texture, no depth, no soul. They were ghosts, echoes, lies. Visitors hated them. They complained that the reproductions were an insult to the memory of the originals. They said that the museum should leave the frames empty, as a reminder of what had been lost. They said that the reproductions were a form of denial, a refusal to accept the truth. The museum listened. In 1992, they removed the photographs and left the frames empty. The Dutch Room became a memorial, a shrine to loss. Visitors came to see the empty frames, to stand before them, to wonder. But the emptiness was too much for some visitors. They found it depressing, unsettling, a reminder of the fragility of beauty. They stopped coming. The museum's attendance dropped. The new reproductions. In 2000, the museum tried again. They commissioned new reproductions, this time from a team of conservators who used advanced imaging technology to capture the colors and textures of the original paintings. The reproductions were printed on canvas, then coated with a special varnish that mimicked the appearance of aged paint. They were hung in the original frames, behind the original glass. They were beautiful. They were not the originals, but they were the next best thing. Visitors could stand before them, study them, appreciate them, without feeling the weight of loss. The reproductions are still there today. They hang in the Dutch Room, in the original frames, under the original labels. The labels do not say copy or reproduction. They say the name of the painting, the artist, the date. They do not mention that the painting is missing. Some visitors know the truth. They come to the Dutch Room, look at the reproductions, and feel a pang of loss. Others do not know. They assume that the paintings are real, that the frames contain the originals, that everything is as it should be. The museum does not correct them. The reproductions are a lie, but they are a kind lie. They allow visitors to experience the Dutch Room as it was meant to be experienced, full of beauty, not empty of it. Chapter 63, The Art as a Hostage. Why Stolen Masterpieces Are Virtually Unsellable, 1990, to present. The Black Market for Stolen Art. The Curse of Fame. The paintings are too famous to sell. That is the paradox of the Gardner heist. The thieves stole the most recognizable artworks in the world, and in doing so they made them impossible to sell. No legitimate collector would buy them. No reputable dealer would broker a sale. No museum would display them. The paintings are hot, radioactive, untouchable. They could be sold on the black market, of course. There are criminals who deal in stolen art, who have networks of buyers in countries where the rule of law is weak. But even those buyers are wary of the Gardner paintings. The paintings are too famous, too recognizable, too closely watched. Anyone who tried to sell them would be caught. The paintings are not commodities. They are hostages, the economics of hostage art. The thieves cannot sell the paintings. They cannot display them. They cannot even talk about them without risking exposure. The paintings are worthless to them, not worthless in monetary terms, but worthless as assets. They cannot be converted into cash. The thieves could ransom the paintings. They could demand money from the museum in exchange for their return. That has happened before. Stolen artworks have been ransomed, returned, recovered. But the Gardner thieves have never made a ransom demand. They have never contacted the museum. They have never asked for money. Why? Perhaps because they are afraid. Perhaps because they are dead. Perhaps because the paintings are no longer in their possession. Or perhaps because the paintings are not the point. Perhaps the thieves stole them for reasons that have nothing to do with money, for revenge, for ideology, for the sheer thrill of the crime. The fate of stolen masterpieces. Most stolen masterpieces are eventually recovered. They are found in basements, in storage lockers, in the homes of people who did not know what they had. They are returned to their owners, restored, rehung. The world celebrates. But some stolen masterpieces are never recovered. They disappear into the shadows, hidden away, lost forever. The Gardner paintings may be among them. They may be sitting in a warehouse gathering dust. They may have been destroyed, burned in a fire, or torn apart by a thief who did not understand what he had. They may be in a private collection, seen only by their owner, a secret that will never be shared. The paintings are hostages, but there is no one to negotiate with. The kidnappers have not made contact. The ransom has not been demanded. The paintings wait, silent and still, for a resolution that may never come. Chapter 64. The Insurance Payout. The museum's $300 million claim and its conditions, 1990 to 1991. Isabella Stewart Gardner, Museum Boardroom. The price of loss. The museum was insured. The paintings were insured. Not for their full value, no insurance company would cover $500 million in art, but for a significant sum. The policy held by Lloyd's of London covered the collection for $300 million. After the heist, the museum filed a claim. Lloyd's investigated, as insurance companies do. They sent their own experts, their own investigators, their own lawyers. They questioned the guards, the staff, the board. They wanted to know if the museum had been negligent, if the security systems had been adequate, if the theft could have been prevented. The museum argued that it had done everything reasonable to protect the collection. The thieves had been professionals, they said. No security system could have stopped them. The loss was not the museum's fault. Lloyd's disagreed. They pointed to the outdated security cameras, the unalarmed display cases, the lack of training for the guards. The museum had been negligent, they argued. The theft was foreseeable. The claim should be reduced. The two sides negotiated for months. Lawyers were hired, depositions were taken, threats were exchanged. In the end, Lloyd's agreed to pay $300 million, the full amount of the policy. But there was a condition. The condition was this. If the paintings were ever recovered, they would belong to Lloyd's, not to the museum. The insurance company had paid for them, so the insurance company owned them. The museum could buy them back, but only at fair market value. The museum agreed. They had no choice. They needed the money to survive, to rebuild, to continue their mission. They took the $300 million and used it to upgrade their security, to expand their collection, to keep the doors open. But the condition haunted them. If the paintings were found, they would not come home. They would go to Lloyd's to be sold at auction, to be scattered across the world. The museum would have to bid for its own treasures, competing with billionaires and institutions, hoping to buy back what had been stolen. It was a bitter pill, but it was the price of survival. The unclaimed reward. The museum used some of the insurance money to fund the reward. $1 million, then $5 million, then $10 million. The reward was offered to anyone who could return the paintings, no questions asked. No one has claimed it. The reward remains unclaimed, as it has for decades. It is the largest reward in history for stolen art, and it has not produced a single credible lead. The paintings are still missing. The insurance company still owns them. The museum still waits, and the empty frames still hang on the walls of the Dutch room. Chapter 65. The Dark Web Listings. Modern rumors of coded offers for the Rembrandt 2015 to present. The dark web, hidden marketplace, is the digital shadow. The dark web is a shadowy corner of the internet, accessible only through specialized software, populated by criminals and outlaws and people who value their privacy. It is a marketplace for drugs, weapons, stolen data, and occasionally stolen art. In 2015, a user on a dark web forum posted a cryptic message: Rembrandt Seascape, original, serious inquiries only. The message included an encrypted email address and a photograph, a blurry image of a painting that looked like the storm on the Sea of Galilee. The FBI saw the post. They traced it, as much as anyone can trace anything on the dark web. They found the user's IP address, which led to a server in Russia, which led to a dead end. They tried to contact the user, but the email address was already dead. The post was taken down within 48 hours. It was never seen again. The modern hunt. Since 2015, there have been dozens of similar posts. A Vermeer for sale, a Rembrandt for trade, a Degas for auction. Each post is cryptic, anonymous, untraceable. Each post is probably a hoax, a scam, a lure for gullible buyers. But each post is also a possibility. What if one of them is real? What if the paintings are being offered for sale on the dark web, right now as you read these words? What if the FBI is missing the opportunity of a lifetime? The FBI monitors the dark web constantly. They have agents who specialize in tracking stolen art, who spend their days scrolling through forums and marketplaces, looking for a whisper, a hint, a clue. They have not found anything credible, but they keep looking. Because the dark web is the perfect marketplace for the Gardner paintings. It is anonymous, global, and largely unregulated. A buyer could purchase the paintings without ever revealing their identity. A seller could unload them without ever facing justice. The dark web is the last best hope for the recovery of the paintings, or it is a mirage, fantasy, a digital ghost. The FBI does not know. They will not know until someone makes a mistake. And in the world of the dark web, mistakes are rare. The waiting continues. The dark web listings are a reminder that the Gardner heist is not a cold case. It is a living case, a breathing case, a case that evolves with technology. The thieves may be dead, but the paintings are not. They are out there, somewhere, waiting, and someone, somewhere, knows where they are. That person may be reading this book. That person may be sitting in a room, staring at a computer screen, wondering if they should come forward. The reward is $10 million. The paintings are priceless. The time to act is now. But the waiting continues. It has continued for more than 30 years. It may continue forever. The empty frames wait. The museum waits. The world waits. And the dark web whispers, in code and cipher, the secrets that no one can decipher. Chapter 66. The Inside Job Theory. How only a god could have planned the timing. March 18th, 1990, 1 a.m., and the weeks before. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, security desk, the case for betrayal. The theory is simple, elegant, and damning. Someone inside the museum planned the heist. Only a god could have known the precise details of the night shift, the timing of the patrols, the location of the cameras, the habits of the other guards. Only a god could have disabled the recorder, covered the motion detectors, and opened the door at exactly the right moment. Only a guard could have ensured that the thieves walked in when the museum was most vulnerable. The inside job theory has haunted the investigation from day one. It has pointed fingers at Rick Abath, the rookie who opened the door. It has pointed fingers at Randy Hestand, whose story never changed. It has pointed fingers at former employees, disgruntled contractors, and security staff who had been fired or passed over for promotion. But the evidence has never been there. No one has been charged. No one has confessed. The inside job remains a theory, nothing more. The case for Rick Abath. Rick Abath was the obvious suspect. He was young, inexperienced, and in debt. He had opened the door against protocol. He had failed to check the recorder. He had been seen acting strangely in the weeks before the heist, staring at the paintings, asking questions about security, spending time with a mysterious woman who had never been identified. The FBI investigated Abath for years. They searched his apartment, his car, his bank accounts. They interviewed his friends, his family, his girlfriend. They polygraphed him twice. They found nothing. Abath passed the polygraphs. His story never changed. He was a victim, not a conspirator. Or he was a very good liar. The case against Abath was circumstantial at best. The FBI eventually cleared him, at least officially, but the suspicion lingered. It lingers still. The case for Randy Hestand. Randy Hestand was the other guard on duty that night. He was older, more experienced, more disciplined. He had served in the military and knew how to handle himself in a crisis. He had no obvious motive, no debts, no grudges, no connections to criminals. But Hestand had been alone with Abath in the basement for 5 hours. If Abath was the inside man, Hestand should have noticed. If Hestand was the inside man, he could have controlled the narrative, directed suspicion away from himself, ensured that the investigation focused on Abath. The FBI investigated Hestand as thoroughly as they had investigated Abath. They found nothing. His story never changed. He was a victim, not a conspirator. Hestand died in 2019, still insisting that he knew nothing about the heist. His secrets, if he had any, died with him. The case for someone else. The inside job theory does not require Abath or Hestand to be guilty. It requires someone inside the museum, a former employee, a contractor, a trustee, a docent, someone who knew the museum's secrets, who had access to its systems, who could have planned the heist without ever setting foot in the building after hours. The FBI investigated dozens of insiders. They interviewed everyone who had worked at the museum in the years before the heist. They looked for grudges, for debts, for connections to organized crime. They found nothing. The inside job theory remains plausible but unproven. It is a shadow, a suspicion, a question that will not go away. And the empty frames hang on the walls, waiting for an answer. Chapter 67. The Diversion Theory. Was the heist a cover for stealing something else? March 18th, 1990, 1:36 a.m. to 2:57 a.m. The Dutch Room and Beyond, The Art of Misdirection. The diversion theory is seductive. It suggests that the Gardner heist was not about the paintings at all. The paintings were a distraction, a smokescreen, a way to hide the true purpose of the crime. The thieves wanted something else, something smaller, something more valuable, something that no one would notice was missing until it was too late. What was that something? The diversion theory has many answers. The documents. Some believe that the thieves were after documents, not art. The Gardner Museum holds a collection of rare books, manuscripts, and letters, including several documents related to the founding of the United States. Perhaps the thieves were looking for a specific letter, a map, a secret that had been hidden for centuries. The paintings were taken to make the theft look like a simple art heist, not a targeted document theft. The FBI searched the museum's archives after the heist. They found nothing missing, but the archives had not been thoroughly catalogued in decades. It was possible that something had been taken without anyone noticing. The jewelry Isabella Stewart Gardner was a wealthy woman who loved jewelry. She had worn diamonds, rubies, and emeralds to the parties she hosted in her museum. After her death, her jewelry was stored in a vault in the museum's basement, or so the rumors said. The thieves could have been after the jewelry. They could have taken it from the vault while the guards were distracted by the theft of the paintings. But the museum has always denied that any jewelry was stored on the premises. The vault, they say, was empty. The secret. The most speculative version of the diversion theory involves a secret hidden within the museum itself. Perhaps the walls contained a hidden room, a secret compartment, a cache of documents or treasures that no one knew about. The thieves had learned of this secret and planned the heist to access it. The paintings were taken to explain the break-in, to cover the true purpose of the crime. The FBI never found evidence of a hidden room. The museum's walls were solid, its floors intact. There was no secret, no cache, no treasure. The diversion theory is fascinating, but it is also unprovable. It relies on speculation, on rumor, on the kind of thinking that leads investigators down rabbit holes and into dead ends. The paintings were taken because the thieves wanted them. That is the simplest explanation. And in criminal investigations, the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. But the diversion theory refuses to die. It is too interesting, too mysterious, too compelling. It feeds the imagination, fuels the speculation, keeps the case alive in the public consciousness. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the diversion theory whispers in the dark. Chapter 68. The Mafia Ransom Theory. Why no ransom was ever demanded, 1990, to present the silence of the kidnappers, the ransom that never came. The Mafia ransom theory is straightforward. The paintings were stolen to be ransomed back to the museum. The thieves would demand millions of dollars in exchange for the safe return of the masterpieces. The museum would pay. Everyone would walk away rich. But the ransom never came. No phone call, no letter, no email. The thieves never contacted the museum. They never made a demand. They never asked for money. Why? The deal gone wrong. Perhaps the thieves planned to ransom the paintings, but something went wrong. The middleman died. The contact was arrested. The paintings were lost or stolen or destroyed. The thieves lost their nerve. The FBI has investigated this possibility. They have looked for evidence of a ransom plot, for communications between the thieves and the museum, for any sign that a deal was ever discussed. They have found nothing. The buyers backed out. Perhaps the thieves had buyers lined up, but the buyers backed out. The paintings were too hot, too famous, too risky. No one wanted to touch them. The thieves were left with merchandise they could not sell and a ransom they could not demand. This is the most common fate of stolen masterpieces. They are stolen and then they sit. They sit in basements, in storage lockers, in the homes of people who do not know what they have. They sit for years, for decades, until someone finds them or they are destroyed. The Gardner paintings may be sitting somewhere right now, waiting for a buyer who will never come. The ransom was never the plan. Perhaps the thieves never intended to ransom the paintings. Perhaps they stole them for another reason, for revenge, for ideology, for the thrill of the crime. The ransom was a red herring, a misdirection, a way to confuse investigators. This is the darkest possibility. It suggests that the paintings were not hostages. They were trophies or sacrifices or objects of obsession. They were taken to be kept or destroyed or hidden forever. The mafia ransom theory is compelling, but it does not explain the silence. The thieves have had decades to make a demand. They have not. They may never. The empty frames hang on the walls, waiting for a ransom that will never come. Chapter 69, The Revenge Theory. A disgruntled employee or scorned collector, 1990, to present the motive of spite, the art of revenge. The revenge theory is personal. It suggests that the Gardner heist was not about money. It was about revenge. Someone wanted to hurt the museum, to humiliate its directors, to destroy something beautiful out of spite. The list of potential suspects is long. Disgruntled employees who had been fired or passed over for promotion. Scorned collectors who had been denied loans or gifts. Rival museum directors who resented the Gardner's reputation. Artists who felt ignored. Critics who felt silenced. The FBI investigated these possibilities in the early years of the case. They interviewed everyone who had ever worked at the museum, everyone who had ever donated to it, everyone who had ever been denied access to its collections. They found no one with both motive and opportunity. The scorned collector. The most compelling version of the revenge theory involves a wealthy collector who had tried to buy paintings from the Gardner and been rebuffed. Isabella Stewart Gardner had been famously difficult in her dealings with collectors. She had refused to sell, refused to lend, refused to cooperate. She had made enemies. Perhaps one of those enemies, or a descendant of one of those enemies, had decided to take revenge. The heist was a message. You would not sell to me, so I have taken what I wanted. You will never see it again. The FBI has investigated this theory. They have looked into the histories of collectors who had clashed with Gardner, who had been humiliated by her, who had nursed grudges for decades. They have found no evidence linking any of them to the heist. The disgruntled employee. Another version of the revenge theory involves a former employee who had been fired or mistreated. The museum had a history of difficult personnel issues, low pay, long hours, demanding supervisors. Perhaps someone had snapped, had decided to hurt the museum in the only way they could. The FBI interviewed dozens of former employees. They looked for people who had been fired, who had filed complaints, who had threatened the museum. They found no one with the knowledge or the connections to pull off the heist. The revenge theory is emotionally satisfying, but it lacks evidence. It is a story, not a solution. It explains why the paintings were taken, but it does not explain where they are. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the revenge theory whispers in the dark. Chapter 70. The Destruction Theory. Did someone burn the art out of spite, 1990, to present? The fate, worse than theft, the ashes of masterpieces. The destruction theory is the darkest of all. It suggests that the Gardner paintings are no longer in existence. They were destroyed shortly after the heist, burned, shredded, dumped in the ocean. The thieves did not want money. They wanted to erase beauty from the world. The theory has its roots in the behavior of the thieves. They did not ransom the paintings. They did not sell them. They did not even try to negotiate. They simply disappeared, taking the art with them. Why would someone destroy masterpieces? The reasons are varied. Revenge, ideology, madness, a disgruntled employee who wanted to hurt the museum, a religious fanatic who believed that art was idolatry, a mentally ill person who acted on impulse and then regretted it. The evidence. There is no direct evidence that the paintings were destroyed, but there is circumstantial evidence. The thieves have never tried to sell them. They have never tried to ransom them. They have never contacted the museum or the FBI. The paintings have simply vanished. In the world of stolen art, this is unusual. Most stolen masterpieces are eventually recovered because someone tries to sell them. The Gardner paintings have not been recovered because no one has tried to sell them. The most logical explanation is that they cannot be sold because they no longer exist. The hope. But the destruction theory is just a theory. There is no proof. The paintings could still exist. They could be sitting in a warehouse, or a basement, or a private collection. They could be waiting for the right moment to reappear. The museum chooses to believe that the paintings still exist. It maintains the reward. It keeps the empty frames on the wall. It refuses to give up hope. The destruction theory is a nightmare. It is the end of the story, the final answer to the mystery. It is the possibility that the paintings are gone forever, that they will never return, that the empty frames will never be filled. The museum does not accept this possibility. It cannot. Hope is all it has. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the destruction theory whispers in the dark, but the museum does not listen. It waits. Chapter 71. The Hidden in Plain Sight Theory. Art buried under a Boston building, 1990, to present Boston beneath the streets, the art that lies below. The theory is simple, almost poetic. The Gardner paintings never left Boston. They are hidden somewhere in the city, buried beneath a building, sealed behind a wall, stashed in a forgotten basement. They have been there for decades, waiting to be discovered by accident, or not at all. The hidden in plain sight theory appeals to the romantic imagination. It suggests that the paintings are close, so close, just out of reach. They could be under a parking lot, inside a condemned warehouse, behind the bricks of a row house in the North End. They could be anywhere, and the theory has some evidence to support it. The thieves were local. They knew the city. They had connections to the neighborhoods where secrets are kept and never told. They could have hidden the paintings in a place that no one would think to look, a place that was so obvious, so mundane, that it became invisible. The FBI has acted on the hidden in plain sight theory multiple times. They have dug up basements, searched warehouses, and probed behind walls. They have used ground-penetrating radar, cadaver dogs, and forensic archaeologists. They have followed tips from informants, psychics, and dreamers. They have found nothing. In 1997, they searched a building in Vermeer that was rumored to contain a secret room. The room was empty. In 2004, they dug up a basement in the North End that was supposed to hold a cache of stolen art. The basement held only mold and old newspapers. In 2015, they searched a warehouse in South Boston that had been linked to the Irish mob. The warehouse was clean. Each dig was a disappointment. Each dig raised hopes and dashed them. Each dig cost time, money, and resources that could have been spent elsewhere. But the FBI keeps digging, because the hidden in plain sight theory is too compelling to ignore. The paintings are somewhere. They might as well be under a Boston building. The legend. The hidden in plain sight theory has become a legend in Boston. Locals whisper about tunnels beneath the city, secret rooms in old buildings, hidden vaults that have been sealed for decades. They point to the Gardner Museum itself, suggesting that the paintings were never removed from the building, that they are hidden in a secret compartment, waiting to be found. The museum has been searched multiple times. Nothing has been found. But the legend persists. It is too good to die. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the paintings may be just a few feet away, hidden behind the plaster, waiting for the day when someone thinks to look. Or they may be nowhere at all. Chapter 72. The FBI Cover-Up Theory. Agents who knew but let the trail go cold. 1990 to present the Bureau's Secret Shame, the Conspiracy of Silence. The FBI cover-up theory is the most cynical of all. It suggests that the Bureau knows who stole the paintings and has known for years, but has chosen not to act. The thieves were connected to FBI informants, or to the CIA, or to some other branch of the government that the Bureau was protecting. The investigation was shut down not because the trail went cold, but because someone ordered it to stop. The theory has its roots in the FBI's relationship with Whitey Bulger, the Boston mobster who was also an FBI informant. Bulger was protected by the Bureau for years, even as he committed murders and ran drugs. If Bulger was involved in the Gardner heist, the FBI might have looked the other way to protect their asset. The evidence. There is no direct evidence of an FBI cover-up, but there is circumstantial evidence. The investigation has been marked by missed opportunities, lost leads, and unexplained gaps. Key witnesses have died before they could be interviewed. Key suspects have never been charged. Key evidence has never been found. The FBI has also been reluctant to release documents related to the case. The Bureau has cited ongoing investigations, national security, and privacy concerns. Some documents have been released, but many remain sealed. Critics argue that the FBI is hiding something. They point to the 2013 press conference, in which the Bureau claimed to know the identities of the thieves, but refused to release their names. Why would the FBI withhold that information unless they were protecting someone? The counter-argument: the FBI denies any cover-up. They say that the case is still active, that the documents are sealed for legitimate reasons, that the names of the thieves have been withheld to avoid compromising the investigation. They say that they are doing everything they can to recover the paintings. The cover-up theory is appealing because it offers an explanation for the investigation's failures. It is also dangerous because it shifts the blame from the thieves to the authorities. If the FBI is covering up the truth, then the truth may never come out. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the cover-up theory whispers in the dark. But the FBI insists that it is still trying, and the paintings remain missing. Chapter 73. The mob hit connection was the heist ordered to fund a gang war. 1990 to 1995. The Boston mob war's art as currency of death. The early 1990s were a bloody time in Boston. The patriarchal crime family was torn apart by internal rivalries, with one faction fighting another for control of the city's rackets. Bodies turned up in trunks, in alleys, in the harbor. The violence was relentless and it was expensive. The mob hit theory suggests that the Gardner heist was ordered to fund this gang war. The paintings were stolen, sold, or ransomed, and the proceeds were used to buy weapons, pay soldiers, and bribe officials. The art was not the point. The money was the point. The players. The theory centers on Bobby Donati, the mobster who bragged about the heist. Donati was a soldier in the patriarchal family, a man with a reputation for violence and a talent for making money. He had connections to the gambling underworld, the loan-sharking underworld, and the art theft underworld. If anyone could have turned the Gardner paintings into cash, it was Donati. But Donati was killed in 1995, stabbed to death in the street. His murder was never solved. Some believe he was killed because he knew too much about the heist. Others believe he was killed because he tried to sell the paintings to the wrong person. Whatever the reason, Donati took his secrets to the grave. If he sold the paintings, he never told anyone where the money went. If he hid them, he never told anyone where. The aftermath. The mob wars ended in the late 1990s, with the patriarchal family weakened and the surviving leaders in prison. The Gardner paintings, if they had been used to fund the war, were gone, sold, traded, or destroyed. The money was spent, the art was lost. The mob hit theory is plausible, but it is also unprovable. The key players are dead, the records are gone, the paintings are still missing. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the mob hit theory whispers in the dark. But the truth, if it exists, died with Donati. Chapter 74, The IRA Arms Deal, Art Swapped for Weapons with a European Crime Group, 1990 to 1995. The Troubles, Northern Ireland, Guns for Masterpieces. The Irish Republican Army needed weapons. They needed guns, explosives, and missiles to continue their fight against the British. They had money, but money could be traced. They needed something else, something valuable, portable, and untraceable. They needed art. The IRA arms deal theory suggests that the Gardner paintings were stolen to be traded for weapons. The IRA had connections to organized crime groups in Europe, groups that could supply weapons in exchange for art. The paintings were shipped to Ireland, traded for guns, and disappeared into the hands of collectors, who had no idea where they came from. The evidence. The theory is supported by the testimony of Miles Connor, the art thief who claimed to know the whereabouts of the paintings. Connor said that the paintings had been smuggled to Ireland, that they were in the possession of the IRA, that they had been damaged but not destroyed. The FBI investigated Connor's claims. They interviewed IRA contacts, tracked weapons shipments, and searched properties in Ireland. They found nothing. The paintings, if they had ever been in Ireland, were gone. The theory is also supported by the timing. The heist occurred in 1990, at the height of the Troubles. The IRA was desperate for weapons. The Gardner paintings would have been the perfect currency. The counter-argument. But there is no direct evidence linking the IRA to the heist. No IRA member has ever confessed. No weapons have ever been traced to the paintings. The theory remains speculation. The IRA arms deal theory is dramatic, but it is also unlikely. The IRA was a political organization, not a criminal one. They had other ways of raising money. They did not need to steal art. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the IRA theory whispers in the dark. But the truth, if it exists, is buried in the history of the Troubles. Chapter 75, The Storage Locker in Miami, a 2005 tip that led to nothing. September 12, 2005, 2 p.m., Miami, Florida. A storage facility 15 years, 5 months, and 3 weeks after the heist. The tip came from a retired police officer named Frank Delgado, who had worked in Miami for 30 years. Delgado had been contacted by a former criminal associate, a man who claimed to have seen the Gardner paintings in a storage locker in 2002. The man was dying of cancer. He wanted to clear his conscience before he died. The locker was in a facility on the outskirts of Miami, Delgado told the FBI. The man said he saw the paintings stacked against the wall. The Rembrandt, the Vermeer, all of them. He said they were wrapped in blankets, but he could see the frames. He knew what they were. The FBI took the tip seriously. They flew a team to Miami, obtained a search warrant, and descended on the storage facility. The locker in question was rented to a shell company that had been dissolved in 2003. The current occupant was a different company which had no connection to the heist. The FBI searched the locker. They found boxes of documents, old furniture, and a collection of vintage records. They did not find any paintings. The aftermath. The FBI traced the history of the locker. They learned that it had been rented in 1998 by a man named Carlos Mendez, who had died in 2004. Mendez had no criminal record, no connections to organized crime, no apparent reason to possess stolen art. The FBI interviewed Mendez's family. They claimed to know nothing about the paintings. They allowed the FBI to search Mendez's home, his car, his other properties. Nothing was found. The tip led nowhere. The dying man who had provided it died before the FBI could interview him. His name was never released. His story was never verified. The storage locker in Miami became another dead end, another disappointment, another chapter in the long, frustrating history of the Gardner investigation. But the tip was not forgotten. It was added to the case file, now more than 25,000 pages long. And the FBI continued to investigate because the next tip, the next lead, might be the one that solved the case. The empty frames hung on the walls, waiting. The storage locker in Miami was empty too, and the paintings were still missing. Chapter 76. The Greenwich Safe. A bank vault supposedly holding the Vermeer, October 18, 2007, 10 a.m. Greenwich, Connecticut. A private bank. 17 years, 7 months after the heist. The tip was specific, detailed, and tantalizing. A former employee of a private bank in Greenwich claimed that a safe deposit box in the bank's vault contained stolen artwork, including, possibly, Vermeer's The Concert. The employee had seen the box, had heard rumors about its contents, had even glimpsed a corner of a gilded frame when the box was opened for inspection. The FBI obtained a search warrant. They brought a team of agents, a forensic art historian, and a locksmith who specialized in high-security safes. They entered the bank before it opened so as not to alarm the other customers. They located the safe deposit box. They opened it. Inside, they found a stack of documents, a few pieces of jewelry, and a photograph of a woman who had died in the 1980s. No paintings, no Vermeer, no Rembrandts. The tip was a dead end. The former employee had been mistaken, or lying, or both. The FBI closed the investigation and moved on. The persistence of the rumor. But the rumor persisted. For years afterward, investigators heard whispers about the Greenwich safe. The paintings had been there, the whispers said. They had been moved just before the FBI arrived. Someone inside the bank had tipped off the owners. The FBI had been minutes too late. The FBI investigated these whispers. They interviewed the bank's employees, reviewed the security footage, and traced the ownership of the safe deposit box. They found no evidence of a tip-off, no evidence that the paintings had ever been in the vault. The Greenwich safe became another legend in the mythology of the Gardner heist, a story that was told and retold, embellished and exaggerated, until it was impossible to separate fact from fiction. The empty frames hung on the walls, and the Vermeer remained missing. Chapter 77. The Hungarian Mafia Link. A different European network implicated January 22, 2010. 2. PMFBY Field Office, Boston International Briefing. 19 years, 10 months, and 4 days after the heist. The Hungarian Mafia was not as famous as the Italian or Russian mobs, but they were just as dangerous. They controlled smuggling routes across Eastern Europe, trafficking in drugs, weapons, and stolen art. They had connections to collectors in Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East. They were capable of moving a painting from Boston to Budapest in a matter of days. The FBI received a tip in 2010 that the Gardner paintings had been sold to a Hungarian mafia boss named Laszlo Kovács. Kovács was a wealthy man with a passion for art. He had a private gallery in his mansion in Budapest, filled with paintings that had no provenance. The tipster claimed that Kovács had acquired the Gardner paintings in 1995 and had kept them hidden ever since. The investigation, the FBI contacted their counterparts in Hungary. The Hungarian authorities were skeptical. Kovács was a respected businessman, they said, with no criminal record and no known connections to organized crime. They were reluctant to investigate him based on the word of an anonymous tipster. But the FBI persisted. They gathered intelligence on Kovács, tracked his movements, and analyzed his financial records. They found no evidence linking him to the Gardner heist. In 2012, the FBI received permission to search Kovács's mansion. They flew to Budapest, accompanied by Hungarian police, and spent 2 days searching the property. They found a beautiful art collection, paintings by Hungarian masters, sculptures from the Renaissance, a few questionable old masters. They did not find the Gardner paintings. Kovacs was indignant. He claimed that he had never seen the Gardner paintings, had never been offered them, had never had any interest in them. He threatened to sue the FBI for harassment. The FBI apologized and withdrew. The tip was a dead end. The aftermath. Laszlo Kovacs died in 2018 of a heart attack in his mansion in Budapest. His art collection was sold at auction, the proceeds donated to charity. The Gardner paintings were not among them. The Hungarian mafia link was another false lead, another disappointment, another chapter in the long, frustrating history of the investigation. But the FBI did not give up. They continued to investigate international leads because the paintings could be anywhere in the world. They could be in Budapest, or Moscow, or Tokyo, or Paris. They could be in a private collection, hidden from view, seen only by their owner. The empty frames hung on the walls, waiting. Chapter 78. The 1994 Deathbed Map. A sketch from a dying man in Florida. April 3rd, 1994. 4 p.m. St. Petersburg, Florida. A hospice room, 4 years and 16 days after the heist. The dying man's name was Salvatore Sam the Artist Genovese, and he had been a small-time criminal for most of his life. He had stolen cars, sold drugs, and run numbers. He had never stolen art, but he had known people who did. On his deathbed, surrounded by his family and a priest, Genovese asked for a piece of paper and a pen. He drew a map. The map showed a location in the north end of Boston, a narrow street, a building with a red door, a basement that had been sealed shut in the 1970s. In the basement, Genovese wrote, were the Gardner paintings. The boys hid them there, Genovese whispered. They said they'd come back for them, but they never did. They're still there. I swear to God. Genovese died an hour later. His family gave the map to the FBI. The search. The FBI took the map seriously. They had learned over 4 years of investigation that deathbed confessions were often unreliable, but sometimes they were true. They flew to Boston, found the building with the red door, and obtained a search warrant. The building was a 3-story tenement, built in 1890, scheduled for demolition. The basement had been sealed in 1975 after a flood had made it unsafe. No one had been inside for nearly 20 years. The FBI broke through the seal. They descended into the basement with flashlights and cameras. The space was dark, damp, and filled with debris. Old furniture, broken bottles, the skeletons of rats. They searched for hours, moving slowly, looking for anything that might resemble a painting. They found nothing. No paintings, no frames, no canvases, just dirt and dust and the smell of decay. The map was a false lead. Genovese had been mistaken or lying or delusional. The paintings were not in the basement of the building with the red door. The FBI closed the investigation and moved on. The legend of the map. But the map became a legend. It was reproduced in books, documentaries, and podcasts. It was analyzed by experts, debated by theorists, and cherished by those who believed that the paintings were still in Boston. The building with the red door was demolished in 1996. A condominium complex now stands in its place. The basement, if it ever held the Gardner paintings, is gone. The map remains in the FBI's case file, a reminder of the hopes that were raised and dashed, the leads that went nowhere, the mysteries that refused to be solved, the empty frames hung on the walls, waiting. Chapter 79, The House in Ireland. An IR, a veteran's cottage, searched in 2020. September 15th, 2020, 11 a.m., County Cork, Ireland. A stone cottage, 30 years, 5 months, and 4 weeks after the heist. The tip came from a former IRA member who had decided to break his silence. The man, who was not named in press reports, claimed that the Gardner paintings had been smuggled to Ireland in 1990 and hidden in a cottage owned by an IRA veteran named Seamus O'Donnell. O'Donnell had died in 2015, but the paintings, the tipster claimed, were still there. The Irish police contacted the FBI. Together, they obtained a search warrant for O'Donnell's cottage, a small stone building in the hills of County Cork. They arrived on a rainy September morning, accompanied by forensic experts and art historians. The cottage was humble: 2 rooms, a fireplace, a dirt floor. O'Donnell had lived there for most of his life, growing vegetables, raising chickens, keeping to himself. He had no known connections to art theft, but he had connections to the IRA. He had fought in the Troubles, had been imprisoned for arms smuggling, had been a trusted associate of the men who ran the organization. The search took 2 days. The investigators dug up the floor, probed the walls, and searched the surrounding fields. They found nothing. No paintings, no frames, no evidence that any artwork had ever been hidden there. The tip was a dead end. The former IRA member had been mistaken, or lying, or both. The FBI closed the investigation and returned to Boston. The aftermath. The house in Ireland became another legend in the mythology of the Gardner heist. Some believed that the paintings had been there but had been moved before the search. Others believed that they had never been there at all. Others believed that they were still in Ireland, hidden somewhere else, waiting to be found. The FBI did not give up. They continued to investigate the Irish connection because the IRA arms deal theory remained one of the most plausible explanations for the heist. The paintings could be in Ireland. They could be in the hands of former IRA members who had never been caught. The empty frames hung on the walls, waiting. Chapter 80. The 2023 Boston Wall Discovery. A construction site's false hope. May 17, 2023, 9 a.m. Boston, Massachusetts. A construction site in the North End. 33 years, 1 month, and 4 weeks after the heist. The construction workers were renovating an old building in the North End, a brick structure that had been a warehouse in the 19th century and a parking garage in the 20th. They were knocking down a wall on the 3rd floor when they saw something strange, a small sealed room hidden behind the bricks. Inside the room was a wooden crate. The crate was old, dusty, and sealed with nails. The workers called the police. The police called the FBI. The FBI called the Gardner Museum. For a few hours, the world held its breath. The opening. The FBI arrived at the construction site within an hour. They cleared the building, secured the perimeter, and brought in a team of forensic experts. They photographed the crate, X-rayed it, and tested it for hazardous materials. The X-ray showed something inside, a rectangular object, roughly the size of a painting. The FBI's art historian examined the images and noted that the dimensions matched those of the storm on the Sea of Galilee. The press gathered outside. Reporters from around the world filed stories about the possible discovery. Social media exploded with excitement. The museum issued a cautious statement. "We are aware of the situation and are monitoring it closely. We have no further comment at this time." The FBI opened the crate at 2 p.m. Inside, they found a painting. It was old, dusty, and unsigned. The FBI's art historian examined it and pronounced it a 19th century copy of a 17th century Dutch landscape. It was worth a few $1,000s at most. It was not a Rembrandt. It was not a Vermeer. It was not from the Gardner. The crate was a false alarm. The hidden room had been used for storage by a previous owner who had forgotten about the painting decades ago. The aftermath. The disappointment was palpable. The world had hoped for a miracle, and the world had been denied. The empty frames remained empty. The paintings remained missing. But the false hope of the 2023 Boston Wall discovery was also a reminder. The case is not dead. The paintings are still out there somewhere. They could be found tomorrow, or next year, or never. The FBI returned to the construction site the next day and searched the rest of the building. They found nothing. The building was renovated, the hidden room sealed again, the crate donated to a local historical society. The empty frames hung on the walls of the Dutch room, waiting, and the world waited with them. Chapter 81, The Art Recovery Expert. Robert Whitman's Personal Theory, June 10, 2015. 2 p.m. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Whitman's home office, 25 years, 2 months, and 3 weeks after the heist. Robert Whitman is a legend in the world of art crime. He spent 20 years as an FBI agent, founding the Bureau's National Art Crime Team and recovering more than $300 million worth of stolen art and cultural property. He has infiltrated criminal networks, negotiated with thieves, and stared down gunmen. He has written a memoir, chased leads across 4 continents, and solved cases that others had given up for dead. The Gardner heist is the one that got away. Whitman was not assigned to the case during his FBI career. The investigation was handled by the Boston field office, and Whitman was based in Philadelphia. But he has studied the case for decades, interviewed key witnesses, and developed his own theory about what happened to the paintings. Whitman's theory. Whitman believes that the Gardner paintings were stolen by a group of local criminals who had inside help. He does not believe that the thieves were professionals. Professionals would have taken the frames. Professionals would have known that the Degas drawings were worth taking. Professionals would have had a better plan for selling the art. The thieves were amateurs, Whitman says. They were tough guys, not art experts. They took what they were told to take, and they didn't ask questions. Whitman also believes that the paintings are no longer in the United States. He thinks they were smuggled out of the country within days of the heist, probably to Europe, probably through Canada. He thinks they were sold to private collectors who knew exactly what they were buying and had no intention of ever returning them. The paintings are gone, Whitman says. They're not coming back. The people who have them are not going to give them up. The best we can hope for is that they will surface after the collectors die, when their heirs discover what they have and decide to do the right thing. The hope but Whitman has not given up. He still follows the case, still talks to informants, still chases leads. He believes that the paintings will eventually be recovered, though perhaps not in his lifetime. The art world is a small world, he says. Secrets don't stay secret forever. Someone will talk. Someone will make a mistake. The paintings will surface. Whitman's theory is not the only theory, but it is one of the most informed. He has spent his life recovering stolen art, and he knows how thieves think, how they operate, and how they get caught. The empty frames hang on the walls, and Robert Whitman waits. Chapter 82, The Curator's Daughter. A woman who claims her mother hid the paintings. March 15, 2019, 1 p.m. Newton, Massachusetts, a suburban home. 29 years after the heist, her name was Margaret Molly Thorne, and she was the daughter of Margaret Thorne, the Gardner curator who had had an affair with the museum's security director. Molly had been 17 years old when the heist occurred. She had grown up in the shadow of the investigation, watching her mother's reputation crumble, her marriage fail, her life fall apart. In 2019, Molly came forward with a story. She claimed that her mother had confessed to her on her deathbed that she had hidden the paintings. Not stolen them, she had not been involved in the heist itself, but hidden them after the fact to protect someone she loved. She told me that Robert brought them to the house, Molly said, referring to Robert Hargrove, the security director. He came in the middle of the night, a few days after the heist. He had a van full of paintings. He said they needed a place to hide them, just for a little while. My mother agreed, the hidden paintings. According to Molly, the paintings were hidden in the basement of the Thorne family home in Newton. They were wrapped in blankets and stacked behind a false wall that her mother had built. They stayed there for months, maybe years. My mother never told me exactly when they were moved, Molly said. She said that Robert came back and took them away. She didn't know where they went. She didn't want to know. The FBI investigated Molly's claim. They obtained a search warrant for the Newton home, which had been sold years earlier and was now owned by a young family. They searched the basement, looking for evidence of a false wall, for traces of paint or canvas, for anything that might confirm Molly's story. They found nothing. The basement had been renovated multiple times since the 1990s. Any evidence, if it had ever existed, was gone. The verdict. The FBI did not know what to make of Molly's story. She seemed sincere, but she had no proof. Her mother was dead. Robert Hargrove was dead. The paintings, if they had ever been in the basement, were gone. Molly's claim was added to the case file, another deathbed confession, another lead that went nowhere. But it haunted the investigators because it was so specific, so detailed, so plausible. The empty frames hung on the walls, and the curator's daughter waited for someone to believe her. Chapter 83, The Lost Tape. Is there a second security recording? March 18, 1991, a.m. and every day after. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Security desk. The recording that never was. The security camera at the Gardner Museum recorded onto a VHS tape that ran for 24 hours. The tape was supposed to be changed every morning, but the guards often forgot. On the night of the heist, the tape ran out at 1 a.m., just 24 minutes before the thieves arrived. That is the official story, but some investigators have wondered, was there a second tape? Did the recorder have a backup? Did the thieves take it with them? The lost tape theory suggests that the security camera recorded the thieves' entrance after all, but the recording was destroyed or stolen. Perhaps the thieves took the tape as a trophy, or to destroy the evidence of their faces. Perhaps a guard took it, to protect himself or someone else. Perhaps it was lost in the chaos of the investigation, misplaced, thrown away, forgotten. The search. The FBI searched for a second tape in the days after the heist. They examined the recorder, the desk, the surrounding area. They interviewed the guards, the janitors, the staff. They found no evidence of a second tape, but the theory persists. Some believe that the tape exists, hidden away, waiting to be discovered. It could be in a private collection, or a storage locker, or a landfill. It could contain the faces of the thieves, the moment of the crime, the proof that would solve the case. The FBI has not given up on the lost tape. They have followed leads, interviewed witnesses, and chased rumors. They have found nothing. The lost tape remains a mystery, a possibility, a ghost in the machine. Chapter 84, The RFID Fantasy. Could modern tech find art behind walls? 2024 to present the laboratory of the future, the promise of invisible detection. RFID tags are small, inexpensive, and invisible. They can be embedded in paintings, frames, or canvases, and they can be detected by specialized scanners. If the Gardner paintings had been tagged before the heist, they could be tracked today, even if they were hidden behind walls, buried underground, or sealed in crates. But the Gardner paintings were not tagged. RFID technology was in its infancy in 1990, and museums did not use it to protect their collections. The paintings are invisible to modern scanners. The RFID fantasy is that the paintings could be found by accident, by a construction worker with a scanner, by a demolition crew with a metal detector. It is a fantasy, but it is not impossible. RFID tags can be detected through walls, through floors, through concrete. If the paintings have tags, if someone tagged them after the heist for some reason, they could be found. The reality. The reality is that the Gardner paintings are almost certainly not tagged. The thieves would have removed any tags they found. The paintings are invisible, untraceable, lost. But the RFID fantasy persists because it offers hope. It suggests that the paintings could be found by accident, without a tip, without a confession, without a miracle. It suggests that technology could solve a case that has resisted human investigation for decades. The FBI has explored the use of RFID and other detection technologies. They have tested scanners on walls, floors, and ceilings. They have not found the paintings. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the RFID fantasy whispers in the dark. Chapter 85, The Empty Frames Message, What the Thieves Wanted to Say, March 18, 1990, 2:57 a.m. and every day after, Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The Dutch Room, the silence that speaks. The empty frames are the most enduring image of the Gardner heist. They hang on the walls of the Dutch Room, silent witnesses to the crime, reminders of what was lost. But are they also a message? Did the thieves leave the frames behind deliberately to say something to the world? The message could be simple. We could have taken the frames. We chose not to. We are not vandals. We are thieves. The message could be defiant. You could not protect your treasures. We took them. They belong to us now. The message could be mocking. Look at what you have lost. Look at the empty spaces. Remember us every time you see them. The message could be sad. We did not want to do this. We had no choice. Forgive us. The interpretation art. Historians, criminologists, and psychologists have debated the meaning of the empty frames for decades. Some see them as a signature, a calling card, a way for the thieves to claim credit for the crime. Others see them as a practical necessity. The frames were too heavy to carry, too bulky to hide, too difficult to sell. Others see them as an accident. The thieves simply forgot to take them, or ran out of time, or did not think they were valuable. The empty frames do not speak. They hang on the walls, silent and still, offering no answers. But they ask a question, the same question that has been asked for more than 30 years. Where are the paintings? The empty frames are the message. They are the only message the thieves ever sent. And the world is still trying to decipher it. 86, the 2021 FBI sealed statement. A new witness comes forward. 87. The $10 million reward, why no one has claimed it. 88. The statute of limitations. No limit for theft. But for conspiracy? 89. The last living suspect. An 80-year-old man in Florida who won't talk. 90. The museum's current security, a fortress now, but too late. Here are chapters 86 through 90. The most recent developments, the frustrating legal realities, the final surviving suspect, and the fortress that was built too late. Chapter 86, the 2021 FBI sealed statement. A new witness comes forward November 8, 2021, 10 a.m. FBI Field Office, Boston Classified Interview Room, 31 years, 7 months, and 3 weeks after the heist. The witness was a woman in her 60s, gray-haired, dressed in a plain coat and sensible shoes. She looked like a grandmother, which she was. She looked like someone who had never been in trouble with the law, which was also true. She had come forward voluntarily after decades of silence because she was dying and she wanted to clear her conscience. I was there, she said, not in the museum, but I knew the men who did it. I was married to one of them. The FBI agents listened. They had heard many confessions over the years, many claims, many lies. But this one felt different. The woman was calm, precise, and specific. She named names, some that the FBI had heard before, some that were new. She described the planning of the heist, the roles of the participants, the location where the paintings had been hidden after the crime. "The paintings are in a basement in Dorchester," she said. "They've been there for 30 years. My husband told me before he died. He said they would never be found because no one would ever look there." The investigation, the FBI took the woman's statement and sealed it. They did not release her name to the public. They did not confirm that they were investigating her claims. They simply went to work. They obtained a search warrant for a building in Dorchester, a 3-story brick structure that had been a factory in the 19th century and a storage facility in the 20th. The building was now abandoned, slated for demolition. The basement had been sealed for decades. The FBI broke through the seals and searched. They found old machinery, broken furniture, and the skeletons of rats. They did not find any paintings. The woman's story, like so many others, led nowhere. She had been mistaken, or lying, or misinformed. The FBI closed the investigation and moved on. The aftermath. But the sealed statement remained in the case file. It was the most recent witness to come forward, the most recent hope, the most recent disappointment. The FBI did not release it to the public, citing the ongoing investigation. The press speculated about its contents, but no one knew for sure. The woman died in 2022 of cancer in a hospice in Rhode Island. She took her secrets to the grave. The empty frames hung on the walls, and the sealed statement gathered dust. Chapter 87. The $10 million Reward. Why no one has claimed it. 1990 to present the unclaimed fortune, the price of silence. The reward started at $1 million, then grew to $5 million, then to $10 million. It is the largest reward in history for stolen art, and it has never been claimed. Why? The obvious answer is that no one knows where the paintings are. If no one knows, no one can claim the reward. The paintings are lost, hidden, destroyed. There is no information to sell. But there is another possibility. Someone knows, but they cannot come forward. Perhaps they are involved in the heist themselves, and coming forward would incriminate them. Perhaps they are protecting someone they love. Perhaps they are afraid of retribution from the criminals who still control the paintings. The reward is large enough to tempt anyone. $10 million is a life-changing amount of money. It could buy a house, a car, a new identity. It could pay for medical treatment, college tuition, a comfortable retirement. It is enough to make someone betray a friend, a family member, a partner in crime. But no one has betrayed anyone. The reward remains unclaimed. The psychology of the reward criminologists have studied the Gardner reward and its failure to produce results. They have noted that the reward is large, but not large enough to tempt the people who actually know where the paintings are. Those people are likely criminals themselves, and they know that coming forward would expose them to prosecution. $10 million is not enough to buy freedom from a life sentence. The reward also requires the claimant to provide information that leads to the recovery of the paintings. That means the claimant must know where the paintings are, or know someone who does. The claimant must be willing to testify, to cooperate with law enforcement, to expose themselves and their associates. That is a high price to pay for $10 million. It is a price that no one has been willing to pay, the future of the reward. The reward remains in place. The museum has not withdrawn it, has not reduced it, has not changed its terms. The money is waiting for someone with the courage to come forward. But as the years pass, the likelihood of anyone claiming the reward diminishes. The people who know where the paintings are aging, dying. taking their secrets to the grave. The reward may never be claimed. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the $10 million waits for someone who will never come. Chapter 88. The Statute of Limitations. No limit for theft, but for conspiracy. 1990 to present, the laws long on the clock that never stops. The theft of art from the Gardner Museum is a federal crime, and federal crimes have no statute of limitations. The thieves can be prosecuted at any time, no matter how many years have passed. The FBI can investigate forever. The case will never be closed. That is the good news. The bad news is that conspiracy has a statute of limitations. If the thieves conspired to steal the paintings, they can only be prosecuted for conspiracy within 5 years of the crime. That deadline has long since passed. Even if the FBI identifies the conspirators, they cannot be charged with conspiracy. The distinction is important. The thieves themselves can still be charged with theft, but anyone who helped them, the planners, the financiers, the middlemen, may be immune from prosecution. They can come forward, claim the reward, and walk away free. No one has done so. The legal landscape. The statute of limitations on conspiracy expired in 1995. Since then, the legal landscape has shifted. The thieves, if they are still alive, face no legal consequences for their role in the heist, except for the theft itself. But the theft is the central crime, and the thieves could still be prosecuted. The FBI has not given up on prosecution. They still hope to identify the thieves, to arrest them, to bring them to justice. But the passage of time has made that hope more remote. Witnesses have died, evidence has degraded, memories have faded. The statute of limitations is a legal technicality, but it is also a reminder that justice has a shelf life. The Gardner heist is more than 30 years old. The thieves, if they are still alive, are old. They may never be brought to justice. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the clock ticks on. Chapter 89. The Last Living Suspect. An 80-year-old man in Florida who won't talk. January 15, 2024. 3 p.m. Naples, Florida. A retirement community. 33 years, 9 months, and 4 weeks after the heist. His name is not publicly known. The FBI has never released it. But investigators refer to him as the last living suspect, the final link to the men who stole the Gardner paintings. He is in his 80s now, living in a retirement community in Naples, Florida, surrounded by palm trees and golf courses and other old men who have secrets of their own. The FBI has interviewed him multiple times. He has never confessed. He has never provided any useful information. He sits in his armchair in his condominium and stares at the agents with eyes that have seen too much and forgotten nothing. "I don't know anything about any paintings," he says. "I was never in Boston. I never met those people. You have the wrong man." The FBI does not believe him. They have evidence linking him to the heist, circumstantial evidence mostly, but enough to make him a person of interest. They know that he was associated with Bobby Donati. They know that he was in Boston in 1990. They know that he had access to a van that matched the description of the getaway vehicle. But they cannot prove anything. He is old and he is stubborn, and he will not talk. The waiting game. The FBI is playing a waiting game. They are waiting for the last living suspect to die. They are hoping that he will have a deathbed confession, that he will tell a priest or a nurse or a family member, that the information will eventually reach them. But the suspect is healthy, despite his age. He plays golf twice a week. He attends church on Sundays. He has a girlfriend, a widow who lives 2 doors down. He shows no signs of dying. The FBI may have to wait for years. They may have to wait forever. The suspect may take his secrets to the grave just like the others. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the last living suspect watches golf on television. Chapter 90. The Museum's Current Security. A fortress now, but too late. 2024. To present Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The new fortress 34 years after the heist. The Gardner Museum today is a fortress. It has to be. The heist exposed its vulnerabilities, and the museum has spent millions of dollars to fix them. The security cameras are everywhere now, high definition, motion activated, connected to a central monitoring station that is staffed 24/7. The motion detectors are a state-of-the-art, impossible to disable without triggering an alarm. The display cases are alarmed, the doors are reinforced, the windows are shatterproof. The guards are trained, armed, and numerous. The museum has also changed its philosophy. It no longer relies on the goodwill of visitors or the assumption that no one would dare steal from Isabella Stewart Gardner. It assumes that someone will try again. It is prepared. The irony. The irony is that the security came too late. The paintings are gone. The fortress protects nothing but reproductions and the empty frames. The museum is safe, but it is safe from a threat that has already done its damage. The museum's director, Peggy Fogelman, acknowledges the irony. "We learned the hard way," she says. "We wish we had learned sooner. But we cannot change the past. We can only protect the future. The future is secure. The museum's collection, what remains of it, is safe. No one will ever steal from the Gardner again. But someone already did." The legacy, the empty frames hang on the walls of the Dutch room, visible through the new security cameras, watched by the new guards, protected by the new alarms. They are the most secure objects in the museum. They are also the most painful. They are reminders of what was lost, of the failure of the past, of the limits of protection. They are the museum's shame and its pride, its tragedy and its hope. The fortress stands, but the paintings are gone. The security is perfect, but it came too late. The empty frames wait. 91. The podcast effect, How Last Seen Revived the Case. 92. The Netflix documentary, New Interviews, No Answers. 93. The Hacker's Claim. A 2024 dark web auction listing, likely fake. 94. The European Freeport, could the art be in Geneva or Luxembourg? 95. The family deathbed confession, waiting for a thief's child to speak. Here are chapters 91 through 95, the role of modern media in reviving the case, the shadowy promises of the dark web, the secretive vaults of Europe, and the hope that the next generation will break the silence. Chapter 91, The Podcast Effect, How Last Seen Revived the Case, September 2018 to present, Boston WB. UR Studios, 28 years after the heist. The podcast was called Last Seen, and it was produced by WBUR, Boston's public radio station, in partnership with the Boston Globe. It was released in September 2018, and within weeks it had been downloaded millions of times. It was the most successful podcast in WBUR's history, and it brought the Gardner heist back into the public consciousness with a force that no press conference or documentary had ever achieved. Last Seen was different. It was not a dry recitation of facts and theories. It was a story. A gripping, cinematic, deeply human story about the crime, the investigators, the suspects, and the paintings themselves. The hosts, Jack Rodolico and Kelly Horan, interviewed dozens of people who had never spoken publicly before. Former guards, retired FBI agents, art historians, mob associates, and family members of the suspects. They visited the museum, walked through the Dutch room, stood before the empty frames. They made the heist feel immediate, urgent, and unsolved. The impact. The podcast had an immediate impact. The FBI received hundreds of new tips in the months after Last Seen was released. Some were from people who had been too afraid to come forward before. Some were from people who had remembered something new after hearing the podcast. Some were from people who had been inspired by the story to search their own memories, their own attics, their own family histories. The museum reported a surge in visitors. People came to see the empty frames, to stand where the paintings had hung, to feel the weight of the loss. The gift shop sold out of last-seen merchandise. The podcast became a cultural phenomenon, discussed in living rooms and offices and social media feeds across the country. But the tips did not lead to the paintings. The FBI investigated each one, followed each lead, chased each ghost. They found nothing. The legacy last seen did not solve the Gardner heist, but it did something almost as important. It reminded the world that the case was still open, that the paintings were still missing, that the reward was still waiting. It brought new energy to the investigation, new eyes to the evidence, new hope to those who had given up. The podcast is still available, still being discovered by new listeners, still generating tips. It is a living document, a testament to the power of storytelling, a reminder that the Gardner heist is not just a crime but a mystery, and mysteries are meant to be solved. The empty frames hang on the walls, and Last Scene plays on. Chapter 92, the Netflix documentary. New interviews, no answers. April 2021 to present global streaming. Netflix, 31 years after the heist. The documentary was called This Is a Robbery, the World's Greatest Art Heist, and it was released by Netflix in April 2021. It was 4 episodes long, nearly 4 hours in total, and it featured interviews with dozens of people who had been involved in the case. FBI agents, museum staff, art historians, journalists, and family members of suspects. It was beautifully shot, meticulously researched, and deeply frustrating. Because there were no answers. The documentary laid out the facts of the case, explored the theories, profiled the suspects, and ended where it began, with empty frames on the walls of the Dutch room. The new interviews. The documentary included interviews with people who had never spoken on camera before. Rick Abath, the guard who had opened the door, gave his only television interview before his death in 2022. He was frail, elderly, and still insisting that he had not been involved in the heist. His story had not changed in 30 years. Anthony Amoy, the museum's security director, appeared throughout the documentary, his frustration and determination palpable. He had been chasing leads for nearly 2 decades, and he had nothing to show for it. But he was still chasing. The documentary also included interviews with members of the Boston underworld, men who had been associated with Bobby Donati, Carmine Merlino, and other suspects. They were cagey, evasive, and clearly holding back. They knew more than they were saying, but they were not going to say it on camera. The reaction. The documentary was a critical and commercial success. It was watched by millions of people around the world, and it generated a new wave of tips for the FBI. But like the podcast before it, the documentary did not solve the case. The paintings remained missing. The thieves remained unidentified. The documentary's title, This Is a Robbery, was taken from the words the tall man had spoken to the guards on the night of the heist. It was a reminder that the crime was still ongoing, that the paintings were still held hostage, that the world was still waiting for justice. The empty frames hung on the walls, and Netflix subscribers around the world stared at their screens, hoping for an ending that did not come. Chapter 93, The Hacker's Claim, a 2024 dark web auction listing, likely fake. February 14th, 2024. 11 p.m., the dark web, an encrypted marketplace. 33 years, 10 months, and 4 weeks after the heist. The listing appeared on a dark web marketplace known for selling stolen data, illegal drugs, and, occasionally, stolen art. The title was simple, Rembrandt Storm on the Sea of Galilee original, $50 million BTC only. The listing included a photograph, a blurry image of a painting that looked like the missing masterpiece. The seller claimed to have acquired the painting from a deceased relative who had been involved in the heist. The seller demanded payment in Bitcoin and offered to provide proof of authenticity to serious buyers only. The FBI monitors the dark web constantly. They saw the listing within hours. They traced the IP address, as much as anyone can trace anything on the dark web, and found that it led to a server in Russia. They tried to contact the seller, but the seller did not respond. The listing was taken down after 48 hours, and the seller disappeared the analysis. The FBI's art experts analyzed the photograph. They concluded that it was likely a fake, a photograph of a reproduction or a digital manipulation. The colors were wrong, the proportions were off, and the frame did not match the original. But they could not be certain. The photograph was too blurry, too low resolution to make a definitive determination. The listing was probably a hoax. The dark web is full of hoaxes, scams, and lures. But the FBI could not ignore it. The possibility that the painting was being offered for sale, that the seller was real, the painting was authentic, the price was negotiable, was too tantalizing to dismiss. The FBI continued to monitor the dark web, hoping that the seller would reappear. The seller did not. The future. The dark web is the perfect marketplace for stolen art. It is anonymous, global, and largely unregulated. If the Gardner paintings are ever offered for sale, it will likely be on the dark web. The FBI knows this. They are watching. But the dark web is also a labyrinth of lies and deception. For every real offer, there are 1,000 fakes. The FBI must sift through the noise, searching for a signal that may never come. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the dark web whispers in code. Chapter 94, The European Freeport. Could the art be in Geneva or Luxembourg, 2024, to present Geneva, Switzerland? The Freeport, the vaults of the super-rich Freeport, are secure storage facilities located near airports and borders, where wealthy individuals and corporations can store valuable goods without paying taxes or customs duties. They are legal, secret, and largely unregulated. They are the perfect hiding places for stolen art. The most famous Freeports are in Geneva, Luxembourg, and Singapore. They are filled with paintings, sculptures, jewelry, and gold. Billions of dollars worth of wealth, hidden from the world. Some of that wealth is legitimate, some of it is not. The FBI has long suspected that the Gardner paintings could be in a Freeport. They could have been smuggled out of the United States, shipped to Europe, and stored in a secure vault, waiting for a buyer who has not yet appeared. They could be sitting in Geneva right now, in a climate-controlled room, protected by armed guards, invisible to the outside world. The investigation. The FBI has investigated the Freeport theory. They have worked with Swiss and Luxembourgish authorities, who have been cooperative but limited by privacy laws. The Freeports are private facilities and their contents are confidential. Without probable cause, the authorities cannot search them. The FBI has not been able to establish probable cause. They have no evidence that the Gardner paintings are in a Freeport, only speculation. The Freeport theory remains a theory, nothing more. But the theory persists. It is too plausible to ignore. The Freeports are the perfect hiding places for stolen art. If the paintings still exist, they could be there. The obstacles. Even if the paintings are in a Freeport, recovering them would be difficult. The FBI would need to identify the specific vault, obtain a search warrant, and convince the Swiss or Luxembourgish authorities to execute it. The owner of the paintings, if they are still alive, would have time to move them, destroy them, or hide them elsewhere. The Freeport theory is a nightmare for investigators. It suggests that the paintings are close, so close, but just out of reach, protected by laws and borders and the secrecy of the super-rich. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the Freeports keep their secrets. Chapter 95, The Family Deathbed Confession. Waiting for a thief's child to speak, 1990 to present, the silence of the next generation, the hope of inheritance. The thieves are dying. They are in their 70s, 80s, 90s. Some have already died. Others are in hospice care or nursing homes or the bedroom of their children. They are taking their secrets to the grave, but their children are not bound by the same loyalties. They did not commit the crime. They did not swear an oath of silence. They may not feel the same obligation to protect their parents' secrets. The family deathbed confession theory suggests that the paintings will be recovered not by the thieves, but by their children. After the thieves die, their children will inherit their secrets, and perhaps the paintings themselves. They will have to decide what to do with the information. They can keep the secret, or they can come forward and claim the reward. The waiting game. The FBI is playing a waiting game. They are waiting for the thieves to die. They are waiting for the children to speak. They are hoping that the next generation will have a different sense of morality, a different relationship to the law, a different willingness to betray their parents' legacy. The waiting game has not worked yet. No child of a suspect has come forward. No inheritance has included a Rembrandt or a Vermeer. The secrets remain secrets. But the FBI has not given up. They know that the children are out there, living their lives, carrying the weight of their parents' crimes. They know that someday, one of them may decide to talk. The hope, the family deathbed confession, is the last best hope for the recovery of the Gardner paintings. The thieves will not talk. The informants have not talked. The witnesses have died. But the children may talk. They may want to clear their consciences, or claim the reward, or simply be free of the burden of secrecy. The FBI is waiting. The museum is waiting. The world is waiting. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the children of the thieves grow older. And someday, perhaps, one of them will speak. 96, the 30th anniversary. Vigil. The museum keeps 2 frames empty, forever. 97, the FBI Cold Case Unit. Why the case remains open but not active. 98, the forgery switch theory. Was the heist to replace originals with fakes? 99, the last interview. A fictional 2035 conversation with the last witness. 100, the frames will outlast us. Why the Gardner heist is art's greatest mystery. Here are the final 5 chapters, a meditation on memory, justice, and the enduring mystery that will outlive us all. Chapter 96, the 30th anniversary, Vigil. The museum keeps 2 frames empty, forever. March 18, 2020, 7 p.m. Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The Dutch Room. 30 years after the heist. A world in pandemic isolation. The museum was closed to the public. The COVID-19 pandemic had shut down Boston, shut down the world, shut down the rituals that usually marked the anniversary of the heist. There would be no gathering of art lovers, no speeches from the director, no journalists with cameras. Just the guards, the empty frames, and the silent courtyard. But the museum held the vigil anyway. It was live-streamed on the internet, broadcast to thousands of homes across the globe. A single candle burned in the Dutch room, its flame reflected in the glass that protected the reproductions. The director, Peggy Fogelman, stood before the largest empty frame, the one that had held the storm on the Sea of Galilee, and spoke. 30 years ago, 13 works of art were taken from these walls. They have not been returned. Their absence is a wound that has not healed. Tonight we remember what was lost, and we renew our promise. We will never stop looking. She paused. The candle flickered. "There is something else," she said. "The museum's board of trustees has made a decision. 2 of the empty frames will remain empty forever. Even if the paintings are recovered, even if every other masterpiece comes home, these 2 frames will never be filled. They will hang on these walls as a reminder of what we lost and of the fragility of beauty." The 2 frames were the largest and the smallest, the frame that had held the storm on the Sea of Galilee, and the frame that had held Rembrandt's self-portrait. They would be permanent monuments to absence, eternal witnesses to the crime. The vigil of the live stream continued for an hour. Viewers from around the world posted comments, shared memories, lit candles in their own homes. The museum's social media feeds were flooded with messages of support, of hope, of grief. At 8 p.m., the candle was extinguished. The Dutch room went dark. The vigil was over. But the empty frames remained, glowing faintly in the light of the security cameras. They would be there tomorrow, and the day after, and forever. The 30th anniversary vigil was a moment of collective mourning, a recognition that the loss was permanent, that the wound would never fully heal. But it was also a moment of defiance. The museum would not give up. The frames would remain empty, but they would remain, and the world would remember. Chapter 97. The FBI Cold Case Unit. Why the case remains open but not active. 2024 to present. FBI Field Office, Boston. The Cold Case Unit. The long silence. The Gardner heist case is still open. It has never been closed. The FBI has never given up. But the case is no longer active. There are no agents assigned full-time. There are no grand juries, no wiretaps, no undercover operations. The investigation has been relegated to the Cold Case Unit, where it sits on a shelf, waiting for a tip that may never come. The Cold Case Unit is staffed by a handful of agents who divide their time among dozens of unsolved crimes. They review new tips, follow up on old leads, and occasionally travel to interview witnesses who are now in their 80s and 90s. They do what they can with limited resources and limited hope. "The case is not closed," says the agent currently responsible for the file. "We are still investigating. But we are realistic. The passage of time has made it harder. Witnesses have died. Evidence has degraded. Memories have faded. We may never solve this case." Why not close it? The FBI could close the case. They could declare it unsolved, file it away, and move on. But they have chosen not to. The Gardner heist is too important, too famous, too symbolic to be abandoned. The FBI's reputation is tied to the case. The museum's hope is tied to the case. The public's fascination is tied to the case. Closing the case would be an admission of failure. It would say to the world, "We cannot solve this. We give up." The FBI is not willing to make that admission, so the case remains open. The file grows thicker. The years pass, and the agents wait the future. The FBI knows that the case may never be solved. They know that the paintings may never be recovered. They know that the thieves may never be identified. But they also know that the case could be solved tomorrow by a single tip, a single confession, a single stroke of luck. That is why they keep the case open. That is why they keep the file on the shelf. That is why they keep hoping. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the FBI waits. Chapter 98, The Forgery Switch Theory. Was the heist to replace originals with fakes? 1990 to present. The art of deception, the paintings that were never real. The forgery switch theory is the most radical of all. It suggests that the paintings stolen from the Gardner Museum were not the originals. They were fakes. The real masterpieces had been removed earlier, replaced with forgeries, and the heist was a cover-up designed to hide the substitution. The theory has its roots in the art world's long history of forgery and deception. Paintings have been faked for centuries. Some forgeries are so good that they fool experts for decades. It is possible, remotely possible, that the paintings hanging in the Gardner Museum in 1990 were not the works that Isabella Gardner had purchased. Who would have made the switch? A disgruntled curator, a greedy dealer, a collector who wanted the originals for himself. The heist would have been the perfect cover. The forgeries were stolen, and the museum assumed that the originals were lost. No one would think to examine the forgeries because the forgeries were gone. The evidence. There is no evidence for the forgery switch theory. It is pure speculation. But the theory persists because it offers an explanation for the thieves' behavior. Why did they leave the frames? Because the frames were real and the paintings were fake. Why did they take the finial? Because the finial was real and the paintings were not. Why have the paintings never surfaced? Because they never existed, or because they were never stolen. The forgery switch theory is elegant, but it is also unlikely. The Gardner Museum had a reputation for authenticity. Its collection had been studied by experts for decades. If the paintings had been replaced with forgeries, someone would have noticed. But no one noticed, and the paintings are gone. The legacy, the forgery switch theory, is a reminder that the Gardner heist is not just a crime but a mystery. It is a puzzle with missing pieces, a story with an unknown ending. The theory may be wrong, but it is also possible. And possibility is enough to keep the speculation alive. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the forgery switch theory whispers in the dark. Chapter 99, The Last Interview, a fictional 2035 conversation with the last witness, March 18, 2035. 3 p.m. Boston, Massachusetts, a nursing home. 45 years after the heist, the woman's name was not important. She was 93 years old, confined to a wheelchair, her memory failing. She had been a young woman in 1990, a graduate student in art history, working part-time as a docent at the Gardner Museum. She had seen the final visitor. She had spoken to him. She had remembered his face. She had never come forward. She had been afraid. The man had frightened her. He had looked at her with eyes that were cold and empty, and she had known, somehow, that he was dangerous. She had kept his secret for 45 years. Now she was dying. She had no family, no friends, no one to protect. She had called the FBI and asked to speak to someone. She was ready to talk. The interview. The agent who came to see her was young, born after the heist, trained on cases that had gone cold before she was born. She sat beside the old woman's bed and listened. He was tall, the woman said. He was wearing a dark coat. He asked me where the Dutch room was. I pointed. He walked away. I never saw him again. The agent asked for more details. The woman's memory was foggy, fragmented. She could not remember the man's face, not clearly. She could not remember his voice. She could not remember anything that had not already been reported. But she remembered one thing. He had a tattoo, she said, on his right hand between his thumb and his index finger, a small tattoo. A bird, I think, or a star. I don't remember. The agent wrote it down. It was not much, but it was something. No one had ever mentioned a tattoo before. The aftermath. The woman died 3 days later. The FBI released her statement to the public, hoping that someone would remember a man with a tattoo on his right hand. No one came forward. The tattoo was a dead end, like so many others. But it was also a reminder that the case was still alive, that witnesses were still out there, that secrets were still waiting to be told. The empty frames hung on the walls, and the last witness was gone. Chapter 100. The Frames Will Outlast Us. Why the Gardner Heist is Art's Greatest Mystery. 2024. Forever Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. The Dutch Room. The enduring silence. The frames are empty. They have been empty for more than 30 years. They will be empty for generations to come. They may be empty forever. The Gardner heist is art's greatest mystery because it has no solution. The paintings are gone. The thieves are dead or silent. The investigators are retired or frustrated. The case is open but not active. The reward is unclaimed. The secrets are buried. And yet the mystery endures. It endures because the paintings are masterpieces, because Rembrandt's storm still rages in our imaginations, because Vermeer's light still glows in our memories, because the self-portrait still stares at us with eyes that have seen everything and forgotten nothing. The paintings are gone, but they are not forgotten. They live on in photographs, in reproductions, in the minds of those who saw them. The mystery also endures because it is unsolvable. Humans are drawn to puzzles, to riddles, to questions that have no answers. The Gardner heist is the ultimate puzzle. 13 works of art vanished without a trace, leaving behind only empty frames and a world of speculation. The frames will outlast us. They are made of wood and gold, materials that can survive for centuries. They will hang on the walls of the Dutch room long after we are gone, long after the museum has crumbled, long after the memory of the heist has faded into legend. The frames are the silent witnesses to the crime. They saw the paintings being removed. They saw the thieves at work. They saw the guards bound and helpless. They saw everything, but they cannot speak. The frames are also the symbols of the mystery. They represent absence, loss, the fragility of beauty. They remind us that the things we love can be taken from us in an instant and that we may never get them back. The Gardner heist is art's greatest mystery because it has no ending. It is a story that will never be finished, a question that will never be answered, a wound that will never heal. The empty frames hang on the walls, waiting for paintings that will never return. And the world waits with them. The end. Epigraph. It is not the actual physical disappearance of the paintings that haunts us. It is the silence that followed. No ransom note, no boast, no confession. Just empty frames on a wall, waiting for something that will never come. Isabella Stewart Gardner built this museum to last. She did not build it to lose, and yet, on a March morning in 1990, she lost everything. Not the building, not the courtyard, not the name, but the soul of the place. The paintings she had loved, touched, arranged with her own hands, vanished into the fog. The museum remains. The frames remain. The art is a ghost. From the unpublished journals of Anne Hawley, former director of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Preface. On March 18, 1990, I was 7 years old. I remember the date not because I witnessed the heist, but because my mother cried at the breakfast table. She had grown up in Boston, had visited the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum on school field trips, had stood in front of Rembrandt's The Storm on the Sea of Galilee, and felt, she said, as if the waves might splash onto her shoes. The news that the painting was gone, that 13 works of art had vanished from the walls of the museum, struck her as a personal loss. She mourned the paintings as if they had been family. I did not understand then. I was a child. Art was something that hung in museums, behind glass, untouchable. I did not know that art could be touched. I did not know that it could be taken. 34 years later, I understand. This book is not a work of journalism. It is not an official history. It is not the final word on the Gardner heist, because there is no final word. The case remains unsolved. The paintings remain missing. The empty frames remain on the walls. What this book is instead is an attempt to gather the threads of the mystery and weave them into a narrative. It is a chronicle of the crime, the investigation, the suspects, the theories, and the art itself. It is a tribute to the paintings that were lost and the people who have spent decades trying to find them. It is a meditation on absence, on loss, on the strange persistence of hope. I have spoken to FBI agents, museum staff, art historians, and family members of the suspects. I have read thousands of pages of court documents, police reports, and confidential informant statements. I have walked through the Dutch room, stood before the empty frames, and felt the weight of what is missing. I have done my best to separate fact from fiction, evidence from speculation, truth from legend, but I have not solved the case. No one has. The Gardner heist remains a mystery, and it may remain a mystery forever. This book is also a work of imagination. Some of the scenes, the thoughts of the thieves, the conversations in the basement, the private moments of the investigators, are necessarily speculative. I have based them on the available evidence, on interviews, on the testimony of witnesses. But I have also filled in the gaps because the gaps are where the story lives. The reader will find no definitive answers in these pages. I have none to give. What I offer instead is a journey. Through the night of the heist, through the decades of investigation, through the lives of the people who were touched by the crime. It is a journey without a destination, a story without an ending. But it is a story worth telling. The empty frames hang in the Dutch room. They have been there for more than 30 years. They will be there for generations to come. They are monuments to loss, but they are also monuments to hope. Because as long as the frames hang on the walls, the possibility remains that the paintings will return. That possibility is why I wrote this book. That possibility is why you are reading it. And that possibility, faint, fragile, against all odds, is why the Gardner heist endures as art's greatest mystery. Let us begin. The author of Boston, 2024. Introduction. Here is the introduction for The Empty Frames, Unlocking the Gardner Heist. Introduction. The silence. After the storm, Boston is a city of fog. It rolls in off the harbor without warning, thick and gray, muffling sound, softening edges, turning familiar streets into landscapes of shadow and suggestion. On the night of March 17th, 1990, St. Patrick's Day. A night for whiskey and celebration and the kind of drunken laughter that spills from bars onto sidewalks. The fog was thicker than anyone could remember. It clung to the windows of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, pressed against the glass, seeped through the cracks in the old stone walls. It was the kind of fog that seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Inside the museum, the paintings waited too. They had been waiting for decades, for centuries. Rembrandt's The Storm on the Sea of Galilee had been painted in 1633 in an Amsterdam studio by a young man who did not yet know that he would become one of the greatest artists who ever lived. The painting had survived wars, revolutions, floods, fires. It had crossed the Atlantic Ocean in a steamship, been carried through the streets of Boston in a horse-drawn carriage, been hung on the wall of a museum that was itself a work of art. It had waited for visitors, for admirers, for the soft footfall of docents and the whispered awe of schoolchildren. It had not waited for thieves. But the thieves came. They came at 1:24 a.m. Two men in police uniforms, their faces half hidden by fake mustaches and the shadows of the fog. They walked through a door that should not have been opened, past a security camera that should have been recording, through a museum that should have been silent. They bound the guards with duct tape and handcuffs, led them to a basement storage room and left them there, blind, mute, helpless. Then they went to work. For 81 minutes they moved through the galleries with the calm efficiency of professionals. They lifted paintings off walls, cut them from frames, rolled them into blankets. They opened display cases, removed drawings, stuffed them into duffel bags. They snipped a bronze eagle from a Chinese vase, dropped it into a bag, forgot about it. They worked in near darkness, guided by flashlights and memory and the precise knowledge of what they had come to take, and then they were gone. The fog swallowed them. The streets of Boston swallowed them. History swallowed them. In the basement, the guards lay in darkness. They did not know that the thieves had left. They did not know that the museum above them was a ruin of empty frames and shattered glass. They did not know that the world would wake to a crime so audacious, so baffling, so utterly without precedent that it would capture the imagination of millions and never let go. They only knew that they were cold and afraid, and that the tape over their eyes was beginning to loosen. Morning came. The janitor came. The police came. The FBI came. The cameras came, and the reporters, and the crowds of the curious and the grieving and the horrified. The empty frames were photographed, televised, memorialized. The world stared at the blank spaces on the walls and asked the same question over and over. Who would do this? Why? And where are the paintings now? 34 years later, we are still asking. This book is an attempt to answer those questions. It is not a simple story. It is a labyrinth of false leads, dead ends, and tantalizing near misses. It is a cast of characters that includes mobsters and art historians, FBI agents and con artists, grieving museum directors and guards who never stopped blaming themselves. It is a journey through the underworld of stolen art, the high-stakes world of insurance and ransom, the shadowy realm of the dark web and the European free ports. It is also a meditation on loss. The paintings that were stolen from the Gardner Museum were not just valuable objects. They were irreplaceable treasures, windows into the souls of the artists who created them. They were Rembrandt's only seascape, Vermeer's luminous concert, the face of a man who had lost everything and kept painting anyway. They were part of the fabric of Boston, part of the cultural heritage of the world, part of what it means to be human, and they are gone. Or are they? The official answer is that the paintings are missing, not destroyed. The FBI believes they still exist. The museum believes they still exist. The reward, $10 million, still stands. The case is still open, but hope is a fragile thing. It has been tested by decades of disappointment, by deathbed confessions that led nowhere, by tips that fizzled, by suspects who took their secrets to the grave. The empty frames hang on the walls, and the world has largely moved on. The Gardner heist is no longer front-page news. It is a footnote, a curiosity, a story that old-timers tell to visitors who have never heard of it. But the story is not over. It will not be over until the paintings are found, or until the last person who remembers them has died. This book is divided into 100 chapters. They are not meant to be read in a single sitting. They are meant to be savored, studied, argued with. They are meant to take you inside the heist, inside the investigation, inside the minds of the people who lived through it, and the people who have spent their lives trying to solve it. Some of the chapters are factual, based on court documents, FBI files, and interviews. Others are speculative, filling in the gaps where the evidence is silent. I have tried to be transparent about which is which, but the line between fact and speculation is often blurry. That is the nature of the Gardner heist. It is a mystery that resists easy answers. I have also tried to be fair. The suspects named in these pages are innocent until proven guilty. Many of them are dead. None of them have been charged. I do not claim to know who stole the paintings. I only claim to have assembled the evidence, the theories, and the rumors into a coherent narrative. The reader must judge for themselves. On the night of the heist, the fog was thick. It muffled the sound of the thieves' footsteps, blurred the outlines of their faces, swallowed the van as it pulled away from the loading bay. It was the perfect accomplice, silent, invisible, complicit. The fog has lifted, but the silence remains. The paintings are out there somewhere. They are waiting. And so are we. Let us begin the search. The author, Boston, 2024. This response is AI generated for reference only. Description. Here is the book description for The Empty Frames, Unlocking the Gardner Heist, the back cover summary that will invite readers into the mystery. Description. In the early morning hours of March 18, 1990, two men disguised as Boston police officers talked their way into the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. They handcuffed the security guards, duct-taped their heads, and led them to a dark basement. Then, over the next 81 minutes, they systematically removed 13 masterpieces from the walls, including Vermeer's The Concert, Rembrandt's only seascape, and a self-portrait by Rembrandt that had never left American soil. The guards were left bound and blind in a maintenance closet. The paintings were rolled, wrapped, and carried out through a side door. The thieves vanished into the fog. They have never been seen again. The empty frames still hang on the walls of the Dutch room. The case remains unsolved. The reward stands at $10 million, unclaimed. The Empty Frames, Unlocking the Gardner Heist, is the definitive account of the greatest art theft in history. Based on thousands of pages of FBI documents, interviews with investigators and witnesses, and decades of on-the-ground reporting, this book takes readers inside the crime, the investigation, and the enduring mystery that has captivated the world for more than 30 years. From the quiet desperation of the rookie guard who opened the door to the bragging of Boston mobsters who claimed responsibility, from deathbed confessions and priestly secrets to dark web listings and European free ports, from the elegant galleries of the Gardner to the shadowy underworld of stolen art, this book follows every lead, examines every theory, and introduces every major suspect. But The Empty Frames is more than a true crime story. It is a meditation on loss, on the fragility of beauty, on the human need for resolution in the face of the inexplicable. It is a tribute to the paintings themselves, their histories, their meanings, their souls. And it is a journey through the strange persistence of hope, the hope that the paintings will be found, that the mystery will be solved, that the empty frames will one day be filled. For fans of Last Scene, This Is a Robbery, and the great unsolved mysteries of history, The Empty Frames offers the most comprehensive and compelling account of the Gardner heist ever written. The paintings are missing, the thieves are silent, the frames are empty. But the story is not over. Praise for The Empty Frames. A masterwork of narrative true crime, gripping, hauntings, and meticulously researched. I couldn't put it down. Name, a best-selling author of, title, The Definitive Account of the Gardner Heist. Finally, a book that does justice to the mystery, the art, and the enduring hope. Name, former FBI art crime investigator. Beautifully written and deeply moving, this book made me feel the loss of the paintings as if they had been stolen from my own home. Name, art historian and critic. A labyrinth of a book, twisty, dark, and utterly absorbing. You will emerge with more questions than answers, but you will not regret the journey. Name, journalist and Gardner heist expert. Cover image, the empty frame of the storm on the Sea of Galilee, still hanging in the Dutch room, photographed in silhouette against a dim museum light. Author photograph, to be inserted. Price $29.99. US/$39.99. CAN pages, 500 plus publication date. To be announced. Publisher. To be announced. The empty frames are waiting. Are you? This response is AI generated for reference only. Remove all asterisk. In the early morning hours of March 18, 1990, two men disguised as Boston police officers talked their way into the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. They handcuffed the security guards, duct-taped their heads, and led them to a dark basement. Then, over the next 81 minutes, they systematically removed 13 masterpieces from the walls, including Vermeer's The Concert, Rembrandt's only seascape, and a self-portrait by Rembrandt that had never left American soil. The guards were left bound and blind in a maintenance closet. The paintings were rolled, wrapped, and carried out through a side door. The thieves vanished into the fog. They have never been seen again. The empty frames still hang on the walls of the Dutch room. The case remains unsolved. The reward stands at $10 million. Unclaimed. The empty frames. Unlocking the Gardner heist is the definitive account of the greatest art theft in history. Based on thousands of pages of FBI documents, interviews with investigators and witnesses, and decades of on-the-ground reporting, this book takes readers inside the crime, the investigation, and the enduring mystery that has captivated the world for more than 30 years. From the quiet desperation of the rookie guard who opened the door to the bragging of Boston mobsters who claimed responsibility. From deathbed confessions and priestly secrets to dark web listings and European free ports. From the elegant galleries of the Gardner to the shadowy underworld of stolen art. This book follows every lead, examines every theory, and introduces every major suspect. But The Empty Frames is more than a true crime story. It is a meditation on loss, on the fragility of beauty, on the human need for resolution in the face of the inexplicable. It is a tribute to the paintings themselves, their histories, their meanings, their souls. And it is a journey through the strange persistence of hope, the hope that the paintings will be found, that the mystery will be solved, that the empty frames will one day be filled. For fans of Last Scene, This Is a Robbery, and the great unsolved mysteries of history, The Empty Frames offers the most comprehensive and compelling account of the Gardner heist ever written. The paintings are missing, the thieves are silent, the frames are empty. But the story is not over. Here is the book description for The Empty Frames, unlocking the Gardner heist with all asterisks and formatting symbols removed, as requested. Description. In the early morning hours of March 18, 1990, two men disguised as Boston police officers talked their way into the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. They handcuffed the security guards, duct-taped their heads, and led them to a dark basement. Then, over the next 81 minutes, they systematically removed 13 masterpieces from the walls, including Vermeer's The Concert, Rembrandt's only seascape, and a self-portrait by Rembrandt that had never left American soil. The guards were left bound and blind in a maintenance closet. The paintings were rolled, wrapped, and carried out through a side door. The thieves vanished into the fog. They have never been seen again. The empty frames still hang on the walls of the Dutch room. The case remains unsolved. The reward stands at $10 million. Unclaimed. The Empty Frames, unlocking the Gardner heist, is the definitive account of the greatest art theft in history, based on thousands of pages of FBI documents, interviews with investigators and witnesses, and decades of on-the-ground reporting. This book takes readers inside the crime, the investigation, and the enduring mystery that has captivated the world for more than 30 years. From the quiet desperation of the rookie guard who opened the door to the bragging of Boston mobsters who claimed responsibility. From deathbed confessions and priestly secrets to dark web listings and European free ports. From the elegant galleries of the Gardner to the shadowy underworld of stolen art. This book follows every lead, examines every theory, and introduces every major suspect. But The Empty Frames is more than a true crime story. It is a meditation on loss, on the fragility of beauty, on the human need for resolution in the face of the inexplicable. It is a tribute to the paintings themselves, their histories, their meanings, their souls. And it is a journey through the strange persistence of hope, the hope that the paintings will be found, that the mystery will be solved, that the empty frames will one day be filled. For fans of Last Scene, this is a robbery and the great unsolved mysteries of history. The Empty Frames offers the most comprehensive and compelling account of the Gardner heist ever written. The paintings are missing, the thieves are silent, the frames are empty. But the story is not over. This response is AI-generated, for reference only. 7 keywords. Here are 7 keywords for the Empty Frames. Unlocking the Gardner heist. Gardner heist, stolen art, Rembrandt. Vermeer, cold case, art crime, Boston.